rotation,
Hello,
every
what's
elimination,
up?
every
What's up?
point
क्या हाल है? कैसे हो? कैसे हो?
UAE
कैसे
is
हो?
locked in and ready to go. Day 3 of the Pmwc group
भाई
stage
ओरांगुटान
at
जब से
PMWC
जीती है ना
2026 starts right now.
तब से आई वुड से मैं पगला हो चुका हूँ. अलग ही मजा आ रहा है. You guys can't even imagine what I'm feeling right now.
Last year, Yangon Galacticos arrived at PMWC as underdogs. This year, they return as defending champions, with the chance to do something no team has ever done before: win the PUBG Mobile World Cup back-to-back.
They have to push now. Alpha 7 getting caught out by
Their journey to the title was anything but straightforward. After struggling to find their rhythm in the group stage, Yangon were forced to take the longer route through the survival stage. Their entire tournament came down to a single point. One fewer elimination would have ended their World Cup journey before the grand finals had even begun.
For this year, I do play in my team because we had like a little bit of training time and we put no watch to that. We have no discipline, so yeah.
shots back and forth, trades on either side.
But after surviving elimination, Yangon looked like a completely different team. Their rotations put them in strong positions. Their utility created openings and their confidence grew with every match. They knew when to fight, when to remain patient, and how to turn their opportunities into chicken dinners. By the end of the second day, Yangon had claimed 4 wins and moved to the top of the leaderboard. On the final day, the pressure continued to build as multiple teams became eligible to win. But Yangon remained composed, trusted their own game, and stayed at the top until the tournament was theirs.
What changed between survival stage and grand final is especially our mindset, you know. When we completed to the grand final, we don't have any pressure anymore. We can get all our fully potential.
Last year, Yangon had nothing to lose. Now everything has changed. They are no longer the surprise team flying under the radar. Every opponent knows their strengths, studies their rotations, and enters the lobby determined to take their crown. Being the hunter brought them the championship. Now they must learn how to compete while being hunted.
Defending champion is so much like everyone is watching on you and everyone is learning about you. It's no pressure on us, but we will try our best.
No team has ever won the PUBG Mobile World Cup twice. No champion has ever successfully defended the crown. Yangon Galacticos now have the opportunity to become the first. This year, the question is no longer whether Yangon can win. It is whether anyone can stop them from doing it again. Can Yangon Galacticos make history and win PMWC back-to-back? Or will a new champion take their crown?
Wow!
The stage
पूरा
is
सुना
set.
मैंने. Instagram पे
Paris
अपन
is
story
excited
डालेंगे.
as the energy is starting to reach a fever pitch, and myself and Blank are in position for another exciting day. The twist in the narrative, though, Blank, is that we've changed teams. A new group, the return of the champions, and so much talent is right behind us, getting ready.
I know, they absolutely are. We have some Godlike fans with us right now, which is cool. You can imagine they're going to get pretty loud at some point today as they start to pop up, or we hope they pop up. We've got some big names coming in as well. We've got Nongshin Red Force, Yumbin, an absolute monster on that squad. Alpha 7 looking to potentially be just a little bit better, which isn't all that difficult considering the run that they've had this year. But it sounds like they've done a lot of preparation in the meantime, according to Revo. And again, like I said, I think Revo has cemented himself as probably the best shotgun player, close range player in the world. But I think Falak's going to give him a run for his money going forward.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised, dude. The signs of life we were seeing back in the first stage with the way that it was played, Blank, it was incredible.
चलो
Do you know
यार
what's
हो गया
even
एक story
cooler?
के बाद.
It is the ancient charm set from Yangon Galacticos. You can join the PMWC event in-game, redeem those perks for a chance at those outfits, which look fantastic, I might say.
The culture, the style, the way it's all tied in.
The
What an
smiles.
awesome, yeah, dude, it's sick, right? I got to get me one of
Godlike
those. I saw him in the
भाई
flesh
चाहिए
when he came
अपने
out
को।
yesterday wearing them, boy. What's he?
It is he. It is he. I mean, it is a vibe. It's a complete vibe. I love it. I need to get my hands on it in game at some point. But they were rocking it yesterday, and again, they look sweet. They look cool. I was half hoping they'd be walking out in them today, but again, the jerseys look just as cool. These guys have style on the side of Yangon.
They do indeed. Already the arena is starting to get excited. The contrast, the different fans on either side. So many teams that are being represented here. Friends, family, the coaching staff, and the onlooking fans that want to see once again another rise to success for a squad like Alpha 7 Blank. They've done it before. And what a tantalizing prospect it is having two of our champions in one group. Very different right now when you look at the current landscape for either of them. But still, they both won it.
They both won it. They're both looking to do it again. And for Yangon, it's a case of defending their title now. It was a bit of a rocky way to the top for them last time, but they've made it. And like we've said before, absolute underdogs. But they've had a lot of time, a lot of focus brought into this one.
गाइस गॉडलाइक खेल रही है आज PMWC 2026 ग्रुप स्टेजेस के गेम्स। ओरांगुटान क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है। अब चार्ट में आओ, गॉडलाइक के लिए प्रे करो, उनको सपोर्ट करो, बिकॉज दो इंडियन टीम्स ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर बहुत बेहतर लगने वाली है। जल्दी से स्ट्रीम पे आओ, लिंक पे टैप करो और इनको सपोर्ट करते हैं। आ जाओ।
They only have upwards to go, right? It can only get better.
रुसाद भाई क्या हाल? तुम्हारा भाई वन टेक आर्टिस्ट है।
You can hear the excitement in all sorts of different instruments, and they're absolutely giving it. The beat of the drum is going. Paris, are you ready for Rondo?
Let's go!
Because it's first game of Group B. Let's see what these teams can do. We're going straight through the middle of the map here on Rondo, through Bamboo, past Neox. It's going to get hot. It's going to get heavy here on the first map of the day.
Just soak it in. For the viewers
JMD भाई लोग JMD
from what we're feeling
crazy
right
होने
now,
वाला
live
है।
in the flesh in the arena at EWC.
I can feel it on my skin. Goosebumps.
और आज एक्सक्लेमेशन क्लिप्स रुकेंगे नहीं भाई।
And this is before we've even seen a single Elim.
Running it through right now. Vitality out early, down towards that south
पहले
side.
चेकआउट करो अपन उतर कहाँ रहे हैं। That is important.
For the rest of the team to get out and get dirty in the mix of it. TT Project all heading over towards Fengtang actually, so not really going for a split early on the game here either. Heading over towards Neox, Darkin,
important day, important game.
You want to see in those moments.
important है जो मैंने बाजू में रखी नहीं है, all good.
But before
एडमिन ने मारना चालू कर दिया है भाई।
We do have an interview coming through with Vitality just shortly, but things are already getting a little bit crazy here. Obscure opens up, Alpha 7 with the first elimination of the game. Godlike also going crazy over towards S2G here, Jackie.
We started off with some big opening elims straight out the gate, and that's what we want here on a battleground like Rondo. Alpha 7, what have you got in store? They usually display a ton of mechanical talent, and this would be the perfect environment to display that. An enticing head-to-head. Vaibhav on the move.
दो तीन फ्रैग्स मिल गए, वो
important थे. Peek up from Tiamba as they start to roam.
दो फ्रैग्स मिल गए ना, बढ़िया.
And things are starting to get a little bit spicy. Tiamba on the outside of the moment, just looking in. They already have Eagle down towards that south side, like we said, but Jiggle is down there, and Jiggle's a bit of a difficult player to come up against. Luckily, he's on the other side of Tinlong Garden right now, so Eagle is safe for the time being. Tiamba can play a little bit less safely here. ETSH also finding some shots over towards Aura, but they're already on 3 eliminations this game. You can see the amount of recalls already coming through here. That is a down lot of eliminations to start things off, but we are cooling things down now.
Brief moment of respite. Arc there, trying to get the charge on point. Detonates with the stereo setup. Hoping for the peek out from necessary to see if you can get an opening. Follow up from this.
बढ़िया फाइट, ठीक है। दो फ्रैग्स निकाल दिए, रिकॉल अपने एक्चुअली रिकॉल यूज हो गए हैं। थोड़ा सा छोटा नेगेटिव वो है और कुछ नहीं है। बाकी सब
On the
ठीक
inside
है.
here, looking to push up over towards necessary now. DP in hand, a good weapon for a 1v2. But pre-fire's coming through the window. It's a good one with the
Alpha 7
AKM.
ना मान रही भाई.
Will
Alpha
make it
7
happen.
ना मान
Rebel
रही.
again in close range. He's nasty, but it's loco to come up to the plate now. Grease out on the inside, will go down. The backup is there, but the backstop does get taken out.
भाई
Hostler
जैसे
crew
बोला
causing
Alpha 7 नहीं मान
problems as
रही. 2 बंदे
Tiamba
नॉक
starts
फिनिश
to
हो
flow on
गए.
in.
एक फिनिश हुआ, एक नॉक पड़ा हुआ है अभी भी. दूसरा भी
Loco
फिनिश.
got an opportunity to reset himself as well with the meds.
पूरा ने सिर्फ एक प्लेयर
Just
लूज
enough
किया है अभी
time
तक.
to be in a good position to continue the fight, but
पूरा और
Tiamba
फ्रैग्स निकाल
smell the
सकती है.
blood in the
पूरा ने जो
water.
गॉडल को मारा
Made
है
on
ना,
the wrong side of the
वो अच्छा
banister,
मार
it
दिया
won't
है.
connect. Just
इनको
trying
एक
to
वो
get these
बेनिफिट पहले
bandages
स्ट्रॉन्ग
quick
स्टार्ट मिल
so
चुका
he
है.
can reply.
Hustler
Shotgun for the close
एक-
range
एक तो
engagement
मारना
on the
चाहिए
peak
था.
though, not swift enough. Goodbye, Loco.
Three
बात
guns
नहीं,
pointing
कोई
at you.
बात
You're going to
नहीं.
go down there. No matter how crazy you are.
हमारा
They're
एक
both
और
taking shots
ना
over the QZ, who has been an absolute demon in some of these lobbies earlier in the year.
हमारा एक
He's
लौंडा
absolutely showing people
हाँ,
what he's
बंदे
made
ने
of.
finish
Yeah,
निकाल दिया,
Rebel
बढ़िया.
goes down and Alpha 7 taking a fair big hit there. They'll immediately reset on this one though. They got themselves 3 eliminations. It's the most anyone's got. in
तीन
the lobby
फ्रैग्स
so
मिल
far.
गए हैं. तीन फ्रैग्स मिल चुके हैं. मैं वही सोचा भाई अपना एक लौंडा नॉक हुआ.
और
revive भी हो गया, चलो.
We'll have to back off the angle. Sky on the back lines though. Nora.
Getting good fights actually. Having good fights. तीन फ्रैग्स निकाल दिए हैं. Start is decent.
Is this going to be a
बढ़िया
usual
start,
result
बढ़िया
for them?
fights.
On the periphery right now,
Only
setting
one
up
thing
like
is
vultures,
important.
keeping
आज
a
के
good
6 गेम्स
understanding
में
of the
अगर
landscape
हम
to see how
60-70
these
पॉइंट्स
other
का ही
teams are
निकाल
gonna
देते हैं
fight
10 की
amongst
एवरेज
themselves
से,
before they
कल
overcommit
20-30
to
पॉइंट ही
anything
निकालने
too
हैं.
heavy on the investment
कोई
front.
दिक्कत नहीं है. हम लोगों को टॉप 5 मेंटेन करना है और ज्यादा तो दिमाग लगाना नहीं है. टॉप 5 अगर हमने मेंटेन कर लिया, इट इज वेल एंड गुड. स्लीपी नॉक फिनिश हो गया. रीटा ने खुद ही पेनेट कर दिया है.
Generally like the off anglist on the side of Aura catches players off guard, but ETSH, they've got their eyes wide
Achha,
open.
he also got
at the
recalled,
moment.
okay.
Circle's got some suspenders on it right now as it does lift heavy over towards the north side.
EMP
of the
zone
map.
आया.
E-Arena is in position.
The game has bigger. यहाँ
split
तुम
right
देखो
now.
कितने फिर मन्या नॉक.
E-Arena, 10k. Finding Manya from Godlike. Should be able to get that res back up again. There's over
हाँ
towards the
रिकॉल हो जाएगा.
north side
मन्या ने
of the
अकेले
map.
फाइट्स लिए.
E-Arena, like I said
ठीक है,
before,
एक दो
playing
एक
two
फ्रैग
split,
मिल
so
गया.
they've got to play
Now that's
aggressive,
a good
they've got to
thing.
puff out the chest.
कोई ना कोई
Ensure
recall
the
दे ही
teams
देगा.
don't get too comfortable in that region because they're trying to confirm on both sides of the river here, Jackie.
थोड़ा सा स्प्लैश डैमेज आया.
You got to fight for that control.
कोरा के प्लेयर्स
The battle
दिक्कतों में है.
against Thor is
तियानबा
still
मार रही
continuing
है.
right here, right now, with Tiamba also taking a piece out of them. Milu on the rock up on the right
मन्या को
side.
रिकॉल
Good
मिल
start
जाएगा.
down towards the hill.
तियानबा
Speed,
सबको
great
देख के
reply.
मार रही
Milu the
भाई.
double up as well, Blank.
Incredible reactions there coming through from Milu, and I mean, he's been doing a lot of
Oi,
work.
oi,
right now.
oi.
Good shots from the sidelines, though. That's QZ. Starting to make himself well known in the picture at the moment. Get the res over towards Milu and Fajita.
मन्या नॉक फिनिश हुआ है लेकिन रिकॉल मिल सकता है बिकॉज उसका रिकॉल अभी तक यूज नहीं हुआ है. अब मन्या को जाके रिकॉल कौन करता है, कब करता है, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन.
That's 12k on the stair line. Now realizes he has to back this one
क्योंकि
up
रिकॉल
now.
करना तो जरूरी है. तुम 4 मैन तो होना ही चाहते हो.
Some shots. It's an easy pick off for QZ.
तियानबा 6 फ्रैग्स निकाल चुकी है.
6 elims on the game already. We're looking at 1 a minute at the moment.
6 फ्रैग्स
They're starting to rise.
6 मिनट्स के अंदर.
Taking pole position right now into the game.
बहुत प्यारा खेल रही है भाई.
Set up
तियानबा
here
बहुत
with
अच्छा खेल रही
SUG,
है.
up close
थोड़ी
and
सी आवाज
personal,
जा
the
चुकी है
compound
मेरी.
clash between the two. Dopeness, what can you do? SMG on the clear, runs into the pre-fire of Kamikaze, so that's an easy conversion for an elimination point, bringing them down to
मन्या
3
को रिकॉल
players
नहीं
in
किया
this
अभी तक. समझ नहीं आ रहा मेरे को.
elaborate fight.
I'm still in question
Very
कि भाई
curious to
मन्या
see
अभी
how
तक रिकॉल
STG does this
नहीं हुआ.
tournament. There was some luck earlier in the year that gave some fortuitous opportunities to get further into the
मन्या का
circuit.
रिकॉल होना जरूरी है.
But all these players are strong in their own right. They just haven't had those shining moments at the moment. But this clear looks good. I feel like S2G's been putting a
S2G को
lot of
4
work
फ्रैग्स
in
मिल
the
गए
back
हैं.
end at the
कैजुअलिटी एक
moment.
भी
It's
नहीं
starting to
है.
show right now.
हमारे
against
लिए वो
Dopeness
एक
at
कैजुअलिटी
least.
भारी पड़ेगी भाई.
And even if it was a
Early
fairly
stages में
easy
recall
clip, the
हो
way
गया
they were
तो
going
बढ़िया
about
है.
it, the 2-2s,
नहीं हो
the
पाया
jumps
तो
around the
प्रॉब्लम
corner,
आएगी.
all
हो गया.
coordinated. It's usually what Turkish teams
हमारे
are so
चारों
good at
recall
as well, is that
यूज़ होके हमको
synergy, that
3 फ्रैग्स मिले.
coordination,
Not a
which is
bad
why it did
start.
feel so out
The
of character for S2G in the past.
लॉबी
to be
अडैप्टेशन इज
so
इंपॉर्टेंट.
unlinked
हमने
with
स्टार्ट
one
कर लिया
another.
अडैप्ट करना. स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ी बहुत फाइट्स ली, रिकॉल हुआ, मन्या ने एक मार के, मन्या भी रिकॉल हो चुका है.
So hopefully that's a sign of things to come.
The frags are fine.
The zone right now as well, getting themselves into position. Curious, Blank,
My
how this is
favorite
going to
drop
go for
spot on
A7.
Rondo is dunching because we can get many eliminations there. We have a good strategy to play on dunching.
And we are back in a bit. Just a quick interview with Vitality very, very quickly there. Same on screen right now, rotating round, but not yet to get a single elimination on board. Next circle shift now, Jackie, over towards the west-hand side here. Wolves feeling quite good about this, but for Alpha 7, this is a really, really nice opportunity for them. As they swing around the western side, they tried to cut in early. They're right next to a res beacon as well, so they can hold off other teams that they like, but this is a super hard shift. A lot of teams on that eastern side feeling fairly uncomfortable. GS team now needs to re-rotate back over towards where they just came
legit
from
कोई
on the north
प्रॉब्लम
side
नहीं
of
है,
the
जोन
map.
आने दो, नॉर्दर्न साइड पे है.
So far, so good for the excitement factor here.
सबके लिए गेम अभी तक अच्छा गया है.
And I'm sure you can hear that as well. The fans getting amped up.
Game is good for everybody till now. 16 teams, 64 players और तुम नंबर ऑफ फ्रैग्स देखो 6 4 10 14 18 21 24 27 28 29 30 फ्रैग्स अभी तक लॉबी में निकल चुके हैं और कोई भी एलिमिनेट नहीं हुआ है.
Down towards test track now, looking to move over towards the rest of the team. Hustler crew also roaming.
Godlike versus A7.
Looking towards that high ground, right? To get a little bit more scouting.
नहीं 100 में निकल गया वहां से. It could have been Godlike versus A7, but 100 में निकल गया वहां से.
Southwest side, sit around stadium. But again, stadium's such a big place, so isolated. That cuts out quite a bit of the area. You don't really want to be playing on the northeast side either, Jackie. So you want
1.5 मिनट का टाइम, 1 मिनट 40 सेकंड का टाइम है.
We also have the lake
अगला
down towards
सर्कल
our
कटन होने
southwest
में.
side that sits on the slope downwards. This is awkward terrain.
Going to result in an even higher elevated level needed from some of our squads to play around it with the way the set has been developing. Close grouping here as well. Once again, singing the praises.
Like, subscribe मारो रे. आज
आज
बंदे नहीं आए मेरे को समझा कम.
They are collapsed upon on their advance. How do they display themselves? They're going to be able to hold themselves nicely. Could be a chance for an engagement forced upon them as well. It's TT and Nonshin that are not too far away.
Checking the top side of the stadium there makes sense as well. A lot of times you leave a player up there. It's a cheeky maneuver, get some shots out, but S2G keeping their sides clear right now. I like playing up against this pillar as well. You can basically cut off one side of the map to you and only deal with players trying to aggress on either edge. So I think that's a good shot from S2G so far. They have a very central position to work with off the back of that. Even so, they can catch players moving through. Godlike's taken a slower approach on the north side. I like it though. I think what they're trying to go for right now is leave that two-man over towards the northern edge, ensure that teams coming through from Nanshuan don't catch them off guard in future. So that high ground's going to be super critical for that factor in future. Alpha 7 also with a bit of a split lineup on that northern edge, looking for.
होरा मारेगी भाई, मेरे को लग रहा है होरा निकाल लेगी आज. वो एक ना एक टीम ऐसी होगी, पता है इस लॉबी में एक ना एक टीम ऐसी होगी जो आज ही है ना अपना टॉप 5 स्पॉट पक्का कर लेगी.
Well, big shift on it. The investment there of the cover players, like you say, not really going to pay too many dividends for them as it will be taken out of play quite quickly. So they're going to be thinking about the future rotations still yet to come.
I don't know कौन होगा कौन नहीं होगा, लेकिन एक टीम तो ऐसी निकल के आएगी.
A squad that's got a lot of excitement behind them. Right here, right now, taking on
Wolves
could be the potential pipeline for them to get into a good position. Started it off nicely with the opening 3 elims. Nate towards Carrillo.
तुम लोगों को एक चीज बता देता हूँ, आज ही उसका क्वालिफिकेशन पक्का हो जाएगा. Today itself.
Might do the trick, goes incredibly low. Has to lob one back of his own.
A7 versus Wolves.
Elementrix a little bit, but it's only about 20% of the HP taken off, and he looks to keep the aggression up. Carrillo gets another first aid kit through, but the vehicle is absolutely stomped out right now. He might be able to get it a little bit of a distance out of there, but Alpha 7 knows that they need to get a move on. Stadium being such
A7 versus Wolves, तीसरा सर्कल क्लोजिंग है. फाइट करना जरूरी है दोनों को, बिकॉज़ जोन जाना है. आई वुड से वुल्व्स जा सकती है जोन, बैक क्लियर करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन जोन के अंदर से भी बैक क्लियर कर सकते हो. क्या सोया हूं आज. ओह गॉडल 3 फिनिशेस, बढ़िया है ना भाई.
If they get into a devilishly good position with what they've shown, maybe that could be a bit of a dark horse twist in the narrative for them going into game one on Rondo.
GS limping over.
ड्रॉप पॉइंट्स में ही निकाल दिए थे 3 को, बढ़िया मारे थे. I love the approach till now. गॉडल का अप्रोच अभी तक बढ़िया है. पर टियानबा मारना जो चालू किया है ना टियानबा वालों ने, पागलपन है. एक चीज है आयुष, अगर तू चैट में रहेगा तेरे को कोई लगता है मूवमेंट गॉडल का अच्छा रहेगा ना, एक्सक्लेमेशन क्लिप कर देना. ये 7 फ्रैग्स निकाल चुकी है, टियानबा 8 फ्रैग्स, दोनों एक 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ अलाइव है. अल्फा 7 के लिए भी एक प्लेयर लॉस आउट हो चुका है. अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर्स भी डाउन हो रहे हैं. ESTH का आखिर नासिर बचा हुआ है.
Last left alive for ETSH. However went down to the blue. He did his job. Got a fair few knocks on through.
ये ने रिकॉल कर दिया सबको. वाओ. लास्ट बंदा फ्रैग्स निकालने पे फोकस कर रहा है नासिर. बट इट वाज लाइक कि होगा नहीं होगा, इट वाज वेरी डाउटफुल. ये फर्स्ट एड लगेगी तो बात है. आखिरी बचा है अल्फा 7 का भी. पॉसिबल नहीं, पॉसिबल नहीं है. मुश्किल है अल्फा 7 के लिए रिकॉल देना.
Once we hit stage 4, it's going to get a little bit more difficult. He has to commit now, and kind of skidding off the road there doesn't feel good. Next circle will hit Stadium. We have not seen one of these in quite a while, and we get to see our first one now here in EWC.
मास्को फिनिश हो चुका है. भाई किसको मार रहे हो रेहान भाई?
GS team playing on the outer edges.
जोन पूरा स्टेडियम की तरफ शिफ्ट हो गया है.
Working off these
हमारे लौंडे कहां होल्ड ऑन कर रहे हैं वो देखो भाई. नॉर्दर्न साइड से एंट्री लेनी है, एसपी के साथ फाइट होगी.
Venonxian Red Force, they're up first. JS9 in the hands of XZY.
Malik gets XZY.
Nice first knock.
ये नेड इंपॉर्टेंट हो सकता था फिनिश निकालने के लिए, बट नहीं निकाला.
So many teams breathing down
अभी
each
ये
other's
लोग
necks
जो
here towards the
स्टिकी बॉम्ब का
stadium.
यूज करते हैं ना, वो भी बढ़िया है.
A fitting finish potentially,
बहुत
given
सारे
where we
स्टिकी
are
बॉम्ब्स
right
रख
now.
सकते हैं मैच में, राउंडो के अंदर तो ठीक.
It's on brand, it's on point.
कवर्स बन सके ओपन एरियाज.
Where does it go from here? Tony K with a quick pop of the stims, get himself back up. Surf going to start coming in as well. Ushering those teams forward. We see
Godlike
that recall
Kilonde.
from Alpha 7. They do reset the squad. At least 2 of them alive and kicking. The duo is better than just one. How far can they take it? The arena lobby leaders right now with the Elims 9 under the belt. Tiamba fell earlier. Wolves with a backstab coming up swiftly on the Nongshin. That's an opener from
Wolves versus Nongshin हो रहा है. थर्ड पार्टी का पूरा चांस है. थर्ड पार्टी का 100% चांस है.
Down as the response from Arena's good.
Arena not been slow about this at all. They want to get thick into the action. It's a good nade, bounces off the wall, not quite finding connection though on towards them.
थोड़ी सी दिक्कतों में ये फाइट्स पे फाइट्स निकाल रहे हैं. 10 फ्रैग्स हो गए हैं.
Going very, very low. Arena looking for these flushes now. Emergency cover flares brought in because this is an emergency.
डबल डिजिट फ्रैग्स हो चुके हैं ये अरीना के. YG का मारनेट गया. जोकर नॉक हुआ, लेकिन नॉक होने के बाद भी खुद ने ही ट्रेड निकाल दिया.
Elementrix goes down. So some shrapnel on the side. Arena looking to clear out space though. They know
Wolves को अगर इन्होंने मार दिया ना,
very early on the game.
बहुत अच्छा एरिया मिल जाएगा
इनको. How much presence they're showing here.
The nades are good. Cario knock हुआ.
Getting stuck in for Alpha 7, but they take some hefty blows.
Cario finished.
From Hora finally gets his revenge for the start of the game. This fight just
Wolves की वाट लग रही है. Wolves खत्म.
The arena for so damn long as they finally buckle under the pressure.
Wolves are done for. 12 frags ये.
Taking the hit towards
the arena with 12 frags.
Yangon has been playing real slow into this one too, but for the arena it's good to see.
स्टेडियम के अरीना में ये अरीना का डोमिनेशन है भाई.
Now to E arena.
The way they are dominating is crazy. Hora versus TT भी हो रहा है.
TT project.
Let's go as power. थोड़ा फ्रैग्स चोरी करना जरूरी है भाई.
And kicking now. But down to one player. 70 limbs on the map. It's not bad. but it could be better here.
One more. एक एक करके double digits में frag ले आओ, बहुत important हो जाएगा.
I think for Alpha 7 they'll take that.
I would say averagely अगर 10 point maintain कर लिया आज के 6 games में 60-70 points, कोई नहीं हटा सकता top 5 से.
It is fairly locked down on these outer edges.
Model ages पे खेल रही. पूरा stadium पे खींच लिया.
We do have a circle on our hands here. A lot of teams on that eastern side quite pleased with how this has worked out. Vitality,
Zone खींच
Brazy
लिया.
and Razak, the famous duo, improved from Indonesia, now looking to pop
अभी
up a
एरिना
little bit
कितना
more
आगे जाती है,
damage
that is
moment.
important. नॉक्शम पूरी खत्म, ये एरिना ने एक और फ्रैग निकाल दिया है.
He has been putting in work. A 13th elimination added now. A chicken dinner here would be
गलत हो गया है,
fantastic for the
गलत हो गया है
Vitalities.
भाई. एक एक करके ये एरिना ने वन साइड डोमिनेशन दिखाई है इस गेम के अंदर. 14 फ्रैग्स, 14 eliminations is not an easy job. अगर कहीं चिकन निकाल दिया इन्होंने 30-40 पॉइंटर का गेम आ गया, बाकी नहीं खत्म है. अगर चिकन आता है 6 फ्रैग्स तो और निकालेंगे. 40 प्लेयर्स अभी तक लाइव है.
They can lock this down, could be in a very tasty position. Already 14
Ronald
elims.
versus
How
KT.
far do they take it?
Manya
What they
won
got
it, Manya
like
knock
do
over.
here? Effect with the clap back. Good for one. Nice nade from S-Power, but
Power
Efes
अकेला
tries to
बचा है.
hold on to it. An intense encounter between these two sides. Godlike down to 2, but S-Power making the difference for now.
Godlike on our edge is a top position
Power
to be in.
अकेला बचा
S2G
है.
on their sideline.
पावर ने क्या मारा है? पावर!
Easy, but Joker from a distance. Stopping these teams.
भाई साहब,
Activity from E-Arena.
I don't care. वो 7 फ्रैग्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. और क्या मारा है पावर ने?
They get line of sight. You best duck your head down because Area are absolutely
भाई सीट
farming
चेंज
in
कर
this
करके मारा
battleground
है.
right now. S2G. Heavy hit coming over the Hustler crew. You got the off angle set up, looking to take pot shots down and save his mates. Kamikaze trapped behind the vehicle. They want to close the gap onto it. S2G going in aggro. Vitality in the distance as well. Kamikaze with a single knock. Loco drop back down, trapped behind the
पावर
ledge.
अलग लेवल मार रहा है भाई आज के दिन में. He will be the one.
Just then, now needs to get a move on. S2G, they post up. AZM taking a huge
He
amount of
will
damage.
be the
blue
one.
might just do the trick here. We'll take him out. S2G with 9 limit on the game.
Crazy. The
Users
sheer
cannot
distance we're
think
looking
of
at as well.
some
9 elims being second
like
place, 15 points
these
for first
things.
right now, and the split on the actual minimap is
जहाँ तुम
insane.
सीट
What we
चेंज
can set
करके
up
मार
with.
रहे हो
The
यार.
only team that's looked comfortable realistically has been E-Arena from the position they've been in.
Oh, given a single inch right now, and they have cleared out the entirety of the northwest side. Now they can pretty much shunt most teams down
भाई,
towards
ये one
that
side
southern
मारेगी.
edge. Schweppes opening up onto GS once again, and they are just swarming on them. Another
देखो,
goes
ये
down in
मारती
Malik.
जाएगी. I don't know.
And E-Arena looking for more and more points.
E-Arena
17
मारती जाएगी.
elims. Can they go further? Can they hit the 20 bomb?
Well, finally, it seems like someone's willing to test them. The Arena taking casualties, but they're looking to reply back. They will keep themselves alive with Tourniquet, it seems, over at the stadium. Mixed
ये एरिना मारेगी भाई.
Vitality
दो नॉक भले
pushing
हुए हैं, ये
on
एरिना
to
बहुत
S2G.
मारेगी. जोन एक्चुअली स्टेडियम वाला हो गया ना. वो स्टेडियम वाले जोन ने ये एरिना को बहुत हेल्प कर दिया. हार्ड कवर में जोन जाती है, जानते हैं कि हम नॉर्थ साइड पे थे. जोन पूरा हमसे अपोजिट.
S2G, all 4 players down potentially.
उस फाइट में पावर ने जो कमाल किया है.
One nade in hand, it's going to be important. One quick spray up towards Hamzy G. Quickly drops back down to his belly. Some more damage. I mean, he's hitting every shot. Just continue with it.
S2G के ऊपर एक नेड या एक मॉली बहुत काम की है. बोला ना, एक नेड एक मॉली बहुत काम की है. नेड मॉली छोड़ो, इसे गन से ही मार दिया.
Taking it straight to the face of the reigning champs. Yangon.
बहुत crazy मार रहे, मजा आ रहा है.
Warehouse. Emre incredibly low and Vitality smelling the blood in the water. They can wrap off, play this safe, get into a better position. But can Yangon hold on?
Emre flexing those big muscles here inside the warehouse. Nade start to go through. Romeo.
Vitality versus Yangon.
Now we'll swing out the side. Desperation play.
If the guy okay, पीछे है Vitality. यहाँ तो IDA. Smile गया. Romeo gets one.
Putting a frown on the faces of Yangon Galacticos. Last play incredibly low. Romeo is out.
रोमियो खत्म, भाई यांगन गई
Down and out in Rondo.
पहली टीम,
one by
अच्छा
one,
फर्स्ट
we
पोजीशन
whittle
वाली
through
टीम
our
पिछले साल की
squads.
वो भी एलिमिनेट हो गई है. वी आर हैविंग 7
Only
गुड
fight
पॉइंट्स
we've
ना,
seen
बढ़िया
taken
है.
to E-Arena. Left them in a position with 2 players knocked. They reset from it and continue
Vitality
to live on.
versus
You ask the
IDA.
question, can they push to 20 elims? They only need 2 more, Black. But can Vitality suck up some of the points as they do advance onto the weakened Ida? Emre with the detonation on the vehicle.
आइडिया वर्सेस वाइटैलिटी.
You're gonna have to
वाइटैलिटी
recover
थर्ड पार्टी
from this
करने आई थी,
swiftly.
इनका
What's
खुद
the
का एक नॉक
decision
हो गया है.
making?
That's a rough one. Rita playing inside building. Good burnout from him. Tries to get back inside.
Nice.
Good shots from Axel. Has been on an absolute tear this game so far. Good damage all around. Feels like a lot of the eliminations have been stolen away from him. That is an insane pre-spray from Razy. Gets a lot of
भाई
damage done
ये
towards that
कहाँ
mate. He
कहाँ
was not
मार रही है
expecting
वो.
it. Almost jumped into
Whoa,
the
whoa,
shot. The flicks are crazy from Federales.
They're playing on a different pace of the game right now, and it does.
Vitality
work.
got
Vitality to
7
bring the fingers back
frags.
down to Ida. Man with the quickest fingers in France.
Could not believe what I just saw. I don't think either could Aida, honestly.
टक 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 मारा उसने.
They witnessed that and it was terrible. Lufa will move up from dopeness, takes down the first player so far from the arena. They are down to 3. Vitality still sitting pretty with 4. And teams have to push out into them.
2 fights happening back to back. Stereo setups from our teams with Hora taking the
ये
hit
अगर
straight
इस
to
फाइट को
Vitality.
निकाल
Jiggle
जाती
the
है
only
then
one
it's
keeping
done
his
for.
eyes peeled over
मैं बोला ना
today.
ये अगर इस
Arena
फाइट को
encounter
निकाल जाती है
versus
then
Dopeness.
it's actually
The
done
opening
for.
nade. Schwepp setting up for another one, but on the peak takes a few shots, low on HP. No fear with the steal versus Vitality. Can Dopeness actually defend themselves now?
खत्म.
Great Molotov forces him through the doorway, opening up the lines of sight.
ठीक है, ओपनिंग पे इसने मॉली डाला भले ही है, कुछ नहीं निकलना. 20 फ्रैग्स हो चुके हैं भाई ये के.
19 if they finish this fight they're up to 22. An unbelievable game. Speaker has to make the
पूरी
crazy play and there
टीम
it is.
फाइट. Now that is what you
22
call
elimination
a
game.
team
The
effort.
first
22
match of Group
फ्रैग्स.
B. E-Arena is bringing it.
अगर 8 के 8 फ्रैग्स मिल गए ना ये अरीना को, 30-40 पॉइंट एक ही
Not
गेम में.
only are they looking for an opening game win, they're looking to do it by sending a message. And for Hora, they weakened Vitality amongst all this, but they were able to reset. Investing some of their utility, they're still alive with 4.
इम्पोर्टेंट ये है 40 पॉइंटर के लिए कि 8 के 8 फ्रैग्स अब यहाँ पे ये अरीना के पास जाने चाहिए. अब will it be possible या नहीं वो तो टाइम बताएगा.
If you fall to sleep, you could get very awkward quickly.
Razy playing on the backside of the tree here has to drop something. The cover flares. All that's left.
ये अरीना कितना जल्दी अब फाइट लेती है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है.
Over towards the northern edge. They're going to hold out here. Aura coming in with 4 players. It's going to be hard to clean out this game here. E-Arena, though, they are on fire so far. This team is warm, ready to go, no fear. Time to put some more eliminations in the
सीट
books.
चेंज कर करके मारा है भाई.
Vitality with a quick rescue. But can they make it back? They do. Goodness me.
40 पॉइंटर हो सकता था अगर टर्नी जिंदा होता तो, बट फिर भी इट्स एन इम्पोर्टेंट गेम. फिर भी इट्स अ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट गेम.
Is looking for more eliminations here. They have
ऊपर चढ़ गया है भाई ये.
done an incredible amount of work so far. Joker gonna head up next. No one's taking shots. Getting the high ground is insane. The cover flares come down underneath. Moment left behind.
होरा को भी स्पॉट कर लेंगे ये लोग.
Crazy. Jiggle moved down. Might have seen him though. Might have spotted him. Cover flares on the roof. You are wild for it. Jiggle, I don't think he's had any idea.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
पूरा बड़पा डालेंगे.
Now he knows, Blank. Joker with a headshot unloads from the
पूरा
top.
डब्बा डाला. तुम फ्रैग्स देखो, अमाउंट ऑफ फ्रैग्स दे आर होल्डिंग ही अरीना. 23
advantage up against Vitality. A little tank here and there, but goodness me, the Blues going to push them out to the open. This is more eliminations.
E-Arena ने
They have the perfect
99% अपना स्लॉट टॉप 5 में पक्का कर लिया है.
You have entered E-Arena's arena at this point. The gladiators here in France as they are ruling from the top side, control of the ground floor as well, with Mormon in position. And Vitality know that they are forced to advance eventually. You're exposed either way. And Joker's looking for the peak back towards the warehouses. How far can they take it with the
गाड़ी स्पॉट की है इसने. The spray is good.
From Schweppes.
Instantly trying to flush out on that one. 24.
सबको स्पॉट कर करके मार रहे हैं.
Let them go any further on the back of this one.
सबको एक को नहीं छोड़ा भाई.
M79 brought out to hopefully bring a train, but the rescue I don't think is coming for Razak next.
EA is not stopping. EA is not stopping. They are something else right now. इनके अंदर कोई अलग भूत आ गया है.
Saves the day here. Joker has to not be greedy. That
Kill चोरी कर लिया.
saves his life in that moment. The sight line just not quite there.
कुल चोरी हो गया. 40 पॉइंटर तो नहीं होगा. 39 पॉइंटर will be there.
The duo so heavily focused at the cover flare setup on the roof side. If they leave themselves exposed, can Mormon steal this away from the ground, draw the crosshair off, and guarantee himself something to play with?
Stage 9 now.
Federalis भाग तो रहा है cover to cover.
Towards this loot crate. E-Arena may need to drop down at some point, but they'll see what they can get done in the meantime. Vitality playing it slow, but will have to move. Even more emergency cover flares dropped.
अब मैं बोल रहा हूँ अगर E-Arena इस winner chicken dinner से हाथ धोती है तो इनकी खुद की गलती
again. Joker gets the peek out. Federales cowering close towards the limited cover he's got, but no fear, sees an opportunity and swings round. Federales with a hold. Some clean connections in the past couple minutes here.
Federalis बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है.
They see this, they know the knocks are going through. They're looking to send nade. They feel like they're in range. It's on target. A bit of chip damage. Razy has to back out. One more nade over the top. It looks on target.
दोनों को फाड़ दिया भाई. क्या एक कोबी ब्रायंट वाला नेड है.
Bombs down towards Aura. This is insane work. Sky goes down. More eliminations available here.
27
to 29, Jackie.
One away from the big 30. And there's only a single member of the squad left to try and fight against them. The dream of E-Arena on Rondo, as they've been living their movie. Elim after Elim.
30 फ्रैग्स नहीं हो पाएंगे. थोड़ा सा बुरा जरूर लगेगा. लेकिन 29 फ्रैग्स भाई तुम क्या कर रहे हो?
Looking down upon their arena.
You just did everything right.
What a ridiculous result here for E-Arena. It has been sublime from start to finish. The circle begins to close. We're getting right into those final moments. Just one more minute before it all finishes.
Crazy.
Sleepy looking up towards the sky, but will he be on point when they're forced
Sleepy
to drop?
के ऊपर है.
It's all a matter of timing. Two crosshairs.
वो फ्रैग भी निकाल गया.
Can he withstand the duo drop? That's one with the shotty. All onto the last man as Schweppes tries to withstand the peak. Sleepy.
Important fight. Important 1v1. EA कुछ गलत नहीं कर रही है इस गेम में और उन्होंने कुछ गलत किया भी नहीं है. Because they got a freaking 39 pointer chicken dinner.
39 pointer. They've got half the points that some teams earned yesterday. At the end of it all, in one.
भाई ओरांगुटान पहले दिन में 6 गेम्स में 45-46 पॉइंट्स पे थी. They are on 39 itself. They smoked the lobby.
The mechanics, the movement and the setups. They read the game perfectly. And they hit their shots.
I mean, respect to Revo. I mean, he's smiling over this. And he should be. Everyone should be smiling. This is records broken. This is records made.
These guys actually
First game of all things.
smoked the lobby.
They've done it. Like, they're in. Right? They're in at this point. Yeah, they're not dropping out.
It's incredible. I didn't expect it.
I mean, it's just disbelief on players' faces.
तुम पागलपन कर सकते हो, मैडनेस कर सकते हो, ये क्या कर दिया भाई?
Shocked. That's all it is, Blank.
I mean, Aura's probably shocked, yeah. Goodness me. What
do you even think of? 39?
I've not seen anything like it.
And for E-Arena, just another day in the books. Showing up massively.
Yeah. We're going to replay here. I have never seen a play like this work out, by the way.
मेरा PC
Never.
पे
I can't
Instagram
believe
load
it.
नहीं हो रहा. Wow.
The fact that Schweppes is able to just crack the can open and make this work is wild. Let's hear him with the team. Bro, clear comms, clear comms.
They were just locked in. There was nothing that needed to
I was
be
like,
said.
where's the comms? Where's the comms? There's no comms. They are locked.
They knew what needed to be done. Trusted their
We
individuals
just
on that
cannot
one. No
think
need
of
to
this,
waste
bhai. We
brain
just
power
cannot think
talking.
of
Let's
this.
just
ये
get it
देखो
done, and that's
खाली.
what they
What
did.
the hell is this?
Man, I mean,
39.
the
14.
Rabbits, they bounce up the leaderboards and they'll stay there for a while.
हम
We'll be
7th
back
थे 7
shortly
points के साथ.
after this.
भाई लेकिन मैं नहीं पता नहीं.
As we head into a jam-packed weekend here in week 5 of EWC 26, it's time for another club championship update. And this one is a banger, so let's dive straight into it. First of all, at the STC Arena, they are out of groups, now into quarterfinals. We'll be following along with how that journey goes. But this is where the big storylines start to kick in, okay? Because we have 2 games headed into their grand finals today. Over at Tekken 8, we have our top 8 players solidified. One of them is from AGAL. This will matter in a little bit, and we're going to get back to it. Falcons is also going to be playing in that top 8. In honor of Kings, we are down to our top 2 teams, and they are the same 2 teams that battled it out last year. We're talking AGAL again and KSG. You can start to see why AGAL is a big player heading into today. Currently, they are only 250 points behind Falcons on the CC leaderboard. If they are able to solidify a win, they can get those 250 points that they need from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage alone, because they've already guaranteed 750 for that second place. The win ties them with Falcons. If they get another good placement over at the Allianz Vault, this could be the weekend that AGAL take the lead away from Falcons. As those updates come through, I'm going to be making sure we're reporting live to give you guys all of the most up-to-date information to see where they are on that leaderboard. And of course, to close everything out for us, we're heading into Group B today for PUBG Mobile. Whole new group of squads getting into our competition, and we're going to see how they managed to do today as well. So check back in just a little bit later.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting EWC records broken here at PMWC at EWC 26 as E-Arena puts up a cool 39 points, Max.
Absolute madness, record-breaking, Rondo, and just like the arena, we are on the rooftops right now. It was Hit One Stadium here. It's a little bit windy, but you know what a play, sending 2 players up there in particular. Joker getting so much done at the end with Schweppes. Lovely stuff indeed, and in particular, it's not just the rooftop in particular that was interesting here, Niptura. It's also the fact that down below they got so many eliminations. There was Tiamba, there was Wolves, there was Nongshim Red Force. You threw everything at that team, and yet they had a plan, Niptura.
And that's what you want to see for a team of this caliber. They have a plan for every situation, just running through the basement, getting rid of all those players that were hiding out, going up onto the top and going, okay, now we're at Control Stadium. What's going on around it? I mean, look at all this. An excellent showcase of how to actually use nades here, Max.
It's like they became the grenade. They are seeking missile themselves. Tony K was going crazy. You know what? People say, oh, we got Tony K from Wish. No, he is the main character right now. He's crazy.
Max, I mean, we get a stadium finish here in something that you kept calling out over and over when we were watching it, especially when they were on the roof. It's like somebody came up to E-Arena and asked, how many cover players would you like? And they said,
99%.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was counting, like, okay, one cover flare makes sense, and I saw 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we had a 7th cover flare at the end, which literally, the roof we know, I mean, we've been up there sniping many times, and ultimately, that position is terrible if you don't have any cover, because it's a little bit of a slope downhill. If any team has a position where they can see the rooftop, it becomes truly unplayable. But see, all the cover flares here was great, but at the end, the leap of faith, literally, Niptura, 2 players jumping on down, and he almost was taken away by Sleepy, but eventually the shotgun worked out in their favor.
It did. I was very... it's one of those things where you're kind of on tender hooks. You know, that final push down, it's like, I don't know how this is going to go. You've done so well. Is it all going to fall? No.
बताइएगा फुल फॉर्म ये तेरे पास आया था ना एटलीस्ट फुल फॉर्म तो पता होगा
Give us the
टीम का नाम तो पूरा पता होगा
now. We need the sim light so we can get back to the whole studio as well. But for some of the other squads, I mean, if we start off, we saw Tiamba being able to start off hot as well. And they were able to get a good amount of eliminations because of that hot drop that they were doing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about what we're seeing from Tiamba so far. I mean, they were looking very, very clean, very put together. Some great synergy coming in as well there in the hot drop. Yeah, I mean, they were pushing together. I think, who was it? It was Wolves, I think, that player of Wolves up on the stairs in Yulin, and he, the 3v1 push, they push together, they're pushing around, they're trying to get angles around all of these different teams. Vitality was another one I was impressed with on the outside towards the end of that game. They were doing some really good stuff as well, just maneuvering around
बहुत बढ़िया सेटअप लगाया है
पता है
बहुत बढ़िया सेटअप लगाया है
so yeah, a couple of other teams apart
एक
from
बालकनी में ये लोग
big dogs
शो
here
कर रहे
that I'm
हैं
looking forward to.
Yeah, one of them, I mean, you just mentioned it. Vitality, the way that they were able to play that towards the end as well. Max, not only the
अरीना के सिर्फ अंदर काम नहीं कर रहे हैं मेरा वीजा अप्रूव नहीं हुआ वरना जाता मैं पासपोर्ट है तेरे पे साले कल तो पासपोर्ट के लिए चीजें पूछ रहा था क्या लगती है मेरा वीजा अप्रूव नहीं हुआ
this game, but the way he got those eliminations was just truly stellar. I mean, I'm just going to try and replicate how he was doing it. He was going like, okay, oh no, you can't see me anymore. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe later on if you're lucky. But E-Arena here, 29 eliminations, 39-point game, record-breaking rondo from these guys. And we checked it earlier, right, Niptura?
Yes.
How many points were secured by the
fifth
place cutoff team in Group A?
Yangon 0 पे Yangon 3 पे ठीक है.
They're basically halfway there in one game of rondo.
I mean, that's how you want to do it, really. When you only have 2 days. I mean, we saw it from Fourth Thrives in PMGO Season 1, right? You do this, you have this kind of day, you have this kind of game, and you are kind of set for the rest of the day. They have to just be consistent. Not a lot of points, not a massive win. They're good to go now. They can relax and they can chill now.
Let's see.
I mean, really having a good time in this game. You know what? Looking at all of these teams, it felt like there was not 16 teams, there was just one team. It was the E-Arena show from start to finish.
When you get to Stadium early, when you're able to defend, the way that they were able to actually defend against Wolves as well. Wolves didn't even want to push up. Wolves just kept using up a lot of nades, but E-Arena, cool, calm, collected, doing their thing. One team that we actually got a chance to see do their thing, even though I wanted to see a win out of them, it was none other than Alpha 7. Alpha 7 ended up with 7 eliminations, and we're talking about expectations for this squad. This is not a bad match for them.
Yeah, it was good in terms of overall eliminations. A lot of those came from the hot drop, which is what you would usually expect, right, in Rondo. The hot drop gets a bit messy. Obscure actually putting up some good numbers this match. I feel like the rotation into the zone itself was a little bit uneducated, not a lot of scouting done, and because of that, they clash into, I believe it was ETSH at that point, and then a big fumble happens really at that moment, and it does not work out in their favor. So Alpha 7, the fragging is there, but the rotation could have been maybe a little bit better in that mid stage.
We just want to see that fragging for Alpha 7. They'll be able to tie down other stuff with them. Anything that surprised you out of this first game besides E-Arena?
Oh, you know what? I look in here, I'm liking what we saw from a couple of teams. I maybe just highlight Federalis, honestly, from Vitality. I think he did a great job. It was subtle, but he really worked for his team. So for me, yes, Federalis, want to see him in the next game.
I'm going to go for Horror. Really so happy to see them do well. But of course, it was the E-Arena show, as we know, in Stadium. But E-Arena were just dominating everyone. But Horror, good to see, just like in PMGO Season 1, right? Dominating their respective group. We're #1 in PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. So far, also a decent start in this tournament. It's just not an E-Arena start, which no one's close.
One team that we haven't really gotten a chance to give props to, especially after that match, is Godlike. Godlike was able to put up a good amount of eliminations in that game. I think they ended up with 7. We saw them take the fight with TT Project as well. We got a chance to talk with S-Power. They're very confident. They're looking to make sure they end up going to the finals like OG was able to do
Money
yesterday. And before we
follows,
actually
my
send it over to
brother.
Bonnie,
Money
Max, show
follows.
us again what were those peaks
दाम यहाँ दाम भाई मेरे को नाम दीजिए मेरे को दाम दीजिए
There you go,
और
Bonnie
बताओ
Lace, take it over while we'll try to see if we can find a zip line to get out from here.
Bonnie and Lace are on the side of the stage with Alpha 7 Esports. Let's go. Okay, I'm joined by Camilla. I'm joined by Patala, of course, from Alpha 7. First, Camilla, I'd like to ask you, how many of you have come out here to support the team here at Pmwc?
We're 30 here, but there are many more coming. We came all the way from Brazil just for this championship, but there are many of us still coming.
Wow, we've got more to come, Lace. Oh my goodness.
And Patala, obviously E-Arena just had a 39-point game. Do you think Alpha 7 can catch them?
Of course, we're gonna destroy them all.
We're gonna destroy them all, Alpha 7!
अरे भाई कॉन्फिडेंस देखो वो 40 पॉइंट लेके बैठे इनका कॉन्फिडेंस देखो भाई the confidence they are having.
This year hasn't been the strongest year for Alpha 7 so far, but obviously that can all change. If you could give a message to the boys competing here on the main stage right now, what would you like to say to them?
I'd like to tell the boys that we really believe them, and we are sure we are taking this trophy to Brazil.
I like that. They're taking it to Brazil.
Confidence
Alpha 7, do you think you can do it?
Guys, confidence
I think they can do it.
You cannot.
Hands down, probably one of the best supporting staff and fans is Alpha 7. They are fantastic, always here, providing support to the boys on the stage. And again,
we're going into a rangle, baby!
And you know that's because whenever they go backstage, they're always surrounded by love. So I think for Alpha 7, it is important, it's good. Again, it's just one game. It's just one game so far. And realistically, that was just the E-Arena show.
Yeah, that's the crazy
By
bit
the way,
about it though, right? Is it makes it feel so different in your mind because we do have to reset and accept that was only one game.
Yeah.
It might have been, 3 games worth of points. But that's all it was. That was just Rondo play.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit more of a known territory. Maybe this is where things do return slightly to normality, but hey, we'll see if that energy carries on for E-Arena.
We will. We'll have to see. I mean, for E-Arena, I wouldn't really care if they even went down to 16th here, personally. I think it'll be fine.
You can rest for the day, boys.
You've done 3 games in one. Heading down towards the south side. This is a hilarious score line that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. 29 elims. Next best is 8 because they stole.
मैंने पहला मैप देखा था पहले मैप में they were winning actually. इसके बाद क्या हुआ?
They got far into that game, sadly weren't able to deal with the 2 angels spreading their wings and flying down to him, sending him straight back to hell, which was crazy. But nasty playing path to start things off here for our first Erangel of the day. Everyone
हम पोचिंकी जाते हैं हम पोचिंकी जाएंगे क्या
but yeah, it's not Tony K, it's not Tony K from Wish, it is just Tony K now. This guy has been putting in work, he's doing a lot of good stuff. Schweppes also, glad to see
तुम क्या उम्मीद करोगे टॉप प्लेयर्स एक गेम के बाद तो यही होने 29
He's
मारे
always
भाई
been a fantastic player. I'm glad he's finding success here now on the arena too.
हम उतर कहाँ रहे हैं
There was a lot of success in game 1.
I want to watch that.
Yeah, you think so, mate.
होरा की फाइट किधर हो रही है
Nongshim
के साथ okay
you know what, a lot of fanfare there.
Brother, what is this? What is this?
Brother,
let's just
zone
2 games. We're good to go. Let's do it. They get themselves a really nice start here. As do Alpha 7.
E-Arena के पास वापस zone आ गया है.
Over towards the north side of Everest.
Map 2 चल रहा है 10-9 G lead में okay.
Ruin something like that. But wait and see. A lot of water in this one. We are cutting out a lot of space early on. Remember, there's this huge amount of fields down towards that south side. So rotate.
E-Arena को फिर से center मिल गया है. It's not even a question कि ये लोग top 5 नहीं मारेंगे यार इस game में भी.
It might change things a little bit with how they play this one, like you say, cutting out a fair amount of that landmass with the first shift on the circle. For some of the teams further back as well, down to, of course, the Sosnovska military base. We'll have a longer rotate on that one, so you won't be seeing them too much, I'd imagine. But if you want to see something that's absolutely beautiful, get yourself involved with that Naruto event, as you can run in stylish, much like Aura here, taking the fight straight to Godlike. And that's
हमारे कहाँ फंस जाते हैं भाई बंदे duels लेने में
1 free Elin Godlike down to a trio.
That's a tough
क्यों
thing.
भाई हमारे बंदे कैसे फंस जाते
You're
हैं
not
ऐसे
always going to
सोलो
get
सोलो फाइट्स
your
के
ideal
अंदर
drop spot. For Godlike, they certainly have to go for a split here, but Aura, they're an aggressive team. They're going to see you dropping from the shoots, know that you're a single over towards that position and punish you for it. I don't feel too bad about what happened to Godlike there in terms of the fact that it's difficult, right? If you're Godlike, that kind of playing path doesn't give you a huge amount of options, and Aura just tries to take advantage
हमारी
of it.
जिंदगी प्लेन पाथ में ही खत्म हो
Playing
गई
a little bit fast and loose there, honestly. See if Godlike can bounce back with just the 3, certainly possible.
It's early doors, so no need to hit panic
हमारी
stations
जिंदगी
just yet.
प्लेन पाथ
Obviously,
में
does
खत्म
make
हो
your life
गई
a
अब
little
जा ही
bit
नहीं
harder
पाएंगे
on this one to be
Middle
able
of
to come
nowhere
out
रुक
swinging
गए
into the first more consistent battleground we're going to see today for these squads. But
पूरा हमारे पीछे पड़ गई
a trio can still get work done. Move up from Hora off the back
ऐसा
of
भी
it
नहीं था
as
कि
well,
S1 2
clearing
के
some distance
22
swiftly as they wrap over towards the zone. A7 and E Arena have taken some nice distance towards each other as well, splitting off to either side of the coastline so they can loot happily. No reason to stick into each other there.
3 minute में अपना लौंडा
Again, these guys started really well on the last match on Rondo. They looked good.
Yeah.
Happy to see them play the way they did. They are rotating to Mills of Power though, which is somewhat concerning. I don't know if they got the memo that the circle's on the northwest side. But loot is a necessity. And again, with that kind of playing path, you are sort of strapped for options. They'll pick this one up. Head on out later on. There's a lot of teams just not moving either. They know that moving into the circle is going to be tough as it is. I'm half expecting Aura, after situating themselves in Yasnaya, likely will make a northern rotate past shooting range, try and play off the back of that, potentially over towards box compound, take a stop off there.
Bit of an earlier split off as well from S2G. Handled themselves pretty nicely in that opening game on Rondo, to be fair, Blank, with some of the situations they were thrown into. They had good mechanics at least with some of the fallbacks.
गेम चालू हुआ नहीं 5 मिनट होते नहीं एक बंदा हमारा ही गायब हुआ हुआ है लॉबी से और कुछ नहीं है.
Their initial engagement was clean, then they had a game plan, set themselves up center, and then we kept pulling over towards stadium, and it was only a matter of time before they got swarmed by tons of teams. But I think the game plan overall and the gun skill that they displayed last game is really promising for S2G.
Yeah.
So for our Turkish fans, you can be pretty happy about that. It is early doors though. We've got plenty more to watch as the day goes on. Dopeness on the south side. Just coming out from Swamp now, and TT Project similarly trying to rotate up on that west coast. E-Arena, though, they have laid the flag down. They're rallying around it at the moment. Just towards Hospital was South George Apartments.
Closer and closer as our teams race to get themselves back into a better position inside of the zone and set up on this one. Nonshin Red Force starting to make their entry with a trio from Godlike on a bit of a split of either side. S2G going right down through the middle. This is the bridge crossing from Vitality.
Perfect
as well.
Vitality
No
के लिए
one there
bridge
to attempt to
crossing.
deflect it, so it's a free pathway out from Sivnovka to get back to the mainland. They'll be happy with that.
They're spawning it anyway, but again, I feel like this is nerves more than anything, because
फिर ये ने मारना चालू कर दिया.
You genuinely don't really need to worry about making this bridge crossing. I think it would be almost a bad play from someone to try and camp this, but it's always a possibility, right? So they're going to take it slow in the meantime. Axel's already made it halfway up the bridge, and probably is going to try and get a little bit further up here. Federales holding behind, but they have nothing to worry about. They really
are chasing teams now. They are not even waiting.
From Team Vitality. But you need speed on this type of circle. You need to get into position. There's not a lot of spaces to take up here.
पकड़ा पकड़ी खेल रहे हैं अभी ये वाले.
Analysis by analysis of wasting too much time on that one. In the midst of all this, we did see that opening knock that came out from Schweppes.
The way they are having frags, 40 पे पहुंच गए. दूसरा गेम है 20 की एवरेज निकाल रहे हैं. Do you even think of 20 average in a PUBG Mobile game?
Get out though, Blank. Double back round Hospital side and got themselves into safety at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, for E-Arena, they did pull off South George Apartments here. They tried to regroup this, which is making a lot of sense to me because typically on this kind of circle, you are going to get a lot of movement over towards the western side of Everest. This area here, real big funnel for a lot of teams. E-Arena knows they're going to be going against a lot of squads. I think for them, they're coming off such a big high here, but they do need to dial things back. Understand that they can't take too many fights. Third parties are going to be galore around this area too. Your GS team over towards that eastern side now. Alpha 7 back to basics in North George.
Well, how that zone was off the back of the plane path we had coming into this one, at least you gifted a fair amount of safety where they've not had to really run too many risks early doors over the course of the past 8 minutes. Just been able to loot and sit pretty, getting a lay of the land established. Fairly late rotates for some of our squads as well. Obviously we saw Tiamba fragment off.
हम रोटेट करके कहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं वो देखो भाई, हम जोन के इतने बाहर क्या कर रहे हैं और क्यों कर रहे हैं?
Entering the safety of the zone that's about to move.
Ooh, okay. E-Arena. I mean, last game they played Stadium. They were there for quite a while, right? So we can say that there was some circle look in that sense, but there was nothing lucky with the way they put down every other squad inside the lobby.
ESTH versus Godlike होने वाला है.
Magnetized again.
Zone के बाहर.
But again, it depends how they want to finish this out. We have seen plenty of teams in Group A get good circles and not really be able to convert off the back of it. Now, I really do want to see another big game from the arena here. Would be fantastic to watch happen. But it will be difficult. It will certainly be difficult. And I'm not going to hold
भाई साहब क्या गेम चल रहा है लेकिन.
I mean, at least if you needed a warm-up to prove that they're going to be able to play some very aggressive PUBG Mobile today, that was the game for it. And again, like you say, the circle luck will only go so far.
मैंने आज स्ट्रीम चालू होते ही क्या बोला, एक टीम ऐसी होगी जो आज ही अपना क्वालिफिकेशन पक्का करके निकल जाएगी, कल दूसरों का गेम खराब करेंगे. Watch that shit, baby. ये भी लाइक हमसे तुम दूर कैमरा लेके जा ही नहीं सकते हो, हमें ही दिखाओ स्ट्रीम पे. तुम किसी और को दिखाओगे, हम तुमको मजबूर कर देंगे कि तुम हमको दिखाएं. हसलर क्रू के 2 बंदे नॉक फिनिश हो गए हैं, एक किसी ने किया, एक किसी ने किया.
I think there was not a huge amount of expectations here for Hustler Crew going into groups. So I do think that Hustler Crew going down again, the 2 players.
HP देखो हमारे लॉन्डो की जोन के बाहर जो हम टहल रहे हैं.
Over these 2 matches so far, sat down there with TT Project. So I think that Nongshim Red Force want to turn that around. This is a team that is very, very good. Have just come off some big success here, Jackie, this year. Would love to go straight towards the finals.
I would say still ये 50-60-70 points के बाद ये लोग पागलों की तरह खेलेंगे. Go to 60-70 points and then play like mad persons.
How jam-packed it is. We have one team playing on Everest in Aura. Everyone else, like I said, is in that horrible tunneled zone on the western side. A few compounds around that area. S2G currently playing that one that sits underneath Everest on the southwest side. That's a good spot to be working with. You can clear a lot of space from there too. The fact that we still have about, what would you say, 30% water in this one, with Everest being a big chunk of it. No one really wants to move into apartments just yet.
Alpha 7 is giving good damage actually. Kario मार रहा है.
It is mechanically.
Kario खेलता अच्छा है, पता है. I have met him once. कोई तो एक इवेंट पे मिला था मैं.
How much of a backup plan you've got in terms of adapting with these circles, like you're saying. It's not a regular game.
It's not normally.
No, it's not, but
Kario से मिला कोई.
Oh no.
In the world is that? Makes you want to be sick, honestly. That is gross.
50% से ज़्यादा सर्कल अभी भी पानी में है.
With the rest of the team.
चाहता क्या है ये जोन? What the circle wants from us?
At the moment, make sure you drop the riot shield because teams are going to be coming at you thick and fast in the near future. Alpha 7 sit all the way over towards the peninsula on that northwest side. Oh, this is disgusting, mate.
Yeah, this is absolutely unbelievable. All of our squads.
ये will be like कि बहुत बढ़िया सर्कल है हमारे लिए. Early times में वेस्टर्न गार्ड ले लिया हमने.
ground left to play with on the main.
Alpha 7 ने फ्रैग्स निकालने चालू कर दिए, EA मारना चालू कर चुकी है। ये तो क्लोज रेंज फाइट है, इतने ट्रेड्स आ रहे हैं, मतलब ये क्लोज रेंज फाइट है। EA का तीसरा फ्रैग, they are on 42 now.
Yeah, TT Project just gonna move.
Just count the number of frags in the favor of EA right now, bhai sahab.
Difficult push out for Yangon Galacticos, stuck on radio tower right now, held out by Nongshim Red Force, who are looking to be the arbiters of the fields.
TT की भी वाट लगी हुई है.
Versus all the crows coming up from that south side.
And once again, already it's E Arena that have been able to find themselves free elims with the picks they've secured. You got that wrap over the top of the bridge from George Paul as well that's coming in from ETSH as they're going to look to try and chase and get into a good stable position inside of the zone.
A7 versus 72 IGS.
That's one back over on at 72, one GS.
So one there.
Ada now moving forward, adrenaline shot in at stage 3. I mean, it's got to be done. The boys got 2 of them.
पानी में सरवाइव करो यार, तो यही एक ऑप्शन है. You go in the waters and survive. 5-6 पॉइंट्स के लिए खेलो. एवरेज 6 पॉइंट्स से 72-75 पॉइंट्स आर ग्रेट. मतलब एक आधा गेम तो तुम्हें 12 में से मिलेगा जहाँ पे तुम 20-25 मार ही लोगे. एक 20-25 पॉइंट्स का गेम मार ही लोगे.
Dropping some shots down towards them. AUG in hand. Aura though. Still doing
Yangon Galacticos.
Towards this eastern side.
The things are pretty nasty. The things are pretty nasty. क्या था ये? Axel?
Pick onto Aphis. Neons was already down in the back line. Good defense there to make it very uncomfortable for TT that left as a duo.
कहाँ आईडीए के बंदे दूर नॉक हो रहे हैं. नॉक कर रहे हैं एक्चुअली. बच गए. आईडीए के बंदे खुद नॉक हो गए. बढ़िया है. मड्रिडा ने एडमिनो को फिर भी फिनिश कर दिया. क्या मजाक कर रहा है ये सर्कल?
What is this? What are we doing? We gotta stop.
It just keeps going. Less and less land mass left as the squads have to fight and step over each other to have any sort of stable ground within this one.
पानी में जाओ, सरवाइव करो भाई, खत्म है मैटर.
They've had some uncomfortable fights to force into a stable location on the zone.
Anyhow, 2 बंदे सरवाइव करना जरूरी है भाई, तुम पानी में कर लो. 6-7 पॉइंट्स तो आएंगे, 6 पॉइंट तो आएंगे यार, पानी में सरवाइव करोगे तो. जाओ, 20 सेकंड है. लग गए.
And these players have to tread water going forward. This is getting messy. It's getting nasty. Alpha 7 set themselves up beautifully on this game. Necessary making the necessary maneuver, hanging out all the way towards the beachhead.
Nice nade lineup. Tiamba trying to stay alive.
भाई क्या ने क्या था ये?
Hoping he can clutch on to his life at this point. ETSH, after completing their long rotate, do run into
IDA भी सोच रही है, हम भी सोच रहे हैं. What is that zone actually doing to us, भाई? इतना बुरा हमारे साथ जोन क्यों कर रहा है? YG की भी वाट लगी पड़ी है. वाइटैलिटी ने नेक्स्ट की भी यहाँ पे खटिया खड़ी कर रखी है. छोड़ किसी को नहीं रहेंगे. सर्कल हैज बीन सरदर्द फॉर एवरीबॉडी. इतना बड़ा सरदर्द क्यों है, किस लिए है पता नहीं. वाइटैलिटी के प्लेयर्स को भी यहाँ पे फिनिश कर रहे हैं. 15 टीम्स है ऐसे सर्कल में. 4 मैन अलाइव खाली 2-3 टीम्स बचती है जो शुरुआत से सर्कल में, बाकी सब 1-2 मैन ही बचेगी.
Kamikaze with the move. Does he expect the backstab running around?
बॉल को एक गेम चाहिए रे मोमेंटम पे खींचने के लिए. एक इजी सर्कल भाई, एक इजी सर्कल.
Rita trying to keep Razy in the back line pinned on the coast. S2G still fighting.
हम अभी तक सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं.
To smile. Yangon lived for a little bit longer, but it finally comes to an end.
टॉप 5 आ जाओ एक बार. 5-6 पॉइंट्स भी निकल गए, बहुत है. ऐसे गेम से उम्मीद भी नहीं कर सकते कि ज्यादा पॉइंट निकलेंगे.
With a good setup on this northeast side. We've got to go further though. S2G's in the way. Again, S2G, blinder rotate from them. Look fantastic. Don't know how
Vitality
they managed to snake their way over towards that spot, but it has absolutely paid dividends now.
10 team top 10 आ गए हैं.
Eagle is still alive, by the way. No clue how. He is just healing it out.
Sleepy on चला रहा है.
AWM.
अभी भी international lobbies में चलती है sniper.
It's Joker that we've got here running from tree to tree, looking for a backstab onto the Dopeness crew. As they're set up. Smokes down, trying to give themselves some soft cover to play off the back of.
The
engine of the vehicle there. Eternity K giving the game away. Lufa with a push. Ooh, it gets a bit awkward on the run up though. I mean, Joker's low. Can at least close the gap. Maybe a single knock to give them an edge to work with. Panic stations coming in. Eternity K falls. Eagle with the steal. Hello.
That's from distance. I mean, they had to quickly turn around there. He was causing big problems for them. Speaker will find out with Barrel. E-Arena though, they have to regroup on this. They were trying to play guard and architect, pull out all the weeds on the south side, but not meant to be here. But now they have an angle.
पानी में जाना was a great option actually.
Where they've been feeling that ache.
Vitality इस game में 10 मार दी.
You've got the gamble played from Rita that he set up quite some time ago, going for the wide berth over towards the zone.
What's this?
हाँ ये का Joker भी knock.
This is just disgusting. I mean, no one's having a good time right now. We are going out into open zone. The Wolves pretty much giving themselves a lovely little lifeline here as they get towards the top 8. And Necessary might just make it through. Grab himself a loot crate off the back of it as well. See how far this lone wolf can go.
Similar situation, man. This is what Ida wanted to go for, with Rita just swimming. Going for his wrap on his own. Razy looked to try and close the distance, going for a similar sort of play. Had a bit of a vehicle there down towards the coast to at least get some distance.
Meanwhile,
they've been sitting and waiting for a fight to come to them just on the ridge of the zone. Vitality have been farming up the elims as well. A bit of a sleeper team with how they've just third-partied onto a lot of these fights. But E-Arena, finally, their eyes light up and they want to go for the wrap straight in.
This is what E-Arena had to do. It's a miracle, by the way, that they get 3 players over towards this location, because Vitality, they were waiting for that moment, waiting for them to leave the building. Luckily, they rotate over towards the roadside, get a tiny bit of sightline cover. And now they set Alpha 7 up in front of them. This is a great position to guard off against. S2G also similarly tries to make a good rotate, but it's Alpha 7 still taking those shots. E-Arena similarly also sending bullets their way. Aura makes a move amidst all the chaos on the northern coast.
S2G down and out as they take shots from all sides, leaving them in a brutal position. Brittle though is Alpha 7 with a peak up.
It's kind of a bad game, everybody, for not one team.
It's over to E-Arena. They wanted to catch them on the egress. Instead, they'll push. Nades over the top flank, good chip damage, Mormon low, but they failed, going over towards the coast. Necessary sat there with a Mini 14.
It's a wild push up from E-Arena. They're just looking for anything. Necessary will find Schweppes, so that's big, and E-Arena now left as one. Joker on the barest amount of life finally goes down. E-Arena is out. They tried to scatter Vitality, forcing them out the way.
Vitality
pretty damn good, honestly, from where they were playing.
Alpha 7 and Vitality. 2 organizations that will look to take blow for blow right here and prove how much they can do. Paranoia about Necessary deep back on the tip of the map that's still in play. Rita still going for his lengthy rotate to give himself a chance to steal away points from the other remaining squads, and Hora keeping it calm on the coast.
Rita's got the scuba gear on right now, looking to make landfall eventually. Razy, Venade up front. Surprised Carrillo was able to sidestep that one. It is scary though, having Razy and Razak together here. M79 pulled out to try and create a little bit of cover in front of them, but don't know if he's got any more shells left in that bad boy. Revo moves up though, nade in hand, pulls out his a little bit later than Vitality. We've got to keep on that fight though. Axel opens up towards Revo. We want to see what's going on. Carrillo's down, Obscure might be next, leaving them just one player now. Guizhou on top side, gets absolutely obliterated, and Vitality full of life in this endgame.
They line them up and knock them down. Vivi Vitality as they're coming alive in France. 15 elims on the game so far. And for Alpha 7, it all falls onto the solo. What can you do? That's a big name to open it. Goodbye, Razy. As Alpha 7 are looking to clap straight back and give
Vitality 15 frags.
See them. Backstab shots from No Fear.
Guizhou's got limited time though. The Blues start to move in, rolling towards him. It's an
eliminated. Rita khatam ho gaya.
Terrifying. Razy likely not to get back up, but necessary, still alive here. Like we said, the lone wolf living his dream as he gets up towards the top 4. Horror might have been pipped the post last game, but they're going for the chicken.
Oh, another nade.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, it's brutal, but
Vitality के 2 गए 16 frags.
It's not enough in the full fight, but this has left a broken and bruised Vitality with only a solo forced to get their players up. Horror cleared out Wolves.
Potential a full regroup here though for
4v3 हो जाएगा.
Where do they go? They can play this ridge
ठीक ठाक 4v3 है भाई.
Swings up slightly, but what do you do after that? The game might just slow down, and Aura 400, 556. They are ready for a spray down, but Vitality, I don't know how good the util's looking, how good the supplies are looking on side. And versus a full 4-man, all spread out along the coast, this is an impossible push for them to make. Horror might have got second last time, but they are looking for the first.
Horror ने एक बोलते हैं ना कंसिस्टेंट गेम प्ले दिखाया है दोनों ही गेम्स में.
Waiting for the opportunity to leave them broke on the peak over the top of the ridge. If Vitality come into this,
surviving for top 2 in both the games is crazy. सबसे पहले पिछले गेम में भी ये लोग टॉप 2 आए थे, इस गेम में भी ये लोग टॉप 2 आए. फ्रैग्स भी निकले हैं इस बार तो. मिनिमम 11 पॉइंट्स तो ये लोग इस गेम से निकाल के जाने ही वाले हैं. यू कांट इवन थिंक ऑफ कि 11 से कम तो होने ही नहीं है, वो तो छप चुके हैं भाई, ये तो कंफर्म हो चुके हैं.
Wraps round, Sky also similarly layering on the backside here. Can't quite find the shots here. Sleepy.
कनेक्ट करवा लेगा स्लीपी तो मजे हो जाएंगे.
Circle moves away now. How do they approach this? It feels like an impossible game here for Vitality.
Such an open field.
कोई impossible नहीं है.
The only play that they can make is to take the fight straight to their face as they drive back behind the steering wheel and go in swift. Sleepy with a warning shot.
Bhai, this glitch is worse. This glitch is actually worse. गाड़ी चढ़ाई है उसने.
Sleepy up front pulls out the AUG, the AWM doing nothing for him. Axel, last left alive here, an incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though, a 1 versus 2. Molotov goes long, he runs straight into it though, keeps backing off into the nades. It might be lights out for Axel soon. Oh, that's
गाड़ी चढ़ाई उसने, कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई. He just did it.
On the beach, they lay claim to the second chicken dinner and light up Paris once again.
Horror though, it was instantaneous response, the speed at which they came through. Oh my days. Gaines pulled out in the second game. Good for him.
Beautiful action there. Horror locked in, understanding their rotation, the best opportunity to try and force Wolves out of that solo position that was giving them so much control. To third party into the back, controlled everything blank, and left Vitality effectively in an open island. No cover, no chance. Axel gave it his best, but an upward battle.
I mean, Axel, he was spinning like crazy that game. Smoke on the tires because 9 elims almost made it more than that. What a wild performance from him, not only on that game, but last game too, when they were trying to make their way up towards the stadium. It is funny that we had the Aura Vitality in that top 3 on Rondo, now in the top 3 again here over on Erangel. We seem to have a couple of favorites here, Jackie.
Yeah, already establishing some of our lobby leaders potentially. And not even one of those statements where we'd say at the end of day one, at the end of game one, now going into game two, like you say, mate, it's just becoming very crystal with a lot of the squads that are looking incredible out here. This is the final moment replay as well. You can see back how rough it was for Axel.
It's so unfortunate, well, because the Molotov went far. I think he could have stayed playing against that vehicle. He makes the right call because that Molotov's placed correctly. He can't play up front, but it's a very, very hard decision to make.
Okay.
It did feel like Vitality.
Gordon is not performing up to the mark, लेकिन इस गेम तक मैं क्या ही बोलूँगा भाई पिछले गेम में decent खेले इस गेम में सर कर दिया ऐसा
They had no pathway. Oh right, they went for the call and nearly did it. Ridiculous. Let's get down on this stage and find out from themselves.
सर्कल ही कुछ इस प्रकार था. देख लेते हैं अब सेटअप क्या है. हम #2 हो चुके हैं. अब नोंगशिम का एक गेम बचा हुआ है अगेंस्ट आखी. चलो नोंगशिम का एक गेम बचा है अगेंस्ट आखी. दैट्स फाइन. अगर ऐसा हो जाता है हम डायरेक्टली प्लेऑफ्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे. और #1 फिनिश किया होता तो सेमीफाइनल्स मिलता, नहीं तो अपर राउंड 1 मिलेगा. पर ठीक है. टॉप 4 में आने का मतलब 4 पॉइंट और मिलेंगे ना. बढ़िया. ठीक है. गेट बैक टू
หลังจากที่ทุกคนได้เห็นได้ดูเกมแรกแล้วนะเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนตอนนี้กำลังจับตาน้องทีมของเราอยู่นะฮะอยากถามว่าเรามีอะไรฝากถึงพวกเขาบ้างครับก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้ยายน่าเลยครับหนึ่งเดียวจากไทยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ Alright, to everyone, please supporting us. We are the arena, the only one and the only hope of Thailand.
All right, well, thank you very much. Making PMWC history here. Arena looking awesome.
Looking awesome. Crazy fights put up भाई. Crazy fights put up किए इन players ने.
Arena hitting us with the only hope for Thailand. Well, that hope is looking pretty damn good. And you know who else is looking good? Hora! As they were... you too, Max. You too, honestly.
No, I mean, Hora, what an absolute banging day for Nepal, right? You start off with a second place in one of the weirdest opening games ever in an international tournament. And then, how about we do get that win here on a beach finish that we rarely see at any tournament whatsoever. And oh my goodness, I mean, for you in particular, Nipchira, you're a big fan of snipers. Sleepy, the bolt action. Oh my God, Nepal is here to play.
Oh, it's so nice to see it. So nice to see it at a global tournament. Finally, it's been years, it feels like. He's still one of the only players that uses a bolty. We need to have that more often, and maybe after this game, other players will go, maybe it's not such a bad idea to have an absolute god at sniping on your team, because oh my. That is exactly what you want to see. You're getting those long-range shots coming on through. Really, really good stuff. But Hora, in general, really able to circumnavigate a whole lot of traffic coming on through there, Max. You know, over on that beach side, one of the only plays they could have made, and it worked really, really well.
But Max, remind me which bolt he was using?
The Orm!
The Arm. All right. Lace, thank you for joining us. Glad to have you here. I want you to give me the best Arm sound possible. Keep in mind, sniper is going to sound amazing.
The best sound.
Every shot is like pure ASMR.
Yeah.
Boom. Baby.
All right, Max, you next.
Okay, on me.
On him. Put it on him.
On me.
Get the camera on this, man.
Boom!
Boom.
Mine was better.
Nep, you're next.
But
You're next.
boom
All
shakalaka.
right, get ready. Arm sound. AWM. Come on. Choom. What? Did you sneeze?
That was a sneeze.
What? Okay, for everybody that has been making videos of PMWC at EWC 26, there you go. There's a challenge. Go back to that last game, have Sleepy, and replace those sounds and see which one was the best. Make sure you guys share it on social media using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC 26. But talking about teams that were able to perform so good, we have to talk about Vitality, Lace.
Man, the whole entire game from them was absolutely incredible. They basically had bridge. They were able to hold that position so early. They were the Zone 3 gatekeepers of that entire match. They had direct lines of sight on everybody that was rotating in such a difficult choke point where they had to rotate. They actually left Reezy behind to scout E-Arena's movements. They basically waited. They flanked on in there, right behind them while they were in contention. And I mean, they reserved so much utility to be able to take on E-Arena and get them out of their way. And then obviously they set their sights on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 had nowhere else to go but to exit building, so they'll be able to do that. And especially this play, I mean, such a large distance to be able to go. They luckily had the vehicles, and I mean, fell a little bit short here, just having, you know, Axel could have sit back a little bit too far, but what an incredible game from them. Not the first place that they're probably hoping for, but goddamn, that's some eliminations they put on the board.
Oh, goddamn, indeed. No, but looking at Vitality, I feel like the moment that allowed them to get into a second place in the first place is actually when they decide to push up onto E-Arena, leapfrog Alpha 7 in one fell swoop, and the fight was so quick, Alpha 7 just didn't have the time to retaliate. And because of that, Vitality, what an absolute banging performance. 23 points here on the second game of today. Whew, La France is looking pretty good.
They are looking really good. I mean, Vitality, 23 points. Now, this is what I was talking about Group B. We were expecting teams to be a lot more aggressive. We're expecting teams to start sponging up those points towards the top. And so far, after 2 matches, that's exactly what's currently happening. With Alpha 7, we see them now being able to have back-to-back good performances. This is what we want to see out of PMGC champion.
It is absolutely. It's really nice to see them make a little bit of a comeback bit by bit here. I'm going to be expecting them to continue that, much like Orangutan in Group A, right? In day 1, they're just going to be continuing to grow and grow and grow that momentum, hopefully for day 2. So we will see how that goes. But for now, you know, 9 points on game 2 is a really, really decent start for them. So yeah, I am happy with them so far.
Yeah, and I mean, they have such a powerful roster as well, and Revo was definitely kicking it for them. This type of squad can focus on eliminations. We saw that coming out of match 1. They actually, like, held out Wolves in several scenarios. Then, in this second match, they focused on placement and prioritized that. They were actually on that northern side, uncontested for a long time, obviously sitting and building and waiting for the likes of Vitality to come along. But it shows the strength in different sides that this squad can play, and especially when you come into Smash Rule, you know, you want to be able to prioritize eliminations, but get these placements as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect timing. Like we were talking about them too. A7, the greatest PUBG Mobile team in history. I think the Alpha 7 fans will end up agreeing with that one, because so far, I mean, they have been one of the most consistent teams when we talk about PUBG Mobile esports history. Nongshim Red Force, though, they've not been having one of the best starts so far.
I'm very surprised by Nongshim. I thought
surprised in what kind of way? Tell us more, please.
Okay, I will. All right. Where are they? They are silent. They're not doing anything. I thought,
he's on Furia silence. What are you talking about? Sorry, that was terrible. I'm sorry.
But PMMI, massive champions by Smash Rule, all of that sort of thing, coming into here looking very, very, very good. And then we have, what, 2 0-pointers, or a 2-point and a 0-pointer? I'm confused and surprised, and hopefully that will change as we go on into the next couple of games. But yeah, bit odd, I think.
I'm sad. I don't have any analysis. There's nothing really to break down except that the early rotations, they can't quite get in there. I didn't see the start of this game because we were running from the rooftop over to here, so I'll have to go back and check it out and break down what really happened to Nongshim Red Force. But it was good, but unfortunately it's a very exclusive club, you know, on the rooftop. Only us and E-Arena can go on rooftops. That's all we can do.
Tomorrow, Lays, you'll join us at the beginning of the show.
Fine, I don't want the
I'll make sure it happens, all right? I'll make sure you get that wind flowing and just while you're talking. But no surprise seeing E-Arena currently in first place with 46 points with the amazing performance that this squad had in the first round, though. Not surprised. Team Vitality there with that second. Remember, if you for some reason missed the first 2 days of of PMWC at EWC 26. The top 5 teams at the end of tomorrow will be going directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will end up going home, and everybody in between will go to survival. And yeah, I mean, TT Project, Hustler Crew as well. One team that wasn't able to perform that well here in this Erangel was Godlike. Godlike started off hot, and we were kind of joking about it. The first game that they get a chance to experience at a global event is none other than a stadium finish. But here, we're gonna have to see a bit of a bounce back.
I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna be so fair to them. You said, yes, their first Rondo in a global is gonna be a stadium finish. Their first Erangel on a global finish is north of Zarki on a beach, or not Zarki, but the South George. Thank you, yeah. South George. On a beach? Excuse me? No, thank you. So you know what? I'm going to cut them a little bit of slack and go, when we have a normal zone, then I'll start talking about them.
Now we're going to get a weird circle again. Thank you. You did that.
I'm not cutting slack.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not going to be cutting any slack. I want this team to start performing and performing now. Because we saw what ended up happening yesterday. And with Godlike, the thing with Godlike is we know that they can definitely put up the numbers. We know they have the fragging power. And with the audience that they have behind them, and with what we saw OG coming out of them, I know they might be able to bounce back. And we'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back towards today. But while we're at it, before we start match 3, let's send it over to Kalaris and John Allen.
That's right. Well, you know what? Here on the stage, we could talk about Game 2. We could.
Well, Game 2, sure, lovely. But what about Game 1? Oh, that was some interesting stuff coming through from Irina.
Yeah.
They swept the floor with everybody.
Yeah, it was impressive, really impressive. So much minutiae in it as well, right? They even, not only did they not get challenged in Stadium to start things off, but sent to North to actually show up their bets against the circle if it had come down, and then moved back. So it was anything but passive. And the crazy thing about all the eliminations, none of them will recall elims. So it makes it even more insane that that Rondo could ever happen like that.
Yeah, 29 elim game is unheard of at this level. It is incredible stuff to be able to witness. And like you said, none of them are recall, so it wasn't like they were getting stuck in a Neox or in one of those other hot drop locations. They were absolutely keen to get straight into the action. As soon as those recall towers closed off, they were like, no, we're just going to play bread and butter.
And you can see the double drop here as well to kind of look at how they're able to seal the deal. Not only that, are able to defend the zipline locations to make sure nobody else was coming up on the roofs. So it was picture perfect. And you know the crazy thing? Before I had that interview with Joker, he said it was lucky. And I'm like, I don't think it was lucky at all. That's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you very much for this, John. It is time now to head on over to the commentator team. Once again, game number 3, well underway.
The perfect hit from John to get us back over to the commentary booth as we set the stage for another game here live from Paris.
Chalo.
A lot of excitement. And we got any Alpha 7 fans in the house!
It's game number 3, baby.
All right, what about a team that might need a bit more energy? Let's hear it for Godlike! Hey! There we go. That's what I wanted to hear, Paris. Give us some of that. Let's get loud as we get into our 3rd game of the day.
They need that energy. They need it now. But honestly, not doing too badly so far. E-Arena took to the stage on that first game of Vitality. Aura not far behind. Alpha 7 been taking a lot too, 16 points. S2G, big surprises right now. 15 points so far, looking fairly good. 13 eliminations, because this what this shows me is that the gun skill is there for this squad. They've only been getting 2 points off the back of placements right now, but S2G bringing some of that action. Lovely to see. Another awkward playing path down from Sosnovka, very east leaning here. See where these players
ऐसे plane path की ज़रूरत क्या है भाई?
Sosnovka, a little bit of a journey for themselves to get up towards that north side. It should be fine. Wait for the circle.
Axel 11 पे,
Axel leading in top
Joker 9
players,
पे.
and for a good reason. This guy has been popping off between games.
And with what we've already had today, Blank, it feels like there's been something different in the air for these circles, for these games. Are we getting another ridiculous affair again? Do you reckon this will be normality?
Well, Neptune already jinxed it, didn't she? So we'll see. Again, the circle might be kind to us coming through to game 3. These players sort of need a break at this point. It's been wild so far. Some teams been able to roll with the punches, others not so.
Good start, अच्छा circle दे दो.
South side, this is your fault, Neptune. You got to take ownership of this one. We'll see who comes through with it. Vitality, though, to get themselves a nice start on this one. Down towards the south side. No eking their way up past the coast on the western side. They get to start in a good position. This could head back over towards the northwest side. But Godlike taking 2 knocks here. S-Power has to hold it down.
Let's see if they can withstand the full frontal assault that's coming their way as S-Power opens it back up onto Loco. Oh, close quarters engagement with the shotgun. Good pre-fire on the angle. Vini gets it done. It's not the start they wanted.
Hustler crew has been dropping on teams all day today. Do not care what bit. They lose Loco in the process, but feels like they've got their job done there. I think Godlike might need to start figuring out how they want to drop this one out, because they are going for this trash drop, right? They're going for split loot around apartments. I think personally, maybe they need to start dropping together, because where they're dropping isn't bad. It's bad because it's bad now because people keep dropping on top of them all the time. It's so tough to work with. So Godlike might need to make a change in that category. Also, I mean, Hustler crew has just been all over the place. It's hard to predict for Godlike.
Keeping them guessing. And that change of drop, that change of pace has certainly been hurting some of our teams. Brutal to position to be left in immediately, Blank. Less than 4 minutes into the game, you're down to a solo. Hustler crew getting away. Yeah, sure, you take some damage. But a trio could still look to weave their way through. Squeeze a few more points out of this one, the longer it develops.
With the skin there as well, you can join Naruto Uzumaki himself with the new Ninetales Fury Orc skin. Looks fantastic. 2 versions of it too. Love to see it. Get angry. Feel that rage from the Ninetales in game, because it looks awesome as well. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic skin. We'll see what Mania can get done here. For Godlike, it's just been an unfortunate start for them. I mean, starting off with Horror dropping on them into Hustler crew, I do feel bad for them. I really do. We'll see if they can pick things back up going in towards our 4th Erangel of the day and into our Miramars. We've seen that anything can happen. They can still work their way back up those rankings. Down towards that south side, that S2G do move on through. A quick replay. I mean, S-Power did hold it down. He's only got Micro Uzi to work with. It's hard. It's hard in those situations. A vest as well, level 1 helmet. The fact that he held on as long as he did was pretty insane, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
Ooh, Axel again. Still putting on those numbers. Goodness me, he is fearsome. Again, coming into this for Vitality, there was a lot of talk around Razy and Razak, and I've seen these guys perform before. They look great, but the fact that Axel is just like, guys, we got to get through here. We got to get into the top 5. We're making it through to finals. We're going to do Indonesia proud.
And they're certainly living up to the hype right now with some of the plays that are being made. We've seen these awkward encounters happening down towards Novka as well, with the shots over. Everyone taking a few casualties here, and there, Wolves only getting away with a duo off the back of things, and S2G falling very early here.
For S2G, they stepped a little bit too close to Vitality's home ground down towards his south side. They want to clear out more space. You got Razak as well as Federales holding over towards the bridge, whilst Razy as well as Axel currently holding down C block. They have a lot of area to work with. They are feeling unbelievably confident. Hustler crew still causing problems for people around the map.
Oh, swing out. Close quarters connections onto the Hustler crew. That's your single knock to play with. Looking for more as they do take the fight back over to Vinny. Nade in the hand for the close quarters. Shut down. It's good damage, but can't find a follow through with a shotgun. Not able to withstand it as they are down and out. Revenge there for their hot drop.
GS getting away with that one in school. Now they do certainly teach Hustler crew a lesson. But we'll need to get on the bus right now to get down towards the south side of the map. Curious to see where this next circle goes, because this could be another nasty one where we end up on the bridge. Wouldn't surprise me after the circles we've seen today. Alpha 7 still keeping it pretty chilled out over towards Milta. Moved away from North George over towards this location of the map, considering the plane path itself. E-Arena, though, they took way longer. I mean, they wrapped back up towards South George. Gonna loot in this area, get as much as possible. I think they understand it's going to be a late rotate in, either on the bridge or send Pmwc and grab some boats.
There's our Alpha 7 cameo as well. All together, getting their move on with the hovercraft, crossing from the mainland back over. Tianba had that similar rotation, of course, as they do glide their way around. A few more style points on that one, Blank.
Oh, definitely. Line for the air does feel good. I mean, for Alpha 7, though, this is going to be feeling weird for them. I think a lot of times when they make this approach, they're always expecting teams to be holding in Novo. Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, though, they've headed over towards Observatory. They've got a split there. They're trying to hold out all teams. SayCloud down towards the south side, though, is peeking over towards Alpha 7, but the hovercraft means they can immediately get out of the water and get on the move. You can just see him there, off in the west-hand side.
This was the S2G fight, where they were taken out by TT Project, the duo that tried to get away after their encounter versus Vitality. TT once again right here, right now, taking pot shots onto Dopeness bit by bit.
I mean, for TT Project, they know they've got to get some aggression under the belt right now. They are low down in the rankings, and they can't afford to let this game keep going the way it is. Ephius finishing out Kenji, and I think that might just be Dopeness out now. We've already lost 3 teams. Hustler Crew, Dopeness, S2G, down to 13, 47 players this stage of the game. It's quite carnage, quite a lot of carnage happening on the map at the moment.
Oh, okay.
A little bit more standard.
Yeah, this is probably better for us and for the teams, Blank.
Centering up, we do have those buildings that sit down towards the ridge side on the eastern edge that currently Vitality just have free reign over. Razak might try and regroup. I think it might be a bit dangerous now, holding over towards C block as long as he does. This is sensible, this is mature coming through from Vitality. They know that a lot of teams would like to take up position towards here. They don't want to leave it up to chance. 2 players getting run down. As I say that, Wolves start to make their way up, but they're caught up in between. TT Project.
For what it's worth, they're keeping the heat on TT with how Wolves played this one. A good squad individually. Zerich cleaning out towards the ground floor, makes it look simple as he busts around the door, waving the 4-4. Zerich with a nade.
Nice.
Ooh, beautiful bounce on it.
Might be able to pick up effect here, but Vitality's having none of it. They hear the shots, they hear the fighting, they take down effect and then clear out another building. This is just space gained, space garnered right now for Vitality.
You might think Vitality are going to clean up on this one, mate. Watch this from Zerich. I can feel the energy rising. Looks to get the nade into the back line. Decent chip damage as they're bombarding. 4, 5 nades. One after another, keeping them pinned in position. Razy with a wrap round the back, looking for the angle in. Federales advances with Axel. It's a good knock. Zerich down.
Just an unbelievable amount of pressure being applied right now by Vitality. Axel behind him, Neos drops out, but Vitality looks clean. Not a single player lost on the knock here. And a reset, actually, because of Vitality, they've been watching out for a lot of players where they're coming from. Getting a full amount of utility, a full amount of supplies from that squad, that's really good at resupplying them going forward too. They get more space gained for them. They don't want anyone coming close to those buildings on the eastern side of that ridge. This is their area to play.
Tiamba caught vision as well of Alpha 7 here. Wide play space to work with. Decent amount of cover in between the trees. Just trying to wait for an overextension. Can't really hard commit and hold the angle right now. If you leave yourself exposed to the crosshairs, and Alpha 7 don't want to waste too much time amongst this until they feel they've got an edge.
Forever.
Average भी खेलेंगे तो भी top 5 आ जाएंगे. Average.
Sidelines, get over towards the airstrip. Maybe a bit further here. Circle could shift very far over towards the western side on this next circle potentially. Instead it goes central over towards Millie Base itself. Manya set up on the southern side of C block here. Trying to keep it as quiet as possible here for Godlike. Try and get towards those later placements. Nongshim, honestly, like I said before, a strong team, but we have not seen a massive amount of that. And again, we've had these pretty crazy, quirky circles so far. Maybe they haven't been able to excel on those. Potentially here, we can see something a bit different.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely a known quantity with a ton of talent. But like you say, maybe not just been the right place at the right time with the abstract nature of the first two games we've had today as we've kicked off the action. Group B, bringing the heat here. A lot of very explosive teams. In the worst position with the hilltop control and cover to work with. They'll have the lay of the land over the vitality split.
एक दो भी मार ले तो वो top 9 में आ जाएगा.
There's a later rotate as well from Hora that's still been developing in the back. That's why we haven't seen them for some time.
Irina, in the meantime, did make the cross, by the way. Over towards the western side. They are rocking up over towards that ridge. There was a 2-2 here from Vitality. Irina rocking up on it right now.
Hold down, हंस रहा है.
It's a little bit scary here, but immediately Vitality's backing off the angle. But they have information now. That's the big thing.
Manya hak diya.
Catch any of them in the process. Manya now up against Yangon Galacticos as a solo.
Manya hak diya. वो knock finish होना चाहिए था उस movement.
Manya was hoping to at least get that one clothesline play. Introduce him to the shotgun, but he's exposed to Smile through the window. And Yangon do shut down the final member of Godlike as another squad exits stage left.
Irina playing this one slow.
Wave bolte hai na, bahut bada भी.
I love the way these two teams have played this one out. Irina was cautious on the approach. Vitality didn't want to hold this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side. Like honestly, Vitality's playing like a finals team right now. This is really, really cool to see. Layering up towards Irina. They've got the hovercraft in play. I think for Razak's got to be careful here though. Yes, he can keep gathering information. Make sure he knows exactly when Irina moves, where they move to, so they can plan out the rest of the game ahead of this. It is slightly dangerous versus Turney Caves playing on the top of the building.
You talk about slightly dangerous. This could be somewhat lethal. ETSH have to basically fight their way through the Ida blockade that is set up, watching the bridge. Crystal clear line of sight. Looking to fire some shots onto them. The zone shifting in favor of Vitality's current position as well, with
and Vitality
proximity, and that battle does break out. Knockback over onto Emre, it seems like, though, for Ida. It's not gone anywhere near as cleanly as they were hoping for.
It's pretty messy both sides. I mean, Ida has the opportunity to get all the players back up again.
मेरा हो चुका है भाई ये watch party से.
So one player goes down there. Emre potentially getting him back up again, leaving them as 3. But Aura, they sense blood in the water. They move up. Darkin with a P90. Looks to take some shots over towards him. But again, Horror. This is horrifying, honestly, for Ida. They're just poking their heads slowly over the top, making it uncomfortable right now for them.
You think with that very delayed rotate, they went all the way around the east side over the other bridge. Haven't had too many opportunities to get elims on this game. 32 points coming into it in 3rd place in the overall standings after our previous 2 games. They're going to want a chance to fight, add a little bit more to that. But that wasn't the hard commit onto Ida. Like you say, get a bit of a read off and try and stay safe. Rest of our team
जिनका लग रहा था aggressive खेल के points निकाल देंगे, उनसे points निकालने की उम्मीद थी.
For Aura, they have to be very careful here. They know there's a ridgeline that sits down over towards Nongshim Red Force. They can play that, but they also understood they didn't want to get too involved with Ida, considering that the main rotational path here for most teams is over the northern side, over the rolling hills, and then swinging by E-Arena and then trying to play off that ridge there. So for Horror, I think they just take their chances. They move down towards the high ground. They're going to isolate a lot this northeast side of the map whilst keeping their back cleared from Nongshim Red Force as well as Vitality.
Alpha 7 in a pretty good position as well to possibly rearm themselves with some higher tier loot off the back of the drop. One of the times we've seen them not really taking early casualties as well, so we get the full force of Alpha 7 where they play their best PUBG Mobile. Arena seeing the wrap round from Ida. And that seems to have caught their attention, perked their eyes up a little bit, but they're going straight down towards Tianba territory.
I mean, right now for Ida, they were just shepherded by Arena in the hovercraft, and Ida does make their way up towards the building, but this is an uncomfortable position to be playing. Alpha 7 off the distance also try to get involved there. In the midst of the chaos, Darko in the P90 goes extremely low, but for Tianba, they don't want to really leave these buildings too much. Everyone understanding that there are so many positions to play here. There are so many sightlines at play as well, that it's difficult to be making those rotations. I mean, Ida just felt the full force of 5 different teams all taking shots towards them.
Terrified of Arena, forced into Tianba, and then skewered by the backstab of Vitality. Alpha 7 even assessing the situation to see when they want to make a move. Zone still crunching in. Last few squads making their rotate in.
Yeah. I mean, this is playable though, right? That's the problem for Alpha 7 right now. This is very playable in terms of the ridge line. They've got ahead of them that slight slope that looks upwards. Until they're forced to move, I don't think they're pulling off this position anytime soon. Aura opens up over towards Smile. Behind the missiles. On to see if they can find Romeo underneath. Sleepy looking to do his best anti-aircraft. Over towards these guys, clip their wings at distance, but this time he's got the DBS in hand, no bolt in play.
Nade after nade to keep the pressure on downhill. A bit of extra distance on that one. Non-Shin Red Force still sitting pretty inside of the defensive area they've set up for themselves, whilst Alpha 7 go from playing passive to pouncing on a team. 72 1GS taking casualties. Tianba also find an opportunity to get involved. And Alpha 7 collapse onto it now, Blank. Clean up through action.
That's really good. They spotted an opportunity, opened up over towards GS, and were able to find a fair few elimination off the back of it. Yangon Galacticos also do move down this way.
Hashtag 2 के sorry, hashtag 4 वाले 4-5 वाले 15-17 पे after 3 games. Average 7 point ही चाहिए हमने पहले गेम में निकाले.
2 champions up against one another now.
But the issue is, Blank,
ऐसा कुछ हो जाए ना कि 10 प्राइस का चिकन विकन आ जाए एक गेम.
मेरा मार एवरेज चले जाए. Versus a reinvigorated Alpha 7 with a point to prove.
It's a real big opportunity there for Revo. 6 nades though, and a rough idea of where they're playing. That might just be enough.
Good arc on the first 2. Initial chip damage to aid them in the fight, but no overcommitment. Seeing more of that dynamic tempo they were talking about in some of the early interviews this event, saying they know when to be aggressive now, but they know when to rein it in and try and reset.
Yeah. Again, I think that was the big thing for Alpha 7 though. I think they got so in their heads that there was not a single team that could fight them clearly, that potentially that's their downfall. But again, this team has incredible gun power, but they just need to realize when to apply it and when to accelerate, when to pull it back. I think they've looked a lot better today. Honestly, it's looked a lot cleaner. It's a lot more like the Alpha 7 of the past, consistently getting towards those late games. But they're realizing there's some big dogs in this lobby.
More respect, but it goes both ways. They do assess the situation as well, getting a bit of info up top side towards the arena with the split they've gone for. Can't force the issue too heartedly. If they leave themselves exposed, it could be punishing, but that might be an opportunity.
Vitality हो रहा और ये तीनों अलग ही अपना गेम खेल रहे.
Filthy angle on that, Blank.
That's a long distance shot as well. Certainly put Tony K down. Helmet's got to be suffering off the back of that. Rough for Tony K as well, as he's usually the front man for the squad here. Joker's wrapping back. Something get done. Alpha 7 also has taken a knock in the process. These are bad times to be taking knocks. Circle goes central. Nongshim Red Force. Real chance right now for South Korea. Aura down towards the southeast. Tiamba's got to move out from the buildings. It's very clear where they've been playing for such a long time. Potentially move up towards the loot crate. I don't know how far in this is, but you could play off the back of it if you still got vehicles to work with.
Well, you touch on there, could this be a game where Nongshim Red Force finally come alive? They've had a pretty safe pathway throughout the zones we've seen so far here on Game 3. We know they're talented. We've been amping them up. We just need to see it, but let's see if Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye, Milu, as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle. Quick flicks coming out from A7. A single knockback onto him, and they're starting to take a bit of damage. Nongshim Red Force taking pot shots down. And although they've cleaned out the ditch, they've got a lot more to worry about.
This is just the difference between EWC and when we come to any other tournaments around the world. PMGC very similar in that approach as well, where you cannot make any play without another team dipping their heads in, right? It's really, really difficult. Every squad knows when to pick up the heat, honestly. E-Arena also suffering massively on their entry. They just could not find a good time to make their way in.
Yangon still living on with a four-man squad. Hillside position in play currently for them that they will have to abandon eventually. Bora on the wrap further down. The duo of Ida was rattled down to only Darkin off the back of this central angle that was taken from Alpha 7. Arcing nades in towards the Tianba compound.
Tiamba, despite suffering so much earlier on versus Alpha 7, still alive here, but playing a building that everyone knows is occupied. Darkin and Tiamba live in the same nightmare. Right now, Alpha 7 need to make a move. Watchtower is open. Potential at moving over towards that. Vitality takes some heavy hits. Nongshim Red Force continuing to put on the pressure on this map. Again, Yangon Galacticos suffering to the same thing that E-Arena did. They were looking for any kind of entry point, but every single way in just feels like a tight, narrow alley. They've got to squeeze themselves through.
Alpha 7 biding their time, know that they can strike now with a peek out. Ravo single-handedly has been the explosive force on Alpha 7. 5 elims tied to just this one beastly player. He's on his last legs for now. They need to play medic to get him back up, but Nongshim Red Force have had sightlines to make them feel uncomfortable.
I mean, honestly, for Alpha 7, they've had the roughest game. This is a really, really hard approach for them. I think they've played phenomenally this match so far. It's never been easy, but they are running out of supplies, right? They're running out of meds overall. I think the gas is low in the tank. Let's see how much more Alpha 7 can get done in this game. I think this is where they really will need to take the task to the next level. I think it's going to be hard. The game's going to come down to Nongshim Red Force and Vitality, unless Aura has something to say about it.
यही चल रहा है. Vitality 8 मार गई वापस.
Nongshim Red Force just uncontested by any other squads. They've just got 3 angles to hold onto A7. And like you say, it's made it so brutal to move
बता रहा हूँ, both
we get the
position
POV
बहुत
of
easily
Axel
मिल
just
सकती
taking
है.
shots
Both
down onto
position
him, but
खाली
running
रहेगी.
low on supplies again. The ammunition economy could be a problem.
एक या दो बढ़िया
They
गेम तुम
turn
both
their
पे आ
attention
जाओगे.
straight onto Horror though, Blank, and want to see if they can charge.
The nades just aren't pitched right though.
क्या एवरेज है भाई, नीचे वाले कुछ परफॉर्मेंस ही नहीं दे रहे. 3 गेम हो गए. Nongshim 2 के साथ है, HC 5, 721 GS 7, Godlike 8, TT 8, no actually. YG 9 अभी alive है, but ठीक है.
Just as Nongshim turn their attention over onto Yangon and Alpha 7 were given a chance to take, they go in. But Horror is still holding. And Alpha 7 cut short on the crossing. They can't arrive. And Horror
Alpha 7 को गायब कर दिया.
The jiggle there comes on through. Looks really, really good in that moment. I mean, Aura didn't give them a chance.
Vitality का chicken.
Joker still up. E-Arena managed to make themselves into a top 5 despite everything. Yangon Galacticos massively suffering to the sidelines of pretty much just Axel, who has their number. But Yangon, I feel like their time is up now.
And that could be a statement that you could attribute to every other squad in the lobby with how Vitality are starting to play.
By crazy
a beautiful
shit
day from them so far. 10 elims in the space of this single battleground up to this point. A full 4 squad. The only other that's comparable is Non-Shin Red Force. No, Joker!
Oh,
मार दिया वो हो रहा है एक प्लेयर भाई अगर दूसरा मार दिया रहता ना
in that moment. But he might have single-handedly just ruined the chances of Aura. It goes down to this. Nongshim Red Force versus Vitality.
No, kill point नहीं दिया.
Does get the res though, which denies the point. That's why he goes through with it.
Kill point नहीं दिया.
An economic play.
It was like कि frag देना नहीं है, kill point देना नहीं है.
But right now in the flesh, live in Paris, we're talking about the present that is this game. A gift we've been given with Vitality playing flawlessly and Non-Shin Red Force bringing the strategy down to our final 2 squads.
Side by side now. Vehicles still in play here for Vitality. For Nongshim Red Force, they moved up early. They've got 1 vehicle that I can see in play. But Vitality having these cars still up and available is a really big deal for them, which is maybe why actually earlier on Razak was making such a big deal of scaring off E-Arena's angle so they couldn't take shots down towards the tires because they knew they'd need those wheels later on. Little plays like this can make the difference. Moving up towards that loot crate could be the big thing though. Vitality looking to make the first move. You can hear the engines revving. Observers, love you guys.
Crushing
in the
it right
scene.
now. Giving us the cinematics of the story on this one. And I think you're spot on with how they played it, mate. But that's the devil in the details that's really raised our opinion of Vitality just in the space of the previous 2 games, with the fact that strategically it's been on the money time and time again.
Playing off the rooftops, both teams begging that each other makes a peek. Right now, this is more about information gain than everything. Not having any sight denied by the windows inside. And it comes down to this, zone 9. Circle starts to close. Both teams will have to make a move. M79's dropping out the smokes. Clearing out space between the center of the buildings. In come the vehicles. Razak goes first, gets it up towards the next. Had to make the crossing without taking too much damage here. Again, everything is folding into this.
Cerebral plays. The smoke wall providing the cover that they need to take space off of this. Second by second, edging further closer into a better angle to play off of. They want to cross. Smoke wall goes up. That's a nade being primed from the top of the roof, though. If this is on point from Nongshim, it could be absolutely brutal. Goes into the back line. Just splash damage. Oh, what?
ये 4v4 ही इतना लंबा खींच गया.
Axel's moving up though. He's getting towards the back lines of them. He's already in. Razy's going to take a little bit of damage from that. Razak very much hurting now in the back lines. Razy's going to send a Molotov over the top side. Axel hurting.
He gets it done with a shotty. 1-for-1 trades on the Elim so far. There's the spam in from the Blizzard as we see another player fall. Non-Shin Red Force seeing
once again Vitality के लिए #2 आता हुआ.
Only a single player remains. He might have the heavy artillery, but he can't do it. Non-Shin Red Force.
Nongshim winner chicken dinner लेके चली गई.
Get that chicken dinner.
Just hold strong inside the building, they say. Au revoir to Vitality.
C'est la vie.
But honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, I half expected that just to be the ending of them. But it was stalwart in their defense.
ठीक है ना, Vitality average तो खेल ही रही है हर game. #2 #3 आते ही जा रहा है.
Axel's approach and just move to the side. But Nongshim Red Force, they've been storing those nades up until that moment.
That's the crazy thing, right? That we've just given so much space.
EA 51 पे, Vitality 51 पे, Hora 41 पे.
But you can see, Blank,
पांचवा
it's not just
position
what
20
they've done
point,
for themselves,
चौथा
it's the
position
reverberations
25
they're
point.
sending throughout the other teams in this lobby, in this group. Alpha 7.
एक सेकंड से नॉनशेम 0 से हीरो हो गई है.
Starting to build up energy in that lobby, in that game. Held back by Nonshin Red Force, could not get out of their angle, forced to fight Horror, and it all falls.
But honestly, again, when we were watching that game, Alpha 7 probably had the roughest task ahead of them. But they persevered, and that really speaks volumes for Alpha 7, in my opinion. I think those boys really gave it all in their game. For Vitality, Nongshim Red Force, they had the best compounds since minute, let's say 10, right? But I think for Alpha 7, they had to work for those points. They had to work for their money there. And it's nice to see. The synergy looked good, and that's what Revo was talking about, that they feel better going to these games. So I think this is a difference maker today. Again, we got the Alpha 7 squad. We're looking to destroy everyone in the lobby, potentially. We're not sure just yet. But yeah, Vitality, E-Arena, Aura, they are stepping up at the moment.
It's incredibly competitive out there, and I think that's the beautiful thing about it from what we've seen from Group B today. Everyone is keeping it so close. They're giving it their best. I think you're spot on, man. I entirely agree. It's what they've said in the interviews as well. And sometimes it's just words, but no, they prove that it's reality.
Exactly.
They prove it, Blank.
It's not just false confidence. I mean, it's nice to hear from Revo when he just says, look, the synergy's better. We're prepared this time. And you can see it in game. But are you prepared to go up against an E-Arena? Are you prepared to go up against a Vitality, a revitalized Nongshim Red Force? I don't know, but we'll find out later today.
Max and Lace here at the merch stand at EWC 2026. Now, I've heard, Max, you're a little bit of a card fan.
Look, I've been playing and collecting card games for over a decade now, and I've never been on a card myself, but that changes today right here at this booth.
Well, yes, here at EWC, you can actually choose what you want to go on your card. Fantasy, fighting, shooter, cyberpunk, horror. Max, I'm going to have to go shooter. What about yourself?
Look, I love shooters, but fantasy is just so sick, so I'm going to go fantasy. But now the next one is you're picking your class. Usually in every game I play, I'm a healer, so I'm going to go with the healer class.
And guess what? I'm a DPS gal. I'm right up in that action, so I'm going to hit DPS. Fire, ice, lightning, shadow, glitch. So now we can put a bit of an aura light around our card. I think you're a glitch. Glitch?
I'm a glitch? I don't know how to take that, but thank you, I guess. But yeah, Esport World Cup is all about, you know, getting that technology involved. So I'm going to go with the glitch side of it. And next one is going to be Alien, Elf, Orc, Demon, and Undead. And I don't want to pick for you, Lace, but I feel like Elf would fit you perfectly on your card.
Absolutely. I'm going to pick Elf. It's like you just knew me, Max, and I'm so excited for this card. Now we're going to open the camera here and take our photo.
I'm going to use my mic as a staff. I think that's a good way to do it. Oh yeah, dynamic pose.
That's fun.
Oh, I like that. And confirm. Avatar. Let's see how it comes out.
I had to get the pose down, Max. There we go. Now, of course, you guys here can come to the merch stand at EWC in and amongst your games. Make your own card. You can actually get it sent to your email address for free. But Max and I think we're going to get ours printed.
Yeah, we're going to redeem it right here at the booth and see how it looks in real life.
All right, Max and I haven't seen our cards yet, but you guys at home have. Are you ready to have a look, Max?
Oh, yeah, let's go. I'm excited.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa. It really encapsulated my jawline. That's crazy.
Yes, and I like that when you do the motion, it actually captures that.
Yeah, you know what? If you want your own trading card now with you on the card, make sure to come and get it right here at EWC 2026.
Crazy shit. Crazy shit happening at EWC, guys.
boy, oh boy. If we had any questions about Nongshim Red's force, they were just answers. They were able to stop Vitality in that last game.
Finally. Nongshim return, let's go. I was watching and I was going, okay, they're playing for survival. They are trying to just get into that top 5, just try and do something here. However, I knew, we've been talking about this actually before the game, right, where it's like, this team does not have any pressure on them whatsoever. They are not a team that falters under that pressure. So for me, seeing that, I was like, okay, let's see what they got. And actually, you know, coming in, they had a fantastic defense. Vitality, yes, they did push one by one a little bit, but I think for Nongshim, they were able to come in having sat all game in one compound and actually go, we're under pressure, let's still play very well, still go as a group, push as a duo, make sure we're safe, and that's what won them the game.
And I mean, I got to talk about Vitality again. I'm sorry that I'm harping on about them, but they were able to have a 11.3 average elimination rate to catch E-Arena. This is insanity after, obviously, the cracking game from E-Arena right at the start. But they created themselves such powerful positions in this zone. They had such an incredibly close gap in points that they were like, you know what? We need to make this rotation. We need to play it here. Obviously, right at the end here, I liked the way that Axel sort of made that push with the vehicle. Unfortunately, that communication wasn't really passed on to the rest of the team. They should have followed through after popping the smokes, but obviously 3 of them held back. It would have been a different game for them. But from the start, I mean, the recon that they had on every single building push that they were able to do, especially against, I think it was TT, they are playing absolutely insane, not only for,
Hey guys.
Hello.
I decided to join you guys for a little bit of a CC update because I've got some interesting stuff to talk about, okay? We've got a lot going on at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We already had a 3rd, 4th place decider match happen, and Geek Esports was able to claim 3rd place, making Rock Esports be that 4th place squad. Once that was done, we now have a grand finals match occurring. We will have another EWC champion in just a couple hours. That's between AGAL and KSG. It's going to be massive, and of course, I'll keep you guys all updated at home for how that ends up playing out. But, now that we're here, let's get back into the discussion. These matches are great, Max. I kind of want to ask Lace, do you have any thoughts about
Vitality?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't be trying to take my job. Go find some more updates for the club championship. Yeah, she was going to ask you about, I don't even know what. Max, after these 3 matches, what has surprised you so far?
That was it's a normal-ish game. Actually, it was kind of weird still. The circle was very far to the western side. There was a lot of water on phase 1 zone. But overall, the execution was fun, but it was very gifted. We know, looking at this game, Vitality, Nongshim Red Force, not contested. There are 2 buildings in the circle until the very bitter end, literally until circle 8/9, and they went to make it work out. Pretty easy win, right? And we're going to have a replay very soon to check out how Vitality decided to commit to the push.
Arena Vitality.
The overall rankings, and oh my goodness, the point gap that we have created between 3rd and 4th position, Liptroy, is mental. 41 points up against 25.
I saw that in the beginning, and at the end of game 3, right, or game 2 rather. I mean, I was looking at 35 to 16 points, and it keeps going. 41 to 25 is insane. 25, 20, 16, 15, 12. That's sort of more normal for a game 3. 51 is not, and I don't know how we've got here. E-Arena, Vitality, even Hora doing fantastic in what have been back to back to back insanely difficult zones.
We do have to say though, for E-Arena, they have slowed down, Lays. They ended up getting 39 points in that first game, but after that, yeah, you've been able to get some points here and there. Obviously, just for everybody, I'm not expecting for you to get 30 points again, but if it does happen, that'll be amazing. But the squad just hasn't been able to pull off the gap that I thought was going to happen.
See, this is what I see across several...
Good morning, YouTube. So,
दोस्त vlogging करता है
अभी vlog edit कर दिया, upload कर दिया, सब हो चुका है और अब हम करने वाले हैं रूम को। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हो, बेड खराब, यहाँ पूरे कपड़े ये सब फोल्ड करके आधे इस्त्री में डाले। सो करते हैं आज की ब्लॉग की शुरुआत। बेडशीट भी चेंज करूँगा क्योंकि ये बेडशीट हो गया टाइम। तो करते हैं सब कुछ धीरे धीरे और देखते हैं आज के दिन में क्या क्या होगा। आज कुछ प्लान नहीं है, कल तो मस्त मंदिर गए थे, आज देखते क्या होगा। मिलते हैं थोड़ी टाइम में क्लीनिंग करते करते। सो इस्त्री के कपड़े बांध दिए, ये मेरे कपड़े, ये इस्त्री के कपड़े, वो जो आज मैं पहनूंगा ये सब फोल्ड हो चुका है, ये सब क्लीन हो चुका है। ये बेडशीट अभी बिछाते और मिलते हैं बेडशीट बिछाने के बाद। उसके बाद जाएंगे नहाएंगे, उसके बाद करेंगे लंच, उसके बाद खेलेंगे गेम, उसके बाद करेंगे टीपी। तो देखते हैं अभी आगे क्या होगा, मिलते हैं बेडशीट चेंज करके। तो पूरा बेड खाली कर दिया
भाई बंदा।
बेडशीट तकिए के कवर चेंज कर दिए, ये रहे पुराने वाली। अभी बेडशीट चेंज हमें मिल गया हमारा चिपकू जो घूम गया था, तो बैग छान मारा मिल गया। तो अभी करते हैं बेडशीट चेंज, फिर जाएंगे पानी भरेंगे, फिर नहाएंगे, फिर खाएंगे, फिर गेमिंग करेंगे। तो ये है प्लान में स्विच। पहले पानी भरना नहीं था, फिर देख के आया मैं किचन में, ओह शिट सारी बोतल खाली है। तो अभी बेडशीट चेंज करते हैं, पानी भरते हैं, फिर मिलते हैं। चिपकू जी का हो गया है कम बैक, जैसे कि हमने बोला कि चिपकू मिल गए। तो अभी चेंज करते हैं बेडशीट, फिर मिलते हैं। ये साइड पूरी सेट, ये साइड पूरी सेट, बेडशीट इज चेंज, पूरा ठीक हो गया। अभी जाते हैं भरते हैं पानी, उसके बाद नहाएंगे। तो मिलते हैं किचन में।
भाई किसी ने कोल्ड कॉफी नहीं दी मुझे, मैंने फिर खुद ही कॉफी किसी की जरूरत नहीं कोल्ड कॉफी, खुद ही करती हूँ।
आंटी आंटी खतरनाक है भाई
बहुत। बोतल भरने आ चुके हम, सारी बोतल खा लिए, सीधे 3 बोतल बची है। तो बोतल भरते, और ये क्लिप बिल्कुल एडिट नहीं होगी, रॉ डलेगी। पीछे से जो आवाज आई है ना, ये फिल्टर लगा सब डलेगा। अब
फिल्टर तो लगाना ही।
हाँ फिल्टर,
इसमें मैं अच्छी खासी अच्छी दिखती हूँ तो भी मेरे को कैसे दिखा देता है।
ओहो सिनेमैटिक ले लेता हूँ मैं।
अच्छी दिखती हो फिर भी पता नहीं क्या करता है।
कर लो, एक ही बार मौका देता हूँ।
आंटी
तो अभी भरते पानी।
हाँ आंटी मस्त कंटेंट देती है भाई।
पूरी और कढ़ी और क्रेजी ठेचा बनाए कुछ, तो चखेंगे और रिव्यू देंगे। भर भर के आम काट दिए, पानी भर रहे हम, सारी बोतल खाली हो चुकी।
कितनी बोतल से
भर डाला है पूरा जग। तो अभी बनेगा आमरस। और मेरी आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं मुझे कमेंट में बता देना, क्योंकि यहाँ चल रहा है एक्वागार्ड। सो नहा धो के हो गए रेडी फॉर द डे। अभी बनेगा क्या, अभी लेकर आऊंगा लंच। लंच में है बहुत क्रेजी चीजें, तो किचन में तो अभी आ गया है लंच का क्रेजी। कड़ी पूरी तो पतीले पे टिपका दी मम्मी ने। क्रेजी भाई, आज आग लग गई भाई गाइस। अब पूरी पापड़, कड़ी, आमरस, पुदीने की चटनी और ठेचा, पूड़ी और लैपटॉप। उसके बाद सो के उठ किए
हाँ गेम might have begun.
PMWC at
जल्दी चालू होने वाला है।
EWC 26 Group B. I'll we send it over to Barney and Luti. What are they up to right now?
Luti.
Yeah, Barney, tell me.
I've asked you to come down to the stage because I was talking to a few people and they told me that you have found out the formula, the secrets to win at PMWC. Is that right?
Yeah, I spoke with so many specialists, so you have to listen to me carefully, okay? Because the secret, Barney, is like you have to... And the chicken, you take the chicken at this point. And this is how you can be the champion.
Wow. I never knew that. That's some crazy insight into this game. And I tell you what, for those of you at home, if you're watching and you want to find out what it takes to win at PMWC, that right there, that's the secret. And so, casters, over to you.
Hope they listen well.
The secret is out, baby. Let's get it going. We're live in Paris, France. Man, I thought Group A was crazy, but Group B is not messing around. I'm Hot Jukes here with John Allen. Bro, are you kidding me? What's going on today?
I mean, E-Arena, what a start to the day. And then Vitality just hitting those games every single time, always ending up in that late game and having a blast with it. Now they're neck and neck at the top, and they're pushing past those boundaries, Jukes.
Man, those boundaries are long gone. We saw, in my opinion, opinion, the best start in a tournament in PUBG Mobile esports history here. And we got some teams actually competing with them still. It is unreal. The zones have been going all over the place. This first half has been nuts, and I'm expecting even more craziness as we get into the final 3 matches.
There is so much still left to go, if you can even imagine it, right? That is so crazy that we've had such a bombastic start, but we've still got plenty more matches left. This is the last Erangel today, so we're going to be heading to Miramar later as well. The desert awaits, but we have to get through the last of the grassy pastures first in order to get there. We haven't earned that right just yet. Neither have our players, but they are getting locked and loaded and lobbied up as we head on into the match. It is time once more to see if Vitality can reach that late game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. This is the final Erangel. Like you mentioned, this is that place to put up some serious points. We finally saw Nongshim Red Force get their chicken dinner. They were at the down on the bottom of the leaderboards going into that match, but now they've got to be feeling pretty good. Which is going to be the next team to get it? We're about to find out. Let's get into it. The last Erangel here at day number 1 of Group B.
Let's get stuck right in from the military island up towards Saverni on this plane path. You're going to see a fairly fair distribution of drop spots available for everybody. No real big dramas here. Taking a look at those tables as well. Nongshim Red Force jumping up with that chicken dinner all the way to 5th place on 20 points right now. Just goes to show you these early doors don't mean a jot if you can keep it going. So for Hustler Crew, let's pick up the pace, you know? A UK team in the finals.
25 pointer आ गया, हम 33 पे पहुंच जाएंगे.
I mean, hey, we saw Nongshim before that last game. They had, what, 6 points? And then now we see them, like you mentioned, in 5th place in just one single game. So, when it comes to Hustler Crew, they could definitely get it going here. We can see the top players there on that bottom left side with Axel with 14
Axel
eliminations.
Schwips, Joker. Axel Razy, Joker.
Vitality Arena are going to be slathered all over these top player cards. I'm guaranteeing it for you now with what they were able to do. They are looking very, very good. Arena a little bit less legs into those.
3 गेम में हमारे को 8 points मिले, 8 के 8 फ्रैग points है, जिसमें से पहले गेम में 7 points थे अपने पास.
Any other sort of day, that 41-point record for Horror would be pretty immense, right? After the first couple of matches.
फिर Southern Circle Zone.
Let's do it to them again, you know. Let's send the circle down south and see what they got. Because
again, it's kind of Hora versus Godlike. Aju
Baju. What is going on today? These circles have been absolutely insane. And you're right, we're back down south once again. You got Vitality down there. I mean, it's wild to think that we saw a 39-point game in one match, and we actually have a team tied with them. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, since then, what is that, 12?
मतलब Vitality average खेली है भाई हर गेम में.
Which is pretty good, right?
12-15 पॉइंट तो निकाल ही रहे, टोटल 17 का एवरेज पे खेल रहे हो लोग.
Both on 12 points apiece. So yeah, they've still done pretty well, but Vitality's consistency for me is really interesting. And given this circle, Vitality are in such a good spot. If it does go south, because they do need to keep themselves nice and cool, calm, collected, and look good.
Yeah, well, you guys got to make sure you pick up that Naruto skin. That Uzumaki event is going on, guys. Make sure you pick up all that good stuff in-game immediately. I'll tell you what, I make sure that I got mine, and I know that Maxman has got his. But which team is going to get this chicken dinner? We can see the Wolves. They ain't messing around. They said, let's get down south.
गाड़ियाँ तोड़ रहे भाई Wolves वाले खाली.
Over the bridge. Well, second maybe over the bridge. I think it's safe to say. You do have some players.
Are you kidding me?
No. They're just going to abandon it. Not even going to try and flip it. I mean, I guess if you don't have any nades or anything like that, that's actually really nasty for the Wolves. That's going to slow them down. The good news is that they are across. The bad news is we saw them do that.
Yeah.
So, you know,
out of all the things,
that's the most negative aura that I think I've ever seen of any team is from the NA team, of course.
Out of all the things that could have got put on stream, has to be that one.
Who was driving? I didn't catch.
You know what? It was nobody that was driving.
Oh, they get caught by
Vitality versus Wolves.
Oh, if only I had a vehicle.
This just goes to show here, folks, at this level, one
Huh?
single.
Huh? क्या?
You got a pan knock. I think that was a thrown pan knock coming on through. Okay, they're not out of the fight just yet, but they are starting to bleed. The Wolves will struggle here, and I imagine that Razy's going to get back up.
Yeah, now you got Necessary all by his lonesome. Razak trying to pull off some plays there. Oh my gosh, switching in that buggy. Necessary is done. And the Wolves are getting destroyed. This is what I'm talking about. One tiny mistake, a domino effect into a straight disaster.
Imagine being an NA team right now, man. Oh, that would suck so much. Wow.
Look at his face.
Hey, he's got a vehicle. They found another. Oh, okay. I think. Wait, no. I'm wondering if Vitality found the flip turn vehicle, the beetled vehicle, and if they've pitched it back, that would be brilliant.
This is what I mean, and the good thing is that Vitality is that this is their drop spot. They're already so high on the leaderboards, they can do whatever they want. They could chase this all the way if they feel like it. Let's take a look at the replay. Okay. Oh, I see this. No way.
Are you serious?
To the face. Are you kidding me? That was insane. If his team would have survived, I mean, still, that's going on the highlight reel for sure.
ये क्या है लेकिन? International. A7 पर 2 ट्रॉफी है. एक वर्ल्ड कप एक जीती है.
A ranged pan headshot.
That was cool.
You're breaking brains and scrambling like eggs. You know, that's fair enough.
Vitality सब जगह जाके मारामारी कर रही है भाई.
You can have that one back.
Yep. Yeah, that officially is even. Aura balanced. Let's take a look here at Vitality, though. They're looking to put in some more work. Oh, look at that, though. We're going to see Lupa get a nice knock onto Razak. Can he hit this next one?
Vitality सब जगह जाके मारामारी कर रही है. I am done with this team, भाई. तुम पहले दिन पे qualification पक्का करके दूसरे दिन बैंड बजाओगे लोगों की.
Axel's holding face, and they do need to send in for that recall as well. Ooh, is having the hovercraft rolling up to the fight juice.
Yeah, and you can see Axel get those thirsts really quickly here. Kenji, that hovercraft is getting beat up. Still surviving for the time being, but now it's on fire. Kenji has to back up. He's got the UMP in hand. It has to make a crazy play, but that
Kenji की HP बहुत लो है. फट गया.
It's all up to Matika.
Kenji खत्म. Kenji is done.
Should be able to hold this one down. The question is, how much time is this going to take, right? Because all the while, teams are starting to migrate south. They're moving in towards those bridge locations. Vitality.
Let's go, S-Power. Finally, you did something, buddy. Let's go. Let's go, Godlike. One by one, take them down.
Now on the north side of that military base, and in comes Ida as well across the bridge.
You're correct. One thing about Vitality, though, is they do have the ability to get straight to the finals in like 4 matches. That is one thing that is definitely happening, though, with how crazy they're playing here. I don't even know if this is Pmwc or if this is a classic at this point, because Vitality are just running over everybody. Matika's trying to make something happen, though. Oh, it's actually from across with the AK.
Ida chiming in with a third party. This is the bridge crossing team. They move.
Vitality कुछ अलग लेवल गेम प्ले दिखाने का ट्राई कर रही है, लेकिन 2 बंदे फिनिश हो चुके हैं Vitality के.
All of a sudden, this bridge crossing is going to come back. It's going to punish them, and Axel still down. Only Razy remains.
He's going to go for the res here, and it looks like he might be able to get it. But yeah, they took a long time on this fight. And the longer they waited,
Ida आ गई है भाई आगे.
You got Ida in the mix. So this is bad news for both of these teams. Dopeness is in big trouble. Vitality, I mean, they got 6 eliminations, and the fact that they're so high on the leaderboards, I mean, that's still not a bad game, but you're right. If they would have just made a few different plays, we could have seen a crazy, crazy match from them again.
They had a big opportunity here to take control of the hills. They decided
I just wanted this game from S-Power starting shit.
Which is why we're seeing this sort of thing unfold. They got stuck in, and they couldn't figure
let's
out a
go,
way out.
bhai.
It is unfortunate for Vitality, but going for the fight in the first place, maybe not a terrible idea.
No prayer
As you said, it's the sticking around that has really come back to bite them, because the bridge is just so open.
Yeah, I mean, teams are going to be hauling it to Millie now. You're going to see Aura having one heck of a tournament. No fear. Gonna have to make a play here. Gets Admino. Oh,
let's go, Admino! Let's fucking go! रिवाइव भी आराम से हो जाएंगे, आजू बाजू में कोई नहीं है. This guy giving utter happiness to all Indians right now.
They'll be able to get on the road, they can out heal it. That's a really annoying circle for a lot of teams. It pushes you
Clip
up to the
karo
north coast.
bhai.
And I mean, it technically still has the ability to go back to the mainland.
This is so yeah. I mean, you guys can see it there in the top right. This circle, just so much water in between them, and that zone could still go north. But Axel trying to put some more eliminations for his team. Can he win this 1v1? He's got the DBS. Speaker's gonna have to reload. He's got the pump shotgun. See what he can do. It's Og. He's gonna do the jump out. Let's see. Trying to make some moves, find those angles.
Reload on the AUG now. Got 10 rounds behind. It should be enough. He goes for it. He's got the
Short
AUG
connect हुआ, खींच लिया, सातों
frag. He will get back to his feet, but down on 2. The circle pushing out to the east.
Godl आराम से heal wheel करके निकल सकती है. 4v4 जीते हैं अभी.
They are on 58 points already. 7 points earned this match. As you said, it's already a good result. All the way up by Rozhok Bridge as we hop on over to Etch as they try and hold it underneath. Looks like they're doing pretty well.
ESTH versus 721 GS.
GS.
Yeah, you can see Fajita's got that nade. And just pulling the pin, scaring them off. Okay, and this is a tough fight here. This is way too long in the blue zone. But the fact that the zone did go up north, it does buy them a little time. They don't have to really panic all the way down to military base. But
crazy game. मैं 1 मिनट गेट खोल
you're trying to get a big game here. I mean, especially for 721 GS. Down a player, only 7 points. This is just rough for them.
Absolutely. Very, very difficult stuff. Them and Hustler Crew, well, everyone towards the bottom of these tables is going to look for that Nongshim Red Force injection of points. Nongshim Red Force getting across to the military island early on the northern side of it, I think is going to play fairly well for them in this sort of a circle. Given how the lay of the land sits, they're going to be buffered around by teams trying to cross either side of them, rather than coming across, and they can farm up players trying to go for a swim. Let's hop back on board with the fight on our screens, though. As 721 GS lost a player, we saw that on the crossing, and Etch trying to keep them there, but there is a knockback over to Fajita.
Yeah, you can see Speed holding that angle on the backside.
ESTH.
With this team at this point, there ain't nobody in that direction. But we see the MG3s in play. Masco's got that S12K. That's the gun you want.
भाई अगर गॉडल यहाँ से थोड़े और पॉइंट्स निकाल के लेके जाती है, 12 पे आ गए हैं, 8 और पॉइंट्स और भी हम हाल में अभी हम पहुंचेंगे.
Now we're starting to see some util get thrown back and forth, and everybody's just trying to wait for that first critical knock.
Oh, Alico should completely see Nasa there. Going for the nades. Beautifully placed.
721 GS fights अच्छी ले रही है ESTH के सामने.
And that's going to be a big opener for them, but in the close quarters, that SK12 is going to dominate. And S721 GS will be able to clean out partially some of the team from Etch. Both teams now bleeding heavily. No one having a good time. They're losing players left and right. They still have to get south. I don't think these two are going to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, this was a kind of a sacrificial play. I wouldn't have minded this fight personally if that zone was deep milli, because it's like, yeah, our chances of getting down there are pretty tough now. Let's just try to get these points. But considering where that circle is, I think they could have just avoided this fight and fought the game. But regardless, you know, that's the decision they made, and that's the one
they are like, हम सबको मारेंगे. हम तो क्वालीफाई कर ही चुके हैं 99%. 8 पॉइंट तो हम 4 गेम में निकाल चुके हैं. 80-90 पे क्वालिफिकेशन है.
And for the time being, it does look like they're going to have a clear path to that circle.
Alpha 7 looking to scout the bridge on the western side right now, moving Carrillo up onto the high ground near the lookout post there. The lighthouse will be able to see if anyone's holding that bridge, which is definitely very possible. Maybe stop off for a little picnic.
If I would say 80-90 पे qualification है,
but you can't be sleeping too long because you do still need to get on towards this circle.
You got to get moving, that's for sure. Let's take a look at their
14
utility.
teams, 46 players.
Got a UMP, level 3 vest. Couple first aids, that's going to help them out here. It is still pretty early. Stage 3, you could definitely afford to eat a
भाई
considering where this circle went, this is not a bad play for them at all. So far, Alpha 7 not doing bad at all. They're in 4th place right now at 25 points. This is really good to see for them, considering that they haven't hit a final all year long yet. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, the one final there's been. They haven't hit it, but they didn't hit it in a very dramatic fashion. I think that's kind of more the point, right? They went down in group
तीसरा circle है. I would say
अभी
भी chances बहुत है.
On nobody's bingo card, right? Yeah. So to be able to regain a little bit of confidence moving here would be brilliant. Obviously, a top 5 is what they're shooting for. What's what they should be aiming for, right? But even getting through to survival stage, I think for them would be a little bit of reassurance. Depends how heavy the ego sits, right?
Yeah.
If they're like
अभी भी एक चांस अपने पास वैसा भी बनता है कि अगर होरा थोड़ा सा बुरा परफॉर्म करती है, हम 2-3 गेम्स में अच्छा परफॉर्म कर लेते हैं, तो हम और ऊपर जा सकते हैं. अभी भी हम सर्कल से बाहर हैं.
That's what it's all about. And when it comes to Alpha 7, there's an old saying in the boxing world, as you get older, the speed slowly goes away, but that power always stays there. And I think that's Alpha 7, no matter what, they are so experienced. They're such a dominating team that these guys can get off the couch and I think can eliminate still some of the best players in the world, right? But getting to those end games, getting those placement points on top of those eliminations, that can be difficult because in the 2 recent global tournaments they played in, at the 18 games, they had 46 eliminations, only 12 placement points, which is insane for them. So they're already looking to beat that here, which is great. It's a good sign for them, and they got a good position in this next circle as it hard shifts on over to them. Very, very lucky. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
I'll tell you who else has a pretty good position here is the Vitality duo, right? Up towards the north side, they've got Tiamba as well as Nongshim Red Force. Up to their north, so nice little buffer. The difficulty, of course, Vitality is they're playing as 2, so they do need to figure out how
आराम से सर्कल के अंदर एंट्री मिल
this
सकती है,
ground.
लेकिन let's see
You've
how
got
it goes.
TT Project as well on that
721
east
GS
side
की
of them.
दिक्कतें
Maybe
बढ़ती जा रही है,
push on
सुधी
through.
मारने लग
That is
गई है.
721 GS going down as they did actually manage to get some of their players out of that engagement, as did Edge, but neither is going to be happy about it. S2G still camping the east bridge.
Yeah, and on the western bridge, it looks like we're going to have Godlike coming in a little bit late. There is still quite a few spots in this circle, so it is going to work for them. And yeah, but let's take a look here at this bridge camp. You got S2G there.
सर्कल में जगहें क्यों नहीं होंगी? 2-3 टीम्स तो अर्ली एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है. बहुत सारी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिन्होंने पहले बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स लूज आउट कर लिए हैं. चाहे वो
Yeah, I mean, you're waiting to have multiple angles on the shot, right? Especially when you're so close to hard cover. You know that you can attack 1 or 2, you lose that element of surprise, but Lost will not lose on that face. Looks for more as well. The spray strafe not quite there. And he's going to find some bullets sent back his way. And Hamzy has to step up to keep his teammates safe, but now S2G are down to 1. All of a sudden, the Hustler crew seem to have found an opening. No real third parties on this one, and Hamzy, I think he just has to get gone here.
Bhai, Axel. Okay, Rezi is knocked. Axel knocked down 2.
Crazy as he's on the move here. They should definitely get these confirmations before they push, because it's going to be difficult to get across that zone. Instead, they just said, hey, you know what? Let it ride.
Axel will finish. Vitality eliminated finally.
But for how long are they going to make it across? MCG is up there up top. When is he going to take these shots? Let's see.
I don't think he's going to have the angle to do it. If they break right here, they're going to crash straight into Yangon Galacticos instead. The Smile
ले भाई, Yangon Galacticos पे आ गए. Yangon Galacticos को 2 frag दे दिए. कितना easily 2 frags give away कर दिए.
That's going to be them out of here. So 16th place, tough start for them. Still Miramar left to go. We'll see if they can bounce back. But this is one heck of a game here, as this zone down in military base on the northeast side near the bridge. It's going to be a hill finish. There are quite a few little dips and valleys that teams can hide under and make some plays in. So we still have 11 teams remaining here. Everybody just waiting for that next circle to pop and deciding just where that fight's going to take them.
During the middle of all that, Vitality getting eliminated, allowing TT Project to take a central position here, puts TT Project in the driving seat.
Godlike zone में
in terms of
ईडा को भगा दिया वहाँ से. ईडा गाड़ियाँ को मारी
technically have more oversight things, but they are a linchpin of it.
Nice one, Somme.
And one of those fights is Godlike. Ida will be next on the chopping block, and Alpha 7 maybe after that. TT Project goes steal point away.
Kill चोरी हो गया.
Out, and now it's Alpha 7 still looking to try and handle it. Revo, will he connect? No, they're not quite finding it.
Nice. बहुत बढ़िया.
Send them down. Alpha 7 standing.
इस पावर नॉक नहीं होना था.
Always obscure is now.
नॉक नहीं होना था. कारियो गिर के नॉक. खुद ही फिनिश कर गया खुद को.
Abino's going to go ahead and heal up. Wait for his teammate.
Let's go.
Godlike taking out Alpha 7.
बहुत प्यारा खेले भाई, बहुत प्यारा. The frags were important. The game was important. बहुत प्यारा.
But not enough blood was drawn against Godlike for them to find a worthwhile pursuit in going for a consistent, a sustained third-party hold here. They're now regrouping out to the west, and they know where the major danger's coming from now. It's on the west side. It's Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike fans right behind us going crazy on that fight. They like to see that. Alpha 7 fans not too happy on that one, but they're still sitting in 4th place for now. We'll see what
the drums?
Yeah, where are the drums?
Where's the vuvuzela? What's going on? I can't hear him.
Well, you know what? Well, you'll probably hear them in a little bit, that's for sure, as we get into the desert coming up. But we got this match to look at. We got Tianba in the mix, and Tianba, man, in 12th place so far, haven't had that crazy pop-off game. But in my opinion, it is only a matter of time. QZZ is an absolute animal. In my opinion, one of the best players on the planet. He's a 20-year-old Chinese superstar. When is he going to pop off? In my opinion, only a matter of time.
I mean, I'm still waiting for it though. I'm still waiting.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
You know, you got some real big boots to fill when it comes to Chinese superstars, right? Paraboy obviously is the forefront, the paramount of the Chinese superstar
We got to see him. We got to see him recently at PMMI.
Yeah, that's true.
That was fun.
Yeah. I mean, fallen off. I didn't say it. I didn't say
8
it.
teams 26 players. गलत दिया भाई.
We got to see him in a little bit of a show match for those guys that missed it. And, it was good to be able to see kind of like the old Nova squad compete once again. Now they did end up having to go against the likes of like Rebel and Aurora, and that was pretty dang tough considering that these guys are the modern monsters of these days. But still, it's good to see the OGs of old still going at it here. But you know what? Speaking of OGs, we got Yangon Galacticos, our previous champs, right? When are they going to get that chicken dinner? They're in 9th place so far, 2 eliminations in this game. They have the bottom right of the circle all to themselves so far. Let's see where this next zone goes. If it does go and head on over to them, they could be in a good position to win this one.
Big opportunity. I mean, it is TT Project really who can decide a lot of the pace depending on where they put pressure in this circle. They are playing now with great positioning, a great position rather in this zone. They have flexibility to try and third party basically any engagement that comes through, which makes it so dangerous for all of these teams to fight. For Yangon Galacticos, I feel like stay put for a little bit longer. Allow E-Arena and Godlike to clash. Allow Nongshim Red Force and Tianba to clash on the north. Maybe you try and be the opposing force on that third party.
That's a great plan, honestly. Wait for that fight to pop off and get in the mix of it. TT Project, they're battling it out with Godlike. Driving right into the mix of this.
Last day, let's go! और frags आ गए. Power finish नहीं होना था यार.
Over TT Project.
Yo, it's Godlike like that, but unfortunately, E-Arena
हमें भी खिला दो.
all of it unfolds.
भाई power मारे जा रहे हैं.
Much into taking down TT Project in the center, and E-Arena pounce. Yangon Galacticos, this is what I wanted from them, to move in to try and third party. But now, teams are going to diverge. Godlike not going down fully there, I think is a big achievement. Playing on with 2, they could still extract value.
This is what I like to see, though. If you're going to make a crazy push like that, you got to do it full send, full attack, and do not waste time. They were able to take out TT Project pretty quick. That's why we still see at least 2 players up from them. And they got a good amount of eliminations in this game with 10. Oh my goodness! Taking out Schweppes. Godlike is on a run right now.
11 मार चुकी है Godlike. 11.
Godlike, Yangon Galacticos now moving Smile in to try and have the numbers advantage. Nongshin Red Force are taking shots from across the way, from across that road on the northeast side. Tianba just hunkered down. They're happy to be out of it at the moment because it looks pretty chaotic on that south edge.
This is getting wild right now. And you can see, Yangon Galacticos are starting to push into this circle. The fight has calmed down, though, so they don't have that easy opportunity to go for a third party. But hey, little by little, just try to get some more information. And you can see Say Cloud, he's got his eyes on Mormon
बहुत
right
प्यारा खेल रही है Godlike यार. बहुत
that
प्यारा.
8 in hand. That's going to be a long toss here, but he's going to, once you saw him in that buggy, he's like, I think I need to save this nade for now.
I mean, Mormon, with the timing on the reverse there, looking pretty good. He saw the player duck back behind the headland. Knew that a nade was being pulled, then was the time to go. rotating around, opening a lot of angles over towards the northeast. Potential for Nongshim Red Force to crack a couple of shots, break a tire, could be bad, but safe for now. Godlike could be going
YG के कितने बचे हैं? YG के चारों बचे हुए हैं.
Spinning around. And Manya has a little bit of trouble. Joker spots him, and it's a flush, leaving just one player now for Godlike. But they've got deep into this game, Duke. 6 teams remaining. They've got 11 eliminations. This is a big, big match. They're up in 7th already.
Huge match from the side of Godlike. That's going to put them in a great spot to try to reach that top 5. That
Joker hold down कर रहा है. Survive कर रहा है.
Galacticos are now like, hey, you know what? It's time for us to get some eliminations. They are controlling that south side. They're still outside the circle, though. They need to find their spot on the way in. Let's see if they can get there.
And now Nongshim Red Force
थोड़ा बहुत एक-एक करके भी players eliminate होते गए ना. वो भी बढ़िया रहेगा रे. EA का 1 player बचा है, IDA के 2 बचे हैं.
Maybe it's going to work out for them here, but Nongshim Red Force in the meantime have established a chokehold.
IDA का 1 knock हो गया है.
Smile forced to jump out of his vehicle. That's Mormon gone. That is now the top point sponges in this lobby are out. This is a huge
हम लोगों को survive करना है अब. एडमिनों को survival instincts दिखाने पड़ेंगे. वो जो एक support role वाला survival instinct है ना वो दिखाना पड़ेगा.
All the way in 13th place. They had their whole squad up. Let's see what they could do, but like you mentioned, look at that. Our previous game winners, Nongshim Red Force, they are spread out, controlling this circle.
I love it. I mean, XCY up on that high ground position, out across the way, controls the low ground between them. Unfortunately, he's going to have to move here, as is TZ on that off angle, and they have to send forwards. Young Galacticos finally take down the last player from Godlike, but they should be so proud of what they've done this game. They have been brutally efficient under this fight.
Godlike, it was a great game. उम्मीदें अभी भी जगी हुई है कि डायरेक्टली हम top 5 के अंदर चले जा सकते हैं. कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
Monster game for them and a huge bounce back. Let's see what Young Galacticos can do though, because now with taking out that player, they can have some real estate to control. We still got a few big teams here. We got 3 full 4-man squads and a solo on the side of Ida in this match. And let's just see where this is going to go. One last circle shift to go, and then we're going to find out where this end game is going to happen.
Yangon Galacticos kind of corralled now onto the south side. This is what I was worried about, that overcommitment potential to that southwest edge, but they do still have quite a bit of ground to play with, and Tianba are going to start to look to flex out.
You can see Hyunbin, he's got that AUG and the P90, right? What an absolute monster. This guy is only 18 years old, and he is one of the best PUBG Mobile players in the world. One of Maxman's favorites, that's for sure. And let's see what he can do here with that P90 in hand. That's the squad wiper. He's going to need it, though, because there are some monsters in this lobby still here. You got our previous champs, Young Galacticos. You got Tianba, who by all means should have won PMMI, but it was Nongshim Red Force at the last second to smash and take that tournament away from them. So let's see who's just gonna win this one. Rita, oh yeah, and there's Rita all by himself in a shack saying, please guys, leave me alone.
All by myself. Don't want to be Rita all by himself.
Don't want to be in
now.
that shack, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty, especially with Nongshim Red Force bearing down upon you. You're right. I mean, you're right. Hyunbin, one of the most successful breakout performers, one of the most brilliant rookie performances we saw from him. He's looking to try and build that that resume, that CV, to become that veteran standard player, and he's well on his way.
Rita?
Moving up towards Rita. He's got a nade to bobble out. Looks good, but only takes half the HP. In the meantime, Tianba getting descended upon by Yangon Galacticos off in the distance. XZY will look to try and challenge and doesn't quite get the full gut shot there as Rita getting chipped away, and they will find him down. It's the P90 to do it, of course.
That's the gun, I'm telling you. That's the weapon you want here in the end game. How about some nades, though, as that is going to be the big bell to ring to get this fight started. Smile getting knocked there is going to be brutal. Yeah, and Tianba are going to probably throw all the utility they have to try and take him out.
This is so well orchestrated by Nongshim Red Force throughout all of this. They have taken so much ground. They've stopped movements. Tianba being reserved in their compound. Now looking to try and break out. And Yangon Galacticos, they are now trapped in the middle of Nongshim Red Force, out of the blue zone. They are going to get pushed by it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them, Jukes.
I think it's a back-to-back chicken dinner from Nongshim Red Force. They have so much control, and these two teams are fighting each other, like you mentioned, outside of the circle. Yep, here it goes. So so easy, and it's feeling like that for them because the blue zone's on their side. It's how many eliminations can Nongshim Red Force get?
Yangon Galacticos trying their best to stay alive, but they're two players now. Tiamba do still have a chance here, but Eagle is going to step straight to the firing line of the backstop Nongshim Red Force position. Say Cloud try to stay alive, but TZ's just making it so hard, and they are really, really going to find it difficult to get out of this divot. Has the hovercraft as well. The fade away with the nade, finds another knock, and now Yangon Galacticos only playing as one. Say Cloud spotted out, but has to back off the volley of fire. He'll leave the hovercraft on about a quarter of its HP and is draining quite quickly, but now he's got a huge amount of ridgeline cover as Romeo gets flushed away.
Yeah, just, it's like such a crucial wall. Oh, and those nades are disgusting. Tizzy putting that cover right where it needed to be, and having this hovercraft right towards the end is even better for the side of Nongshim. Is it? Is the final circle here, folks. This zone's gonna go down to nothing. Nongshim Red Force have the dead center spot, and Hyunbin gets a Molotov onto the side of Tianba. These guys are completely trapped.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos finally going down. Tiamba starting to bleed on the low ground too. They are having a real tough time of it. And this high ground angle, TZ has been so operative, so commanding in these off angles over the course of these last circles, and is looking to open another can of whoop-ass.
Woo, and that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that P90, and that is it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
That is how in those final circles.
प्लेट रख के आता हूं मैं आ गए पॉइंट्स टेबल दिखाई कि नहीं वो बताओ. 5 people watching. Yeah. Okay, points table. PWC. PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile. हम पहुंच गए. अभी तक अपडेट नहीं हुआ. हो जाएगा, अभी तक अपडेट नहीं हुआ है. खतरनाक वेबसाइट बना दी है लौंडे ने भाई. We jumped up to hashtag 8. 22 पे 3 टीम्स हैं. हम hashtag 60 पकड़ लेते हैं खुद को. We are hashtag 6th only भाई, समझ के चलो. ये लोग पोजीशन पॉइंट्स को ज्यादा तवज्जो दे रहे हैं. एक चीज समझ के चलना. You need to get position points as well in future भाई, क्योंकि पोजीशन पॉइंट्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तुम देख लो अभी क्या हो रहा है. अगर जूम इन हो रहा है, जूम इन जी जे. वॉच दिस. टियानबा ने 15 फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं 22 पॉइंट्स, मतलब 7 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स. वाईजी ने 10 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स निकाले, 12 फिनिश पॉइंट्स है, तो 22 पॉइंट्स पे. गॉडल ने 19 फिनिश पॉइंट्स निकाले हैं, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन पोजीशन पॉइंट्स के नाम पे कुछ भी नहीं है गॉडल के पास, तो दिक्कत ही दिक्कत है भाई साहब.
Gotta talk about that last game. Nonshan Red Force with the back to back.
I love it. Can I just say that? Look,
right.
I do like my one-word answers. Nice. No, Hyunbin, Nongshim Red Force, I really like what they did there on all of it, honestly. What I will say, the biggest point for me here, Max, maybe you'll agree with me, is that for me, when Yangon and Tiamba were finally going head-to-head there, rather than spreading up and around, which they did do eventually, but rather than waiting for that fight to finish, they took advantage of that fight to actually spread into zone a little bit, maintaining that control, getting that high ground.
And their reward is 18 points on the board.
You know what? I'm going to steal your thunder right now.
Do it.
Nice! Oh, yes. What a nice one coming out from Nongshim Red Force. 18-pointer. That's a back-to-back chicken dinner, as we already said. Loving it from South Korea. I'm getting those G+ vibes right now. I'm getting Nongul 2.0 vibes. Loving what we're seeing so far. Really happy. But going on to the second slot here, Godlike. Interesting to see, right, Seven? No hot drop, how it can do for you in these games.
Exactly. Don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about
Godlike mara hai bhai.
Tiamba. How about Tiamba? Tiamba with that great performance as well, putting up those numbers. Tiamba really hasn't been putting up much. And also another team that I wanted to touch base on, Lace, is none other than Yangon Galacticos now having back-to-back good performances.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 in the last 2 games, but not too much to show for it. Then coming into this match, and as the PMWC Championships, they have finally picked up the phone to their goddamn wake-up call, because I could not understand why this team had to take this long to get to this point. Now, we're obviously in this final zone. They didn't have the cover to sort of protect themselves from it. They had to just bide their time to make sure that they can get those placement points.
प्यारा गेम निकला
I mean, it moves them from 15 to 6.
Yeah, it does end up moving them from 15 to 6 because of the sponge points. Something that we ended up seeing there is in the top 5, there was none of the top 3 teams, so allow other teams. And you were talking about Godlike. Guess what, Godlike? This is what happens when you don't hot drop. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And we can look at the stats here.
मारा मारी की है भाई.
Those 4 eliminations.
Oh, finally, just give it up. It's just not worth the hot drop. They're really happy behind us doing it, not hot dropping. They're really hype about it. But no, going to see when you don't hot drop, look at that. 4 eliminations, 3, 2, 2. Especially
Average निकल जाती है 11 की.
He got the entire team reset. This team is looking great so far.
Man, I just want to talk about Manya's decision to make the largest rotate over to the eastern, well, not from the eastern side, the western side's bridge. They were able to scout. There were 3 teams on that east bridge. They made their way around to the western side. They obviously moved their rotation into there. They were able to obviously protect their 4 eliminations early on. But my God, they actually then took notice of IDA's split hold, took them down, and quickly advanced and moved their rotation in. And then Alpha 7 came out of nowhere. Oh, we're going to third party this easier. No, Godlike read that like a book, were able to defend them off. And look, usually, you know, we're going to say, you know, there's a couple of like clutch mentalities, but we're handing that over. We're handing that over to Manu because that was an absolutely insane performance to be able to
crazy
defend
performance.
certain teams after that entire long rotate. It's
the next one. It's
it wasn't you.
I dodged it. I was so quick.
I can't throw him at Max anymore.
It's my turn. It's my day today.
I got in trouble, but my God, what a performance!
No, it was really good.
I
And
kind
you
of
know,
need those.
You can't damage me.
we were kind of talking about, right, how you were like, look, Godlike's a really aggressive team. Don't be so aggressive. And this thing is that actually
Unnecessary aggressiveness.
unnecessarily, right? Yeah. This was very necessary because once they stopped hot dropping, they took out Hora, A7, and with a little help from Yangon, EA as well. E-Arena, the top team. Well,
the top team,
now,
bro.
But you can see that this is a team that actually can go up against the big names in this lobby as long as you don't hot drop. Don't do it.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Unnecessary aggressiveness from Godlike. You don't need to see it. Just wait for the right time. We know you have the fragging power. Snacks is currently watching. He's like, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. But you know what else we were watching? Wolves Baton with the headshot of the Pmwc.
That's so you love to see that. Sorry, I can only laugh at the plays like that. Come on. The pan is the deadliest bullet. Look, it hit me. You got me.
Why is this a boomerang?
Okay,
if only we could have a real pan.
So actually, you know what? Sorry, I gotta be that guy. According
to my calculations.
We're talking about no hot. According to my calculations, that sounds like John Allen. Anyway, no,
thank you.
Looking at these drops going into Miramar, which is going to be the next coming map, right? We do see
Snacks का reaction देखें उसका नाम जब लिया गया. Let's see. Let's watch his reaction at this point. Where is Snacks?
did Sky from Hora.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
It hit me. You got
participate. Thank you so much for जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं, थैंक करेंगे अपनी लास्ट 3 दिन की स्ट्रीम पे हमने हर स्ट्रीम पे 12,000 सब्स गेन किए. आज तीसरा दिन है. 36,000 सब्स इन 3 days इज इनसेन भाई. थैंक यू सो मच यार पब्लिक. मरफा फाइनल्स में भाई अपनी टीम इंडिया के लिए. फाइनल्स में मरफा करेंगे अपनी टीम इंडिया के लिए बाबू. जितने भी जोल्स आपके पास पड़े सारे के सारे भेज दो और कांग्रेचुलेशंस उस तरीके से करो. मींस अ लॉट. करो.
Eliminations average.
Oh, you know, it's not the best game from them, but you know, blah blah.
फर्स्ट पेज में आगे एक अच्छा गेम.
Can I just take you through?
एक और एक अच्छा गेम अपन सीधा टॉप 5 जंप करेंगे. One more good game and we are into the top 5 scene.
Which is absolutely insane. And after, you know, a cost of their fight, a bad zone pull. The duo and the firepower of Razy and Axel is just another.
Jewels भेजते रहो भाई, अगर आप लोग congratulate करना चाहते हो तो jewels भेजते रहो. Thank you so much.
Everybody is like सबको jewels ही चाहिए. अच्छी खासी वॉचिंग आई तो ज्वेल्स अपने लिए भी नहीं रुकेंगे, बात तो सही है.
Ha! I got somebody. And as we're going into game 5. Not at all. You see that? Let's go to stage. Anytime now.
Right now, in fact, yes, of course, despite, of course, we had that amazing win at the very beginning of the day. It's Vitality in #1 here, Blank, after insane consistency throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day for Vitality so far, and honestly, I think the Indonesian crowd can't be happier for this team so far. They're going to be very, very proud. Even in that last match, yes, they come 13th. However, of the 8 eliminations they got, they took out everyone else and then went out by another team. So these guys are on a great time. Consistency's through the roof, like you say. It's also awesome because it feels like a spiritual successor right now. You've got Razak and Razy.
Yeah.
It's like Zuxi and Luxi the past. You've got Axel's doing incredible work on his own. Kind of like the Ryzen of the past as well. It's like we're bringing it all back here, and this is the future of Indonesia.
I saw on socials one of the twins was milling around in Paris as well.
Luxi is here.
Yes,
yeah, Luxi is here. I saw him the other day. He's a good lad, yeah. He's a lot more mature than he used to be as well. But yeah, it's always good talking to Luxi. He's a really, really cool guy.
No, definitely. I think that also Vitality not only is able to bring the gun power, but also the positional awareness as well, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to that beach situation in Erenkel and having to sort of weave your way behind the strong Alpha 7 position in a lot of that, they understand where they need to go and when they need to go, because sometimes you could be in positions too early, but Vitality was there when they needed to be, even though the circle eventually goes against them.
Well, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think maturity is a great way to describe them at the moment. The way that they are just regrouping on one another during these games is fantastic. It's really, really good stuff. I've been very much enjoying it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game at Pmwc.
Absolutely, we are ready to get stuck in. Thank you very much for the Blank Jutsu breakdown there. It was a real treat to hear about the maturity, the development, the further progression of all of our teams, because it is getting a little bit dicey for a couple. But a back-to-back chicken dinner is going to be pretty soothing for the nerves on Nongshim Red Force. Vitality going to be feeling pretty chill. You know what I'm slightly worried about, though?
What's that?
Is Irina.
Okay,
Where
why?
they been at? Where they been at since that chicken dinner at the start of the day?
That's a good point. I mean, they've been putting up some decent points, right? But considering that they had 39 in one game, they set that pace like we would not
beginning with
possibly
Miramar
believe. But you know
so
what?
early.
That's it for Rondo. That's it for
उम्मीद नहीं थी
Arrogant.
भाई कि
It's
7:30
time
बजे
to
Miramar
get
चालू
into
हो
the
जाएगा.
desert of Miramar. We heard it there on the desk earlier. We could possibly actually see some hot drop action here. That is going to make things mighty
देखो हमारे लॉन्डो को देखो.
as we look at the leaderboards, Vitality on top, 59 points. 6th place cutoff right now, Yangon Galacticos with 22. That is a 37-point difference. 37 points from
ठीक है ना गॉडल अगर
that's almost as many points as Nongshim Red Force have here.
I think I would definitely say that would be big. A big difference.
अगर गॉडल इस गेम में
Yeah,
एक आधा
I
10
would
पॉइंटर वाला
classify
चिकन
that
मार
according
लेती
to
है.
my calculations,
Back
as
away.
apparently I like to say.
Back how we say back home, a biggin.
We say that too.
Oh,
a big
really?
Yeah, it's a real big one.
You know what? It's international.
क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए 2 या 4 गेम्स अच्छे चाहिए भाई. अब ये है 99% क्वालिफाइड है. वाइटैलिटी है 99% क्वालिफाइड है.
All the way down on the south side. That's not going to be too comfortable for a lot of these squads here. We'll see where the zone decides to go. Then this circle has been chaotic all day long today. I wouldn't be surprised
दिन
if
के
we
स्टार्ट
see
में ही
it
हम
go
लोगों ने
all the
बोल
way
दिया
over
था
the
भाई.
water.
Partona, let's go. We're going
Partona.
for a prison circle. That's what we're going to see. 3, 2, 1. Oh. That's you know what?
These kind of predictions are there.
I might just leave now. I don't want to stick around if it's not a crazy circle.
Helposo, the tried and true. You know what, though? I think it's about time we get a little bit of a break here. Looking at the drops. Actually, we're going to see over there in a little action there on the south side. Looks like ETS
लेना लंबा रूट ही चाहिए छोटे रूट में बहुत
सारी
टीम्स going
up north, hunting down some vehicles. You could see some shots out of some cars.
Yeah, Ed Shenyang on Galacticos going to be going toe-to-toe a little bit on a hot drop there, but they have taken either end of the settlement and not really committing for the vehicle drops either. They do have, I believe, one vehicle on the back line, so for Etch, you could just grab a vehicle and send away, but looks like they want to stick around and maybe try and vie for the spot instead. Godlike alone in Los Leones.
पहले गेम में अच्छा खेली थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो decline आया है, they are also at the 11th position right now.
I'm sure as teams make their way out that way and try and make themselves look as good as possible. If you want to look as good as possible, you need to be heading over to that Uzumaki Naruto event, grabbing those fresh-looking skins. Look at the firepower on that skin.
Woo, that Nine Tails Fury right there. And it is insane. Those guys that have played the event, man, let us know in the chat if you're able to take down the Nine Tails, because that man does not mess around. I mean, one of the most difficult bosses I have fought in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to be hitting those weak points and making sure you're breaking through that armor resistance and then making the most of the time where it's down on the ground. Either way, that sort of scale of monster isn't going to be played in esports. The only thing that comes close is maybe E-Arena's first game on Rondo. That kind of felt like a similar sort of kaiju level threat in this game, but so far that hasn't been repeated, and we're going to be a little bit more sensible.
They definitely, channeled his chakra, that's for sure, in the first match. But, just like in Naruto, it fades away. You know what I'm saying? So
does it fade?
I think it lingered a little bit because they still have a whole points here, but Vitality somehow we're able to pass them up, which is just crazy to me. But the one difference that we have from Group A versus Group B is there are some serious points bunches here, right? It was pretty close for the most part when it came to Group A, where we felt like any team could make it in the top 5. The thing is, though, with these next 2 matches to go, if we continue to see, Nongshim, Aura, EA, Vitality, even if Alpha 7 get a win here, it's going to be pretty difficult for these teams to try to make it straight to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to be fair, 5th place being 25 points, like that's one kind of good game, right? From a team all the way down towards the, well, I say kind of very good game, a 15 Elim chicken dinner. That's doable, right?
Sure,
that is a very reasonable thing for a team to be able to achieve. So literally anyone at this point could just jump straight into the top 5 if they've got that firepower behind them, if they get a position.
And by top 5, you mean just 5th place.
Oh, right, yeah. 5th place is top 5. I checked.
That is true. I mean, that's what's so crazy, though, considering that, 38 to 25 from 4th and 5th is wild. So, yeah, I mean, we still have that 5th place spot that's looking good. But, if you continue to give breathing room to those top 4, then that only leaves 1 slot available tomorrow, and you do not want that. And there's some serious names below that top 5. You got our previous champs, Young Galacticos, right there at 6th. Our Pmwc champs barely holding on right now in 5th. And Tianba, a monster squad right below them. So, man, it's going to be pretty wild to see how things ring out here. You can see the coach corner. As we take a look at these guys, every single time we see the coaches, I want to see them smiling, getting hyped. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just serious business for these coaches.
Hey, look, they got to be digesting all of that information as fast as possible, because you don't have a long time to convey it to the team, right? So you need to be looking at those early stages. I think they'll be focused in now much more than maybe in about 5 minutes. Then they'll come back into it a little bit later in the game. But these early game negotiations with the lobby are going to be pretty important. So I think, fair enough that they're locked in. It's almost like they're trying to take this seriously, Jude. Which,
now that I think about it,
kind of cringe, actually.
Kind of wild. I mean, now that I think about it, like in pretty much in every sport, anytime you look at a coach, you don't look too happy, right? No matter what's going on here.
Hey, if you're pleased with your team, you're not thinking about it right.
Yeah, it's right. That's right.
Whoa.
Go to 1 by more points. And look at this. QZZ. He's on a horse. Giddy up. And he's out of it.
Yeah. Real high jumps on that guy,
Yeah.
That's powerful. That back legs there. We'll need to consult Neptura to see if that's a reasonable amount of height for a horse to jump,
She is our equestrian expert on the panel.
Very much so.
Take a look at Alpha 7 though. Alpha 7 love El Pozo. This is their drop spot. They know this whole city like the back of their hand. So for them to be able to make it up here nice and safe and sound is going to be a great sign for our Pmgc champions here. As far as teams that are not in this zone just yet, we got Nongshim Red Force, who just won 2 chicken dinners. They're all the way down south in Minas. You have Vitality in Los Leones.
दो seconds के बावजूद Vitality को catch up नहीं कर पाया. मतलब frags की power देखोगे कितनी frags important है. Vitality एक भी chicken नहीं निकाली है.
Hustler Crew and S2G going to have to try and negotiate around water treatment. La Cobraria as well, potentially. Going through the Crater Fields area is going to be very, very difficult with where Aura sit. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hustler Crew try and swing wide out.
Are we out from Los Leones? That is the question right now.
Past the west side of Crater Fields and try and find a way in that way. Either that or get much closer to San Martin, but I just don't think that you can move freely on the north side of this circle by going straight past Crater Fields. I just don't think it's going to work out well, and I think that they may have read that.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find themselves their best spot possible. But oh, looks like we do have a fight. And it's going to be Slownik battling it out with TT Project. Going to go for a little 1v2 action here. Pulls a pin, fakes it, jump shots. Oh, he's got to watch out for that S12K. Yeah, back it on up. Now getting hit by that. He's going to have to find some cheeky angles here.
Nice job. Good right.
But here come the rest of the Wolves. Are they going to be able to save their teammate? Looks like they might have just done so and just in time.
And now in comes back to hold the angle, get the flush as well. Slotting is very, very low though, Jukes. They do need to get it picked back up right now if they want to try and make this one work. Neos is still on the top floor. Slotting is bleeding. He's bleeding out, and down he goes. And down goes Neos. He's dropping down for the fight, but it's not going to go well. What is needed. And FPS steps forward to try and challenge it yet again, but he's the last to stand for TT Project. This is going to be the Wolves all day. TT Project, take a tumble.
Oh man, and what a play for the Wolves here. Our NA representatives getting that fight done, and they are in elimination range. They are all the way at the bottom 3 here, so with that fight, it does push them up a little bit. Hopefully to try to at least make the survival stage and extend their tournament life just a little bit longer. But it looks like we may just have a true El Pozo Vitality here. As now we're going to look at Vitality getting some shots down range as well.
Getting stuck in as and needed. Ooh, 2 of them are down though, and it's up to Federalis and Axel to try and hold off against ETSH. Against Etch, that's a good start. Leveling the playing field now on the numbers. Fajita being as isolated from the rest of the players as he is going to make it a little bit easier to get these reses, but Razak may just be a bit of a goner here, Jukes. He is very far afield. Axel launching the nades, a volley sent from the backlines as well as Federalis has one looping over the top. Razy likely going to get picked back up, but I think, yeah, that's not flushed down.
Vitality versus the STH. Great fight happening around.
Stopping off to go for the flush. Instead, wants to bolster the position for Etch.
Oh, Fajita is sizzling right now. He's going to have to make a play all by himself because these nades are really starting to hurt. Federalis is just on point with them. There's another air burst, and that picked him off a little bit. He does get the heal off, but that nade's going to hurt a whole lot. And that is ETSH out of there. Vitality. And these guys are just getting eliminations like crazy in the early game.
Hitting those nades like 5 big booms for Vitality. They are doing bits over on the south side, but they do need to get a move on. No one really too close enough to cause any worry for them in terms of third parties, because they are outside the circle. They're going to have to push up north, past Montenuevo, and try and find where they can slot on in. In the meantime, I'm taking a look at the rest of this lobby, and Hustler Crew did, in fact, go for that wide north rotate. S2G didn't. They sent in, and they're now south of Crater Fields, and have kept all 4 of their players alive, so I didn't expect them to be able to do something like that with Horror taking up that high ground, but seems like they made it work. Irina going to follow on that north side behind Hustler Crew and go past the Cobraria. So potential for the northwest side of El Pozo to get pretty crammed in.
Yeah, and you can see Irina just creeping into that top of that circle here. Alpha 7 dead center of this zone. You got Tianba there down south, and we're going to see some crates start to fly in this Miramar match. So not because of the playing path, we didn't see any crazy hot drops. The zone does center on up, so that early rotation from Alpha 7 really paying off here. So take a look at the top players so far. Axel on top, and then no surprise, 2 players from E-Arena following him.
I mean, yeah, it's still just got to be these 2 teams on these top player cards. It was kind of nutty with the amount that E-Arena were able to do in that first game and the amount that since then Vitality have been able to rack on up. It's been pretty beautiful stuff. Godlike on the east side, losing a player there as we hop back over to the map. Vitality still making their way in from that south side. Those fields that are overlooked by Ida's position now, gonna make it pretty tricky. Okay. Oh, I kind of like this approach. Hops out with the parachute. Jumps on top of the Mesa. Okay, looking pretty stylish with the stunts there.
That's how you get it done. The question is how is he going to get down?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That's the problem. So we got STG, and they said, you know what, we don't have to worry about getting down. We're getting into this building here. And now they're looking for some angles onto Alpha 7. So this fight starting to ring out, which is a little bit wild. I mean, they are in center of zone. It would pay off for these teams to kind of just hold their position and then wait to fight until the end. But with Guizhou kind of out of position here, it is going to make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, with Dopeness sort of cutting through the middle of that position, it's going to make things hard. S2G are going to start to get angles on it too once they figure out how to park a car in their little garage there. And there's that nade. That's what you're talking about. That's exactly what you're talking about. And Guizhou goes down. Alpha 7 allowed too many noisy neighbors. They didn't put in the complaints early enough, and now they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about it, like you mentioned.
ऐसा नहीं हो जाए इस गेम के अंदर फोरमैन कोई सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर रहा है एंड सर्कल में.
3 peaks, just trying to get a little bit more intel. I won't be surprised if we don't even see a fight here happen at all. I mean, this is still dead central zone. I think right now it's just about getting information, just making sure no team just randomly pushes up into them. Now, the fights that could definitely ring on out are there on the south side. You got Vitality, Tianba, Wolves, Mighty close to each other. But meanwhile, in El Pozo, we're going to see just
hold down kar lo bhai, Godlike
pop shots trying to knock down a little bit of armor.
I like what Ida are doing on the eastern side of this circle, right? They have that super duper high ground that you know overlooks those El Pozo fields. They're going to have a lot of angles to try and make that one work. And I like what Rita has done here. Moved down. They know that they're not under threat from their east side anymore, which means that they can, well, almost certainly not under threat from their east side, not technically guaranteed, but certainly a little bit assuaged. But moving Rita out, I really like that. Gives them a foothold to move down because they're very likely going to have to leave this high ground.
Yeah.
So they can start to scout out the angles that they can crash towards in those fields out on the east side. So hopefully we're going to see a Turkish team have a good game here.
Yeah, the zone definitely goes to them. And it kind of does. I mean, it still have some of that play in for them. So this could be a huge opportunity for them to get some points. If that next circle definitely hard shifts onto the east side, they're going to get a crazy game because that open field is disgusting. Like, if you just try to take one of those little hay bale areas, you're committing to that for the rest of the game. But now we're going to see Vitality. Team Vitality getting to it with Tianba. This is a huge fight.
I mean, Tianba not really getting into it at all, actually, sending straight across the open field. Okay, Vitality and Ida both actually vying for the warehouses on the south side of the field. Ida committing there. Tianba trying to get across out in the open, losing another player. And now, I mean, Ida crunching in Vitality. It might just be working out beautifully for them. It's going to send Vitality away, deny them access to the eastern portions of this circle.
See on the west side. We're looking at E-Arena and Nongshim.
4 टीमें 22 पे आ गई है. हम 9th पे push down हो गए हैं.
XCY. Going to be looking for some more players here. Hyunbin mighty close. He heard that pin get pulled and he said, let me time to back it on up. This is a very difficult area to nade. You have to throw it literally in the perfect position if you want to get it on. And now Tizzy from across the way, putting a little bit of pressure. Going to go ahead and get his teammate back
Pressure
up.
डाल के revive भी मिल
Definitely looks like this
जाएगा.
fight's going to ring out all the way to its bitter end here. Because this zone is not kind to either of these teams. And yeah, E-Arena is just trying to find some room to work with.
Trying to roll on up the back lines, take that 2 versus 2 fight. And it's going 1 for 1. Morvan gaya,
Morvan के साथ एक और गया, Joker गया.
Red Force. Serve a lesson straight on up to half of the arena, and the other
Ida
half
is
is
fighting
nowhere
with
to be
Mura.
seen. Big nade in as well across the way. That flush comes through. We're on stage 4 here, which means the zone is survivable, but you don't want to be staying in there too long. Another nade goes a little bit longer, and Hyunbin wants to load one more into the old arm cannon.
No
Trying to make a
down.
play here. Putting some shots on the Tizzy while he's in the blue zone.
वही बात है रे,
And
vitality
you
जब तक
are
जिंदा
right,
रहेगी,
man. We saw Irina go crazy in Rondo. And
oh, that would have been so good.
Yeah, since then, things have been a little bit difficult for the Thai squad. Tourniquet's got that nade, though. This could be dangerous if he hits it. Doesn't quite get the mark. And now Nongshim Red Force are getting their whole squad together. This is not good on the side of Irina.
Yeah, they didn't manage to win that fight out on the east side. I mean, it was a little bit of a gamble, but probably a necessary one. Unfortunately, this time around, it did not go their way. And Nongshim Red Force are looking pretty stalwart in their hold. So easy. Moving across through those smokes, waits for the nade, darts past it, and they are just moving across. Vitality in the meantime, though, have moved up, and this is going to make things tricky. Razy wants to unleash, but it's Tizzy who goes down to Federales, and the Arena are going to strike immediately, snap to the points where they can, but no, not going to happen.
What?
All of them go to Vitality.
That's crazy. Somehow wasn't able to steal that elimination. Just looks like he may have just got shot him down to half an HP and then ticked him on down. Unfortunate. Schweppes getting that knock, though. He's looking to get that confirmation. He's pushed around the open. He's got no coverage. He's shimmying. He's moving back and forth. Jumping down. And Hyunbin is right there to catch him. But Young on Galacticos were ready for both these teams.
3 points earned for Nongshim, and that is going to put them up in 4th, keep them nice and happy, to be fair. They're still quite far ahead of Alpha 7 in that 5th place position, but it's not quite another chicken dinner, which they're probably hoping for. Not going to happen this time around. All of that fight was exacerbated by the earlier engagement, the earlier descent you saw from Ida from that high ground, pushing Vitality further west. If that hadn't happened, I feel like Nongshim had a fair crack at that.
Yeah, you're right, and it's so crazy how just the tiniest little movement in the lobby can just destroy your squad, and honestly destroy this whole lobby, because it is Team Vitality that gets 8 more points. 67 total, and we are not done with match number 5.
There's still more to go. If you could believe
There's another
it,
game.
There's a whole extra game.
67.
This is
67.
Careful with that. Careful with that sort of numbers. But we are going to be heading into match number 6 after this as well. And yeah, it's pretty nasty to have a team like Vitality putting on this sort of a show. With the 8 eliminations they've got so far this match, Ida potentially vulnerable to losing Rita as they chase on in. Meanwhile, over in El Pozo, though, there is a charge through the high street. They say the high street is dead, but it might just be dead to rights to 721 GS, but maybe not. In the meantime, Tiamba, they were cut down to 2 earlier on. There's already a lot of damage done, and Moscow, once more, will not be able to chew, though. That 721, I believe, just runs straight through as they try and make a mad dash out into the open.
QZZ putting up a little bit of a car wall here, and this is where they're going to stay for the rest of the match. It is a great spot. This little dip is dangerous, considering that it's kind of hard to get even near there. It is super weak from the hill right above it, but no team can really take that spot because there's vision in every single direction. And for the other side of that weakness, when it comes to the side of Aura, Tiamba did set up that vehicle wall, so we could definitely see those 2 players be very dangerous here towards the end.
Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried about Axel's position right now, because Emre is up on the high ground still. Axel should be broadside to him.
Oh my.
But he's not taking the shots. Maybe he doesn't quite have the angle. No, Emre didn't want to take the shot, certainly. But yeah, it's he spotted a helmet there. He spotted a helmet there. What are we getting a replay of? Crazy. Oh, the links. And
boom! That's what I'm talking about. Love to see some sniper
action
anytime in this game. And when it comes to Miramar, that's a chance we get to really see it. So we see the big guns getting whipped out here in the World Cup.
Hustler crew really struggling on the back lines here to try and push through a Pozzo. That wide sweep over the north side. Now coming back to bite them. They do manage to get the reses, but another knock sent straight their way very, very quickly. They have to cross the road, but where do you go? You've got Alpha 7, Yango Galacticos, Dopeness, all in your way. I don't hold any hope that they're going to be able to make this run, but maybe they'll be able to sneak one player, maybe even two through, but even then, that is a too tall of an order for them, and they fall down. Alpha 7, they are down to 2 players despite starting here and really haven't had the best of luck on this game with only the 1 elimination. We're going out to the open field now, Juice.
Dude, this is ridiculous. This day, for when it comes to circles, has just been the most toxic, ridiculous zones in one day I've seen. His zone has just been brutal. Now we're going to see a Rebel get taken out by Smile. This is Young on Galacticos. These are 2 championship teams battling it out, and Young on Galacticos are going to eliminate Alpha 7, and that's brutal for them considering that they were right below them on the leaderboard. So now Yangon moves into 5th place.
Yeah, they're taking that mantle now, and they are winning on that tiebreaker. They are in that 5th place spot. In the meantime, Tiamba getting rolled up on by some of Ora, but it's not going well. QZZ holding his nerve. Beautifully done, but I think, yeah, it's just going to be too much of a brunt to bear. And they will go out of it. Able to do a lot of damage, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. And Ora now looking to piece themselves fully back together. In the meantime, Vitality, 10 eliminations. They're the Southside Commanders.
And we see Razy get another huge shot with the 50 cal. So the snipes are coming out. Team Vitality is just dominating right now.
11 eliminations, up to a 70-point total with
Vitality
another match still to play. Placements have only just started kicking in as well. Jukes, we're on 8 teams remaining. A lot of hangers-on here, trying to keep themselves right to the edge of El Pozzo, but this is about to go off like, as you like to say, the 4th of July.
Yeah, let's get this party started, baby, as we see the Wolves holding it on and trying to get themselves further away from that bottom 3. It's just these element tricks and necessary now. Throwing those nades. Oh, just a little bit out of range of Young on Galacticos. And meanwhile, we got Dopeness up top here. Racy with another shot off the Smile. This guy's going crazy.
It's big boom after big boom. What can you say? And the nades coming on through now for this El Pozzo scrap. Dopeness trying to charge out the open, but they're getting cut through on the sidelines. In the meantime, Godlike, who have been a little bit quiet, they're now on the north side of things and probably in one of the better spots in terms of the El Pozzo teams. Horror really can't step up to them. It's only going to be Vitality across the way that might be able to play spoiler to it, but it's still just getting hotter and more pressure is building inside these buildings.
And this battle just keeps on ringing out here as we're going to see a Dopeness just holding the outside. S2G putting some shots onto Godlike as well. And they, I mean, S2G are just holding this warehouse. It's such a dominant position for them. Look at this. Godlike with the M249. Oh, that hurt though. Yeah, time to heal up.
Okay, humbled a little bit there for Salmate. Has to stay alive. In the meantime, they are looking for those revives. Dopeness on their last legs here, wanting to try and make it work. 2 players alive. S2G looking to fight towards the outside now. Lost Burt back, but in steps Hamzy to take up the mantle of that duel. And will be able to win it out. The rest of Dopeness soon to go down. Soulcake does get knocked in the process. As Vitality take a player as well from that. Up to 14 eliminations for Vitality, by the way. As Yangon Galacticos sailing down the cliffs, but I think they're under pressure. Vitality on 14 eliminations. Jukes, I said it before. I didn't even believe myself when I said it.
This is unreal. I mean, Razy has been just having his way with this lobby from across the map. While we're watching this fight, Razy is just going nuts. I mean, knock after knock after knock. I'd love to see his POV here because he is dominating right now. Meanwhile, I mean, this is just, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. They're stuck.
There's nowhere for them to go. S2G trying to extract as much value as possible. They've got 5 limbs. Down out Godlike go, by the way, into that horror position that we saw before. But a lot of their players are suffering. 2 of them now have fallen. It's all up to Salme on the off angle here, on that high ground. He's not in the next zone, but he's got a nade. And he's going to send it forwards, takes down his own teammate, denying the point. Vitality want to watch this one drop, and Federalis wants to get closer, wants to be in with that opportunity as S2G join the jump.
Here we go. Now we're seeing it from Vitality's perspective. They've got so much sightlines here, but these teams are just battling their way to find any sort of coverage. And you're going to have to hit the deck because Vitality are going to be soaking up tons of eliminations here. Razy with 7, all on his lonesome. And these hay bales are just paying dividends for this team.
Nobody's really able to challenge them out in the open. I mean, maybe Yangon Galacticos, if things start to conclude, could dash straight towards Federalis on this angle here. Maybe get in with a chance of doing it, but that's kind of the only way I see this not going to Vitality. It was 88 points on that 5th place bubble yesterday for 5th place. They're within striking distance of that right now.
And that nade, oh, that one is much too close for comfort. I like the fact that Wolves are throwing down these smokes just to try and make it a little bit more difficult for this Lights of Aura to hit these nades. That one looks too good, though. And Necessary is out. Elementrix is in between that vehicle and hay bale, so that's a perfect spot for both these players to survive just a little bit longer. Every point counts when it comes to Wolves.
Yangon Galacticos will go down entirely. Vitality up to 17 eliminations now. Hodder on 11 themselves on this game. And there is just no way that they don't win this one. Surely, the fire out in the open field. It's going to make things tough. That nade over the top bounces back just incorrectly there. Necessary does get a heal off, but the nade to follow it up, and Axel to follow it through as well. The fact that Wolves are still alive with both their players right now is kind of crazy. And Horror now have to make that mad dash. I don't know how much more they've got left, but they get another burn on.
Well, here comes Team Vitality looking to take this chicken dinner, and it's Razy. He's got the angles. He's got the Molotov. Bird, baby Bird, he throws it. Oh, starts getting some shots on himself, though. Now hits the deck. But with this utility usage, Vitality are just dominating this lobby.
Razy still has nades to play with as well. Sends that Molotov forwards, finds Sleepy with the explosion. Razy wants a little bit more. Just Sky now there, as well as Necessary out in the open field. Axel joining him for the 1-2 punch. Razy goes down, and Sky stays alive now with a chance against Axel in a 1 versus 1. Necessary could backstab. There's Razy getting flushed away. A little bit of danger now. He's going to stay at their doorstep as Sky steps forwards. He looks for the feet, looks for the ankle swipe. It is traded, but 2 players now, and Necessary could do it.
Necessary's got to make a play here for this team. Got to keep them alive. Got to get them at least to the survival state. Oh, the angles though are just too good from
Vitality ने अब chicken dinner जो बचा हुआ था वो ले लिया. They are going bonkers right now. खत्म कर दिया है भाई इस competition को. Competition जैसी चीज कोई बची ही नहीं है. Competition बोलते हैं इनको. तुम समझ जाओ भाई 88 in 5 games में 88 points एवरेज 18 होरा सेकंड पे आ गई ये थर्ड पे आ गई टॉप 5 में 30 हम 26 पे 8 के 8 पे रह गए अल्फा 7 और हमारे पॉइंट सिमिलर है हम लोगों को लास्ट गेम में कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा भाई लास्ट गेम में एक आधा चिकन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है एक चिकन इंपॉर्टेंट है तुम नहीं समझ पाओगे भाई, तुम नहीं ही समझ पाओगे। The way it has been। गॉर्डन को सिर्फ 5-6 पॉइंट्स चाहिए भाई टॉप 5 बनाने के लिए। एक गेम, एक अच्छा गेम और गॉर्डन बहुत बढ़िया जगह पे पहुंच जाएगी। लेट्स प्ले वर्ड लाइक थिंग्स। चलो वर्डल खेल ही लेते हैं। मैं बहुत सोच रहा था नहीं खेलूं, नहीं खेलूं, खेल लेते हैं, टाइम पास कर ही लेते हैं और क्या। बहुत सारे वर्ड्स एलिमिनेट हो गए हैं, ठीक है ना। क्या सब एलिमिनेट ही हो रहे हैं? आई इज देयर, CRI। ED। FRI। प्रिटी कुछ होता ही नहीं है। तो वर्ड क्या भाई, पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है। आई एम वेरी डिसअपॉइंटेड विद दिस काइंड ऑफ गेम। वर्ड्स बचे कितने? 1 2 3 4 5 6। बचे कितने? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 वर्ड्स में से मेरे को 3 ढूंढने हैं सही जगह पे। हाँ, और भाई साहब ग्रुप में क्या चल रहा है? बिकॉज गॉडल की परफॉर्मेंस अप टू द मार्क नहीं आ रही है, बट ठीक ठाक आ रही है। प्रिक्सी या प्रिवी? प्रिवी ट्राई करते हैं। भाई क्या वर्ड है ये, क्यों है ये? इसमें तो अपन टाइम पास ही करते हैं ना। बेल्ट है, गॉगल्स है, पुप्पी, याहू, कोर्रा, फ्री SQT IOU 3 आएगा, 1 अवे पता था। FX एक्सप्रेस फ्रेज। तो या तो ये होगा कोर्रा Yahoo, WookPay और Express. तो आइडिया नहीं है. तो आइडिया नहीं है. हॉट डॉग कौन सा है ये? कभी-कभी भाई गलत चीजें बताता है. Last game of the day.
Match. Actually, we need to see the overall too at some point because they might have even already hit that, or they're about to hit that as well.
No, I think they might have already hit that, which would be absolutely insane. And you know what a great team to actually have that happen too, right? Because we have seen them be so consistent throughout today. We have seen them just take control of everything, all the way from the western side down to the southwestern side, clearing teams left and right, pushing Ida out of their compound, which I think should have never happened. What?
Look at Ryzen. He's just giving them the lucky high five.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Very nice.
He gave him the dap up as we see Hora Esports getting 13 eliminations as well in the last game. And the big one too is going to be none other than Wolves Esports. Wolves Esports was in 15th place coming up before this match with 13 points. That's going to be pushing him up. And keep in mind, you want to be outside of those bottom three.
No, it's very true. Wolves were able to just, get as much points as they needed to, just keep that momentum going or move up onto the last match. But I want to talk about Hora here because this dip is actually incredible for them because you've got the back end of you right there is completely covered. Nobody can see you in there. In fact, when we saw, I think it was 721 GS move in, it was a complete surprise that they were even there. Out in front of you, it's too open. The only place a team can go is within nade range. So actually that was a fantastic dip for Hora to be in, and they were able to get third place because of it with quite a few elims.
That's right. That's very correct. I mean, it's a great position to play as well. I think a lot of teams tried to pick this place up. Tiamba, though, they're kind of disappointing me right now. I think Tiamba has a lot left in them. They originally had this spot quite early on, but were evicted fairly quickly now. They played fairly decently over at PMI, and I think they had some really pop-off moments. I mean, QZZ was looking fantastic, but where is that now? Tiamba has been down on the tables for a long, long time at this point. That's got to change. We've got one more chance to see it through. I hope it happens, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice. Come on, to see some Chinese domination here. I mean, QZZ had a really good moment, right from PMI going into this one too. But
that's what I said.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just stealing your point.
I'm leaving the desk now.
That's why I don't want you on the desk. Otherwise, he's too good on the desk, guys. It's a big issue. There you go. Your game MVP is going to be Razy. From Razy and Razak, also known as Ray Ray. That's why I call them.
Yeah, we should get that changed. We actually need to get a new MVP card for Ray Ray.
Just Ray Ray.
My boy Ray Ray.
By the way, Racy was able to make that push up. It ended up backfiring because he ended up getting knocked. But you can see that was going up to par with what you're saying, the greediness. And with this squad, if they're going to continue to perform like that, I see that greediness getting worse and worse and worse, which is going to make it even more scary for some of the other squads that are outside of the top 5.
There are some games as well where that greed comes back into play. But my boy Ray Ray, sometimes you got to lay one of the Rays down, all right? That's the way it's got to be. Actually, Erangel game 3, I believe it was, they greeted a res. It was Razy. Axel had gone in, Razak had gone down, and Razy was like, my boy. And he went back for him. So it's greed in other areas as well. And I think Vitality, what I've loved about them today is that maturity, that ability to be like, we can't take this 2-2 split. I don't want to let it go to their heads. I love that they're down there, they're smiling, right? You know, they're dapping each other up. That's great. But let's bring back what we saw from game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking back real quick at this game in particular, and I want to know if you would agree or not with this, Blank. Looking back at how they played in PMGO Season 1, right, which was a tough tournament for Bigatron. This looks like a completely different team, so confident, the synergies up there. Of course, a bit greedy as time, which is what you just said, but this does not feel like BTR we had earlier this year.
Well, it's not a horrible overcorrection.
Group of death.
Group of death.
Group of death.
No, sorry, I'm just looking at the contradictions here between people on the Twitch chat because one of them said this group is not strong. The next one was like, this is the group of death. Make up your mind, chat. Which one is it gonna be?
But look, the thing is, it's not the. It is.
Overall standings, dekh lo, samajh jayega ki kya hai ye.
Yeah, they've got 88 exact. This is not the group of death. it has a selection of ridiculously strong teams at the top. When we say group of death, we mean it's very even across the board, which Group A was. It was very hard. We had different teams stepping up all the time there. Here, it's quite obviously not the group of death because now the same teams time and time again perform well. I would say it's the more unfortunate group that you have Team Vitality, Aura, as well as E-Arena all in it at the same time.
Yeah, the sponging of points is something that we're just going to continue to keep in mind here, especially from the top 3 teams. You can see there between top 3 in 6th place, already 27 points difference, which is going to allow for some of the teams to have even more freedom later on, especially tomorrow.
I mean, for Yangon Galacticos Nepturo, they're currently in 5th
Bottom
place
hold
right now,
करना है.
30. For the
ESTH
defending
bottom पे,
champions, do you think they
721
could stay
GS
in that
bottom
top
पे.
5?
I think actually they can. I really like how they've been playing
और
today.
हसलर
I didn't have
तो
that
एकदम बॉटम है और ये
many
इनसे हम मरे
expectations for
एक
them
गेम
going
में.
into today.
हसलर क्रू
To
से हम
be
मरे
honest,
एक गेम में.
you know,
Wow.
we just haven't. They won last
Smile's
year,
been
and we
great.
haven't seen much from them since. But this is a really nice team that's able to actually compete very well against everybody else, and I'm very excited for what they got both today and tomorrow.
It is you, Shiva. Yeah, great points, by the way. Sorry, I got sidetracked here.
This guy does
as
not.
I was able to find Shiva from X-Force Rejects. I wish we were able to come along at a different time because you guys did end up getting eliminated from PMWC at EWC 26. But anything, first of all, how are you enjoying Paris outside of, getting eliminated?
I'm enjoying Paris. Like, Paris is probably one of the best places I've ever visited. I really love it here. And the venue here is crazy. I've never thought of something like this in my life.
Is this guy trying to steal John Allen's
I know. That voice, brother. Hey, if being a player never ends up working out, you might be looking at something with us working maybe here. But what have you learned from PMWC that you can take on later into the year, right? Because we still got PMGO Season 2. We still got PMGC. Have you learned anything that you can take into those upcoming events?
I think the biggest thing that we have learned is to be a bit more aggressive, because I think not being aggressive, you stuck yourself in one spot, and teams takes advantage over that, where you allow them to get space, and if you don't do that, I think, like I said, I think if you don't give the other team space like BTR now, they don't allow any team to come close to them, and that's why they have rocked up 61 kills. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Honestly, with the way that some of these teams have been performing, it has been scary. Natura, do you have any questions for Chiva from X-Force Rejects?
I mean, I want to know, because I was thinking that there was going to be, some big plays coming in from you guys, but we didn't really see that much coming into the end of, the end of the circles, the end of the games that much. Was there like a rotational pattern that was being cut off by other teams, or what went wrong in the mid phase of your games?
I think the biggest problem that we had is that we kept on losing 1 or 2 players on rotations, and that already makes your game even harder. Like, you lose almost like 70 or like 50, 25% of your game winning chance. So I think you have 4 players in game, I think you already have a really good game. So for us, what we need to fix on is try to have all 4 players up on rotations, and also be more coordinated on pushes and holding spots and things like this. That's also a big thing.
Hey, man, Joe, thank you so much for coming on and just giving us an insight. And I'm hoping we'll get a chance to see you at PMGO Season 2. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see you as well at PMGC. You know what? I actually want you to take over my job. I want you to say, John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Seven and Shiva over there for that lovely throw. It was great to hear from him, and that is what we talk about so much for tournaments like this, from PMWC, from global level tournaments. Getting that information, getting that practice and knowledge and insight is just so important, and the fact that they're taking that on board so quickly and with such humility as well is beautiful. I love to see it. Let's see him again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, make sure you go follow him on Instagram, shiva.ios. That's what it's all about here, guys. And we're gonna get into the last match of Miramar here, and just how many points is Team Vitality gonna get? They have 88
Everybody is just
points.
discussing that.
88, crazy, insane. Are you kidding me?
12
Points in 5 matches. That is over 17 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 17.6 points per game?
That is correct.
Which is crazy.
Insane.
Like, it's nuts, right? We talk about first place. You're in contest for first place if you're at about a 10-point average.
Yeah.
They're so far ahead of that. They're not even looking in the rearview mirror right now.
It's double
right?
first place.
It's absolutely insane. You know, 88 points. They are currently at quadruple the scoreline of 10th place.
I don't know. Well, we need to make a whole new word for first place. I don't know. Hyper Omega first place. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
Wait, we should rename second place to be first place, but not Vitality. Don't worry about it.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly. This is absolutely insane, folks. That's why
they will be first on their limbs alone.
Yeah, you're right. With just eliminations, they would
61
still be in first place.
61 points.
This is unreal. It's literally an unreal performance. That's why we just keep on talking about it. Top players, 2 of them being from Vitality, is not shocking at all. Aura, though, Sky sneaking himself into there. We got a much more tried and true playing path here. El Pozo's going to be still out of range, but at least we're going to see some teams be able to hit that north side.
These damage numbers are insane. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing the arena too much anymore. I imagine that they are going to start to drop off. This is a full slate of damage dealers from Vitality, and they are doing a lot of work for their roster. Playing part on the east side here. Going to leave El Pozo maybe a little bit hard to get towards, but you can drop out up towards the north. Maybe is what Alpha 7 is looking for. Circle fairly chill, centering up west of Picardo. And grab some, sorry, on that north side, I was saying Alpha 7 could grab vehicles, head over that north edge. I imagine that's what they're going to look to do here. Watching out for hot drops, but not really going to see too much. We did have a little bit over towards Vaibhav at the start of the last match, but that's not going to happen again this time.
Yeah, not going to happen this game. And now we got it seems like a normal game. I don't know why I'm saying that, because we thought the last circle was going to be okay. And it goes to the one open field in that whole side of the map, which is just unbelievable. But no crazy hot drops. So it does look like teams are going to be avoiding it here. They don't want to be dealing with any of those shenanigans, and that's the right play. I mean, guys, this is the last game. You have quite a few squads that have done a ridiculous match here. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at some teams just trying to rotate and make the right plays.
Hey, if you're talking about rotating, right, that's something that you could be doing on the lucky spin. Right, that is what you're going to be trying to look for, right? Getting those good rotations. As we all know, spinning is just a term for rotation.
That's
which is what, it's a beautiful segue, trust me, I did it. But yeah, make sure you're getting those spins in before they go away, to make sure you're getting those skins on board, because they are looking mighty fine. The desk was talking about them earlier. Make sure you're locking those ones down to look as good as these players here.
And they're looking real good. Oh, Obscure, was that a Winchester I just saw?
It was, yeah. I love it.
I like that.
It's my favorite gun sound in the game.
It really is. To me, suppressed M24. It's just, oh, so nice. That, I'm not even gonna try it. I actually did try it. Yeah.
Go on, Obscure. Give us the gun sound. Give us the gun sound. Pop a shot. Go on, you know you want to. Pop that lever. Let's go. Oh, he's not for it. What a spoil sport. Alpha 7 currently in 7th place. They did get pushed off that 5th place spot at the end of that last match by Yangon Galacticos and actually by S2G as well, who now sit ahead of them. But it is still very much all to play for. We were talking about the difference between the teams from the bottom towards the top. It's still, even for Hustler Crew, very possible for them with a big chicken dinner to jump up and past that 30-point margin, right? They're on 8 points, putting them 22 points behind. That is a 12 elimination game in terms of differences if you're able to get a chicken dinner. So whilst they haven't shown their capability to get that just yet, it is possible. It's within their wheelhouse.
Absolutely. It definitely is. You know, the scary thing, I think, for me when it comes to Group B and this whole lobby is just looking at how heavy the top of the leaderboards are, you know, besides, obviously, we talked about Vitality enough. Just look even further on down. You got Aura, EA, Nongshim Red Force get a good game here. I mean, we could be looking tomorrow at 1 slot left. How insane is that?
I mean, it is It would be pretty nasty, I think, for a lot of these teams to look to try and close that sort of a distance. But again, it does rely on performance carrying over to tomorrow. So, I mean, for me, Vitality, they've already done so much today. They've almost guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 5.
Oh, it's done.
It's pretty much done.
Yeah.
I want to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow, right? Because a day like this can go to your head, and you've got to let cooler minds prevail. You've got to listen to your coaches, listen to the people around you, and don't get carried away. Sure, they're almost certainly going to the finals.
Yeah.
But for me, it's about how they're going to perform in the finals that I'm going to be watching for tomorrow.
You're right, because, you know, this is the best practice you can get on the planet, you know, and the good thing when it comes to when you have such a ridiculous performance like Team Vitality, I mean, 88 points is literally enough for them to not show up tomorrow and still be top 5. Like, it's 100% they're in the finals, right?
Yeah.
So with that kind of performance, that gives you 6 matches tomorrow to fix any problem that you have going into the finals. And that's especially important for a team like Team Vitality, because when it came to PMGO Season 1 in their own home turf, they did solid when it came to the group stage, right? Group stage, they popped off. We thought that, oh man, come finals time, they're gonna really do something. And then finals, it wasn't really what they wanted to do, especially when they're at home, right? But now they're in Paris. They have the most ridiculous day out of all these teams here. Hopefully we don't see the same thing happen.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. 107 points was first place for 4 Thrives over in Group A. Vitality, they could do it here and now with a chicken dinner, just saying. They could break that century, they could surpass them with, you know, well, it would be difficult. It would be difficult, right?
Dude, that'd be wild, though.
It would need a 19 elimination chicken dinner. Wait, not even that. No, it would be a 9 elimination chicken dinner, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah?
Would it? Yeah, I think it would be. So that's actually very doable for them. So if they win this match, it's very likely that they surpass 4 Thrive scoreline in first place from Group A over the 12 matches that they played. But that is a big if for Vitality to get another chicken dinner here. We did see our first casualty, I believe, of the match as Dopeness able to clock a shot over towards TT Project.
Lufa with the car, 98 too. Love to see some sniper action here. It's very rare these days with just how overpowered the M4 and shotgun meta is right now. But you know what? When it comes to military or when it comes to Miramar, right, we're going to possibly see some of that.
Yeah, over on the north side, we're on board with Alpha 7, who have got in and amongst it with Hora. I don't know how much they can stick around here. It doesn't look like they've got the weaponry to be dealing with this. Carrillo's only got an S12K.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. They must have, I mean, they dropped out from the plane over towards the north side. Maybe they were just really slow on grabbing those vehicles and trying to get out west, which seemed to be their approach, but they've got stalled. They've stymied over in these Crater Fields locations, and it's not looking super good. They do need to get on towards El Pozo and probably get a little bit more loot, if we're honest.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly where they would be heading, straight in that direction. But now look at that! Look at the player cam there. You see that? That gyro just tapping away with that mini, making some great shots downrange, trying to catch Alpha 7 off, but it looks like they are going to be able to get away. So now Aura are still here. This is why it's so important to have such a strong start in tournaments like this, because when you do, it just gives you so much more freedom to kind of have your way with the lobby. You do maybe not even the best play, you know, but just you can afford it. You can afford to make mistakes here. Next zone about to pop. Let's see where it decides to go.
Ooh, okay.
The yoink all the way down south. Nongshim Red Force said, thank you very much.
Vitality?
We'll take that. Vitality said, muchos gracias. I am very, very happy about that one as well, as they're coming all the way up from Los Leones. That is how you do it.
Wow. I mean, that is actually a really big shift for Vitality. They are going to be kept safe from a lot of the teams descending from that north side. The bit that you have to worry about a little bit is sweeps from the west, right? So for instance, Alpha 7, Yangon Galacticos, maybe even Hora could rotate around that west side and try and cut in beneath them, but they have Los Leones to try and buffer any pushes coming from that east side. They might just want to get a little bit more central with it, but yeah, I think for Vitality, this is great news. And they're guaranteeing themselves probably at least a 4-point gain here.
That's
I think,
right.
which is pretty nice. Pretty
US
nice.
cannot
12
throw
points
this game
for them
away.
would be needed to get to 100, break that century in a single day, which would be monumental.
भाई थाली में परवोज के जोन में
lay. But the arena kicking us off with a huge match on Rondo and Vitality saying, "Hold my beer. We're going for more."
Yeah, let's make some moves here. What a crazy, crazy day here. Let's look at this though. It's Hyunbin, the man, the myth, the legend, all by himself. He's got the DBS. He's got the stairs. But he has to jump out. He hits the headshot and thirst. But he gets popped in the back on his way out. But hey, he said, "I'm not going down without taking someone with me."
That looked real pretty.
बहुत अच्छा मारा बे,
saw
बहुत
that
अच्छा
nade come in
मारा.
and he was like, "Well, guess I gotta do it to him."
Yep.
Hops straight out, immediately puts him in the grave. The flush comes through. Knocks your Red Force. Yeah, I kind of like this
A7 की
decision to
सबकी
disengage.
HP low
You
है.
don't need to commit. They have the buildings.
Yeah.
They have that.
So A7 is not surviving,
You've
but
already
मेरे
lost
को
your
ये
player.
feel
There's
हो रहा
nothing
है.
for you there anymore.
Hey, just a quick little handshake. Just said, all right, hey, you know what?
1 for 1.
1 for 1. Good job. See you later. All right.
Ooh, he's got the MG3. Look at that. XZY.
He'll take that.
Don't want to risk it.
No, you don't.
ESTH versus EDA.
Man, it's so crazy that we see the plays that are happening out here as ETSH
Fora is also
getting a
moving
run
forward.
over. Players getting taken out on rotation. And I wonder if Team Vitality are going to get blessed here towards the end. Pass up 4 thrives, 2 crazy days in just 1 single day of matches. That is a huge thank you on the side. Actually, how do you say thank you in Indonesian again? Oh, is it Terima kasih, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we were
Terima
learning
kasih.
it whilst we were over there before. Terima kasih, that's what they want to be saying towards the end. And right now, on the southeast side, they've got a really good spot on the west border of Los Leones to potentially hold this one out. I'm slightly worried about some of the buildings further out to the east. They might be
बहुत low है,
vulnerable
एक
to
knock
that,
भी
but
है.
the next circle's going to be coming through fairly soon. The north side, definitely more chaotic. But it looks like that's
क्या
where we're
zone
going.
है?
Okay, so
क्या
Vitality,
प्यारा
they get
zone
the
है.
circle once, and then it takes it back.
Yeah, so you know what? Okay, we'll get it a little close to you, but you're gonna still work for this.
क्या
one
ही
here.
प्यारा
You wanna
zone है.
etch your
100 में
name
थोड़ा
in
आगे
the
आके
PUBG
खेल
mobile
लेगा
history
मन्या के
even
पास.
further. But you know,
एस
the
पावर
one
यहाँ
thing
पे
that happens when you
आराम
have
से
such
होल्ड
a
डाउन करेगा
crazy
पीछे एडमिनों
performance
के
like
साथ.
this, it really kind of puts a lot of expectations on your
You
shoulder,
just
right?
cannot,
So
bhai. You just cannot throw
hopefully we'll
this
see
game
Team
away.
Vitality
बिल्कुल
keep the
नहीं.
same energy,
अगर
right?
ये game
Not just
throw away
going
कर
into
दिया तो दिक्कत
tomorrow, but also
आने वाली
going
है आगे.
into the finals
Action
here.
is dog.
But who else is going to make it to the finals? That is the question. Wolves are saying, you know what? We don't want to get eliminated right here. They've pushed themselves up from the bottom to at least 11th place.
He is also getting
That
down.
is a much more comfortable position to be in.
Wolves
They would
versus
love to
Hora.
rocket
Hora
launch
is knocked.
themselves
Hora का एक player
at
knock
least
है.
into that top
ठीक
5.
है.
And it is possible. I mean, top 5 from all the way down to 11th place, that's only, what, 9-point difference? That's pretty wild. So these leaderboards could definitely shake up here on that bottom mid-pack area, but Elementrix is forced to hit the laydown. Gonna try and edge it out here, but Vaughn jumps on out the vehicle. He's hits the shimmies. He's dodging these shots. He's moving back and forth. Sky now starting to get some return fire on
और
it.
पीछे
He
स्लॉनिंग पे
goes
उसको
down.
नॉक कर दिया है. क्या
With the
गेम
Disco
है?
Inferno there, dancing around those bullets. And there is nothing you can do about it. Sleepy will be on the chopping block there as well, and he will be put to bed. No fear of not living up to that name as he's turning tail and fleeing from the sight of that pack of wolves.
Gotta get moving. Yeah, the Wolves, man, they were.
No fear भी like
they were
जिंदा
doing
रहता हूँ
that,
थोड़े points का.
dancing with Wolves right there.
Hora
Like
से
to
नहीं
see
हो
that.
रहा.
But now we're gonna see
क्या
Alpha
ही कर सकते हैं?
7 getting mighty close to S2G. Carrillo ends up getting popped out the vehicle by Hemsuji. Guazao tries to get in the building, but S2G has a set play for them. Alpha 7 falling apart here.
जैसे ही
That's
बोला, Obscure
Rebel
बचा हुआ है
eliminated.
Revo के साथ.
It's just Obscure
Obscure भी
last one
knock
up
हो
for
गया.
A7. If we're gonna see them in the
अकेला
finals,
बंदा है
they're
ये
gonna
से
most
इनका
likely
last
have to make it
इसका
happen tomorrow.
Something happened to Alpha 7 on this drop, Dukes. I mean, over on that north side, they got stuck in with Horror. They didn't seem to have much loot on board. They've been out in the blue for ages. Now they've slammed into S2G and broken their noses on the brick wall that's met them. Yeah, Obscure trying to have to skirt through the alleyways around them, but now the Wolves are going to have siren lines onto him, and I don't think he's going to make
Gordon के पास
it.
सबसे
The
अच्छा
NA
chance है
squad will
कि
be
वो top 5 के
the
अंदर
ones to
चली जाए.
deal the death blow towards Alpha 7. The Wolves have problems
Sir,
of their
5
own over
point
towards
का
the south
difference है.
side. on the Jumasana foothills now. Over towards
इतना
the
प्यारा
rest of
zone
the
मिला
circle.
हुआ है,
Things are a little
तुम
bit
इतने
more
प्यारे
disparate
zone को
now,
give
a
up
little
नहीं
bit
मार
more
सकते हो.
settled. Slightly worried in the south edge. I think Dopeness and Vitality
इसको तुम लोग
is
कहीं भी
the
नहीं जाने
engagement
दे
that's the
सकते.
closest to maybe happening, but even then, they're sat across the road from each other. Next circle,
अबे क्या
far less
circle
dramatic
है?
than the last two.
Far less
We
dramatic
just
than
need to
this whole
convert this game, भाई.
day, dude. These zones have been toxic, and then finally it's just like, all
हम
right,
लोगों को ये
time to
zone
relax,
convert करना
okay?
है. ये zone
Good
नहीं
old
convert
central zones here.
करे, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता.
Finally starting to play as predicted. Nongshim Red Force are dead center of this one. They're looking to have a good game. Young on Galacticos are going to be holding that south side. E-Arena, craziest first match ever, and then really letting off the gas here towards the end of the day. Can
You
they
just
pick
cannot
it back
say
up?
कि
That's
ये
the
game
question. Look at this
convert नहीं
replay
होगा
here.
भाई.
Lupa!
You just cannot.
Bang! That's what I like to see.
और आर्यन
Beautiful.
क्या चल रहा है?
Scrubs him out of the game with a nice little headshot from Lufa.
Good shot.
Needs to pick that one back up. And you're right, we are
It's
seeing
Gordon
these snipers
versus
a lot
Tianba.
more. And I for one, I'm here
अपने
for
को
it.
Tianba को मारना
Unfortunately, the
जरूरी है.
Winchester doesn't seem to be amongst them.
आजू-बाजू वाले
Despite sounding
compounds में आ
the
गए.
coolest of all of the
They are
weapons
holding in
in the
garage
game.
right now.
Tianba, they are trying to find a little slice near to Godlike. And Eagle wants to suppress the angle too.
Vitality ने Tianba के एक player को knock कर दिया है. बढ़िया. अपने पास एक chance है. एक खुद ही गिर के knock हो गया है. Spot करना है. Let's go. एक frag important है right now.
Amino will find one more knock over towards Tianba, isolating them just to the longhouse now.
Oh, you're going to see
Tianba का एक और knock हुआ.
shots ringing all over the place. The Wolves are starting to get beat up. That's QZZ getting knocked by Tianba. There's fights happening
अगर
everywhere.
नेड
Eagle's going to go
बराबर
ahead
ऊपर
and try to
पहुंचता
pick
है.
him up. Looks like he should be able to get that res. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's
तो value
Elementrix
निकल सकती है.
fighting it up with TT Project. Tries to get the shots through the
Wolf
window
भी खत्म हो
and
गई है.
gets denied. TT Project finally
Wolf
starting
भी
to put some
खत्म है.
points on the board. They were in the bottom three. Now in 12th place.
We will get into top 5.
Feeling a little bit
कैसे भी
more
करके
comfortable
हम top
here, but
5
they still
पहुंच
got a
जाएंगे. टेंशन
long
नहीं
way to
है.
go.
There is still a lot of distance left on the track. Godlike with a pretty decent split on this compound, Dukes. This is going to be a tough position to try and get across the boards, especially with Vitality holding out on your east side. The south approach is currently stymied by all of these teams trying to leave from Jumasera. It makes that ground pretty difficult to move around, not to mention Nongshim Red Force taking that compound that overlooks the approach. So for now, Godlike are being chilling.
मिलू का अगर लेफ्ट जाके स्पॉट कर ले तो एक और फ्रैग पड़ा हुआ है भाई.
7th place, 27 points. A good win here will have them definitely kicking back and relaxing a little bit more than they would if they didn't.
I would say अगर ये अच्छा परफॉर्म कर लेती है, Vitality अच्छा कर लेती है, कोई
really
प्रॉब्लम
relying on
नहीं.
that
We just
first
need
game
that
here. That was
one
39
spot
points
in
in
top
one
5.
match. For the others, not
That
being able to
one, just one
replicate
spot, और कुछ
even
भी नहीं
close
चाहिए.
to that kind of success. So they're still in 3rd place with 58. That's a great start, but teams are starting to catch up to them. Now 2 have already passed them. Lufa's got that car 98. Come on, show it to me one more time. One more snipe.
That's all you want to see. That's all you want to see.
That's all I want to see. I mean, I want to hear the crowd start chanting, right? One more snipe. One more snipe.
K9, K9.
Yes.
Let's get it done. And then to send the bite to be as big as the bark on that.
अगर Tianba यहाँ पे
Seen it
मर
a couple
जाती है,
times.
ये
Maybe
वाला
we'll be
compound
treated
अपने
to
को
it a
मिल
couple
जाता
more.
है.
But again, our teams now just waiting the next 5 seconds to find
एक
out
लॉन्ग हाउस है, वो मिल
where
गया ना
the
अपने
next
को.
zone will
मजा आ
be.
जाएगा.
Where
ये
is it
left
going to
नहीं
go?
खींचना चाहिए. Right आजा.
It settles out to the east. This is right on the crossroads. This
क्या
is good for
circle
Godlike.
prediction है
This is good for
बाबा.
Vitality.
क्या
Vitality
circle
are
prediction
gonna
है.
have Hustler Crew trying to put pressure on, but Hustler Crew don't need to get close just yet.
We
It's the
just
teams from
holding out.
Jumasera
आजू-बाजू
I'm
के
worried
frags
about.
ले
So
रहे हैं in the last
CT
circle. That's
Project,
it. Nothing
E-Arena,
else.
and Yangon Galacticos.
We
All of these
just
4
get
teams
the
are going to have
chicken
to figure
dinner
out who's going to get the chance to
जाते
try
हैं
and move
hotel
into the
room. आराम से
Mincer in the
chill
middle.
out करो.
And
कल
it's going to be a
वापस आओ,
tough
मजे
one,
करो
that's
यहाँ
for
पे.
sure.
कुछ
Yeah,
नहीं
Mincer's
चाहिए.
the right word because we're going to see some teams get shredded trying to just find any kind of spot in this next circle. There is that little hillside
Because the
that they're
area
going
we
to have
are
to go to,
holding,
but whoever
बहुत
takes that
अच्छा
first is
area
just
है
going to
मने,
get shot
damage
at from
दिखा रहा है.
every single direction. Now we're going to look at Godlike trying to find some cheeky little shots through the window, looking for the tiniest little pixel to shoot at. QZZ from Tianba, very happy to just share this real estate right now. They're dead center of the zone. They're saying, hey, Godlike, y'all are good. Look over there. We'll look over here, okay? And then once we get to the end game, we'll battle it out.
Absolutely. Happy to play
We're
in the
total
shadow.
full squad, by the way. Yeah.
Happy to play in the
Don't
shadow
push us.
of the bigger tree that is Godlike right now.
That's right.
They are cooling off in the shade for the time being after
प्यारा गेम है ना इन लोग के लिए 4 बंदे गॉर्डन के अलाइव है लोग गॉर्डन पे पुश करने के बारे में 10 बार
on the
सोचेंगे
western side. This is that
ये दो
western
आराम से
side
बैठे हुए हैं
difficult scenario that I was worried about. The arena, they were already down to 2 players alive, and Yangon Galacticos puts them one further out of the money. That's going to get flushed away, but Mana is down, low HP on Smile, a little bit diminished. Can TT Project make anything happen? Because they are the ones to deal the final blow towards Arena, ending their day on 58 points.
Second and third place are gone. That is a huge, huge thing for this lobby. Nongshim Red Force are down 1. S2G is still in the mix though here. Meanwhile, TT Project, Yangon Galacticos battling it out back and forth. Romeo gonna have to make a play here. It's only him and Smile up for his team, throwing out some nades. That actually did a little bit of damage there, but now here comes S2G. They heard this fight happening. They want a piece of this action. They are starting to get peppered though from other teams. That's gonna be Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, Kamikaze trying to find a little bit of coverage by that hill, and he does find it.
I like this. I like this from S2G. They've read this fight is going to get a little bit stuck, and they're moving ahead of it. Instead of trying to get stuck straight in, they are prioritizing zone. They know that Nongshim have great oversight onto any position that they would third party from. So instead of going for the third party on the Yangon TT fight, they are going to go instead and put pressure on towards that Nongshim position. But maybe they should have had their eyes set over towards TT Project, because they are stepping over these hills. They are going to step towards Hamzy, and they're going to take him down too.
Effect just blind shooting through that smoke, and it connects. He'll take that all day long. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos with 3 players up, going to try to find any space here. They're going to be driving right in between these 2 squads, but Nongshim Red Force was just waiting for them to start making that push.
Yeah, S2G after losing a player sent straight ahead and tried to get further into the zone. I feel like it's probably a good read here, but Nongshim Red Force now have bigger fish to fry, and they are cooking something awful. Ida trying to step forwards now. They've crashed onto this
start of day 1, but it's kind of hard to do when you got some squads going absolutely insane. Nongshim Red Force have the high ground, but this is at the edge of this circle. They're not going to be able to hold this position for much longer, but they can definitely get some serious eliminations here. Oh, almost catching Lost on the way to that tree, but he is able to find that little piece of coverage. Meanwhile, Romeo catching TT Project, Yangon Galacticos getting peppered, Zarek getting shot in his back. Fights going in all over the place here, and Nongshim Red Force looking to clean this up.
Yeah, 3 players now alive as Hyunbin does go down for Nongshim Red Force. TT Project full. They were able to do a lot of work into this last game though today. They got 9 eliminations there, pushed themselves up into 12th place. They should be happy with the performance they were able to find in the fighting from Chubasera. But now it's Nongshim to try and solidify themselves towards that top 5 in the fight with Yangon Galacticos, who they're trying to push out beneath them. If they go down, S2G have a door flung wide open for them.
Yeah, let's see right now, XCY with that MG3 shuts down Yangon Galacticos, and that's the 5th place team now out. So Nongshim Red Force, Vitality still in the mix when it comes to the top 5 teams. This is, again, a big opportunity for a squad, especially like S2G, to make something happen. And they got some good sight lines here.
I think this is a big opportunity for Godlike as well, right? On this position, they have got all 4 of their players. Etch is currently putting pressure on. Not too many other teams are going to be pushing towards this compound. Could potentially third party from Hustler Crew. But Etch making this crossing is going to be tough. Because, I mean, Nongshim Red Force, they've got a side swipe on the approach as well. Moving through this compound is going to be so difficult. The question is how many points are Godlike going to get for this hold? Because if Nongshim just take them all, that's a little bit of a drought.
Yeah, let's see. We're taking a look there at Godlike. Well, how many eliminations are they going to get? They're going to have to fight out ETSH first, though. S-Power's got that nade. He's cooking it. Actually, no, he's just holding on to it. Waiting to see the approach from ETSH. But so far, nothing. This is both these teams are in the circle right now. And they know that if they do fight this, the chance of them getting third-partied is pretty high. So I'm not surprised to see them just play this a little slower for now.
I mean, you say it's pretty high. I feel like a full squad third-partying this is probably fairly unlikely. I mean, the most likely is Hustler Crew, but either are playing as a duo. Do they want to leave that longhouse? Probably not. I think it might just be a straight up back-to-back fight, but with Nongshim Red Force having their attention diverted at S2G, now it's go time for Etch. A nice Molotov to place to cross to cut the cross, but Etch pushed straight on through, and speed is there. And it is aggression to find it. A nice save. Too hard at the seams.
And the crowd goes crazy. Godlike fans getting nice and hyped up for that one as they get the eliminations and keep all 4 players up.
Where was the third party? Not there. Hustler Crew not in a position to go for it either. Not going. Nongshim Red Force in the meantime took down S2G, by the way, who do end this match currently in 5th place, but that is under threat from Godlike now on that north side. The difficulty, they have to move. Push to the longhouse, get towards the crossroads.
Get to safety, get in a position to put your team ready for this chicken dinner. Problem is you still got Team Vitality up on top of the leaderboards, and they are still in the mix. As we look at Godlike, 4 eliminations, they are there. Dopeness are still here. That's a team that definitely could use these points. They do have that coverage, but this is outside of circle. The problem with the zone is that there's not a lot of spots left to take. The only way to really make this win happen is you're going to have to make a push, and you're going to have to get it done the hard way.
Yeah, it's really tricky now to make ground in this one. The reason Dopeness can't push up the roadside there, out to their west, is because of Nongshim Red Force and 721 GS, right? Both of those 2 teams have the angle to control the roadside. If that fight goes poorly, if the players start to drop from both of those sides, it is going to get a lot easier for them to move. And if you're going to get a pick on the Razy, that's also going to be quite a boon to your movement.
Let's get it. Lufa with the Car 98, making it happen in the end game. I love to see it. Nongshim Red Force looking to possibly get their 3rd chicken dinner on the day. That would be huge for them. Tizzy having to make a play though. Here comes 721 GS with the buggy. He's got the shotgun. S12 can't pop through the smoke. It's not good enough. So Easy's gonna have to support him. He hits 1. Can he get another? He's getting the thirst. Nongshim Red Force doing a great job of stiff arming this team.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. Tizzy does go down, but he does enough damage to make it difficult. But now Malik has found a pick onto the off angle, and Nongshim Red Force are going to go low. This is the scenario that I was thinking about for Dopeness. They can start to move west because that fight has gone a little bit mucky on the western edge. There's no longer the pressure from that side.
Let's go, and Nongshim Red Force finally eliminate that threat behind them. They have their back against the wall now. Now it's time to look forward and soak up some of these eliminations. But like you mentioned, Dopeness utilizing their time, pushing up, but they gotta battle the titans of the lobby. It's Team Vitality versus Dopeness. They're trying to get away. They say, no, we don't want to do this. And they're punishing them on the way as they go straight into the jaws of Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, it's not going to go well for you there. 2 players alive, that's all they need on the crossfire, being hounded out of position by Vitality. With 13 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force, they're looking to play with the big dogs here, but Vitality are the biggest of dogs in this lobby. It doesn't matter if you got an MG3 Loco, Axel is still going to run rings around you.
And you guys got to remember, if Team Vitality win this game with 9 eliminations, they will pass up 4 Thrive's 2-day performance in 1 day alone. Let's take a look though at Godlike Esports in the building. They got their shotguns loaded. You can see Mania pulling the pin, putting it right back for now. It's them versus Ida though. Oh yeah, S-Power getting knocked. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Another nade being cooked now for Rita, Mania, and Same on that angle. The backstop's there. A little bit of damage, and S-Power now is very low. Admino can't step forwards. There's off angles to be dealt with. In the meantime, Hustler Crew have gone down on that north side. The res, I think it's going to stick here as Salme keeps his nerve up into the building, and nade being cooked in response now for Admino to try and take down this duo from Ida. This is the step that they need to take now. S-Power with another nade, but the shotguns are lying in wait, and it is vicious. It is brutal. A second one into the mixer. As Vitality chime in as well. Down goes one for Ida, but Dodge is giving it a good go. Over the top they roll, and Vitality may do the unthinkable.
Vitality pushing Godlike at the perfect time, and it's Godlike going down. It's Vitality versus Nog Shib Red Force. A great performance on the side of Godlike, but an insane performance from these two teams. Vitality looking so solid. Nog Shib Red Force looking for their third chicken dinner, but it looks like it's all Vitality here when it comes to Group B.
There's one. Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ. Is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the evenings and burn yourself down to the ground, because Vitality live on top of the tables and beating a two-day performance from Group A.
Are you kidding me? No reaction needed. Team Vitality are your monsters here in Paris.
What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Nobody is going to top that. We thought we'd seen it all. Like a 39-point game at the start of the day from E-Arena. We were thinking, how's anybody going to top that? Well, let me introduce you to a little team called Vitality.
Daddy Maka said, thank you very much. These guys are going to be sitting pretty tomorrow.
We ended in top 5. First और second में difference देखो. You just cannot think of the it is unthinkable right now. 48 point का difference है. खाली फ्रैग्स के दम पे ये लोग फर्स्ट आ सकते हैं 71. इनको तो पोजीशन पॉइंट्स दो ही मत, फिर भी ये लोग फर्स्ट ही रहेंगे. 71 फिनिशेस इन 6 गेम्स. एवरेज देख रहे हो?
Match, holding their compound, really heavy stuff coming through. Little difficulty in sweeping through that longhouse. I feel like longhouse or Miramar, those longhouses are always so treacherous. The side angles, you don't know if you're going to be playing against those shotguns. Those nades can come out of nowhere, it seems. So a real difficult time to get rid of a duo.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that you have to make sure you play it perfectly, and they're not going to just run in one at a time. You got to play that slow, and they did it the right way. And the problem is just that with how much time that took, Team Vitality at this point, they're not making mistakes, right? They're not even taking an extra tenth of a second of delay, right? The second they recognized what was going on.
Because Vitality अकेली ही मारे जा रही है. तुम्हारी फाइट अगर लास्ट जोन तक Vitality से नहीं होती है, तुम बहुत आगे तक जा सकते हो, and you are going towards that. Simple. So that's one thing. But एक चीज और नोटिस करो, गॉर्डन ने कितनी मिस्टेक्स की है, खुद के प्लेयर्स को कितनी बार फोड़ा है. You just cannot do that. खुद के प्लेयर्स पे अगर तुम ऐसी जगह पे आके नेड करोगे, ये तो ठीक है, वहां पे फॉर्मे को मॉली लगी ही नहीं. अगर लग गई होती तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाती. You just cannot think of these things ना, कि कब क्या हो जाता है. एक आधे मूव से अब वहां डार्क ने 2 नॉक कर दिए तो वाइटैलिटी आके फायदा उठा गई. वो भी तो एक चीज हुई. वाइटैलिटी ने छोड़ा कहाँ है किसी को. डोपनेस इज आल्सो थिंकिंग. आई वुड जस्ट ESTH 721 GS और HC ये तो गायब ही होने वाले हैं. ये 100% गायब होने वाले हैं. लेकिन डोपनेस भी नीचे जा सकती है अगर ESTH एक आधी फाइट अच्छी निकाल ले तो. एनीवेज, मैं मिलता हूं तुम लोगों से कल, सेम टाइम, सेम प्लेस, सेम एरिया. तब तक बाय बाय, सी यू, लव यू.